Hello and welcome into the YouTube live stream. Thank you so much for joining. For everybody who's tuning in right now on YouTube, alongside the 6.6 thousand people that have already tuned in over on TikTok in the last 5 minutes, appreciate y'all for being here. And welcome to the 326th episode of the Dean Withers Show. If you've never been here before, we go through the breaking news. I help keep you up to date. And we also spend around 4 hours debating Trump supporters, trying to learn A, why people still support this terrible president, and B, we attempt to change their mind. And that's what you're going to see today. Now every day, like I said, we like to go through the breaking news. And wow, today's is a bit in the spirit of Valentine's Day, the communion of love. The breaking news is quite interesting. Kristi Noem, the Secretary of the Homeland Security, one of Donald Trump's cabinet appointees, is allegedly having an active affair with one of her senior advisors, her top advisor. And keep in mind, both Kristi Noem and her top advisor are married. And this is according to the Wall Street Journal. So, according to the Wall Street Journal, it has been long rumored that the secretary and her top advisor, both of whom are married, have engaged in an extramarital affair. They have repeatedly denied the allegation, and the secretary has called them a disgusting lie. The Wall Street Journal nevertheless revives them and reports that the quote-unquote close relationship had already made Trump and his top advisors uncomfortable, end quote, adding the president has rejected the idea of their top advisor serving as Noem's chief of staff, quote-unquote, once again, due to reports of a romantic relationship between the two, which he has continued to bring up, officials say. Now, the name of Kristi Noem's top advisor is nobody other than Corey last name I can't pronounce. So we're going to call him Corey L. Her top advisor's name is Corey L. And on top of these reports that we're getting from the Wall Street Journal, saying that there's a high level of suspicion that they're engaging in an affair when they're both married, and the fact that there's reports coming from people in the White House that Donald Trump doesn't really feel comfortable with Corey serving as Kristi Noem's top advisor or her chief of staff because of the suspicion of the extramarital affair, we're also learning that this top advisor, Corey L., has really gone the distance for Kristi Noem. In fact, a pilot that was flying them around for various events, and this pilot was hired through the Air Force, was fired by Kristi Noem's top advisor, Corey, because apparently this pilot left Kristi Noem's blanket on the plane. So Coriel, her top advisor, who Trump thinks is having sex with her even though they're both married, fired the pilot for that. But of course, this was no good reason to fire a pilot whatsoever. So since then, he's been reinstated. So in the spirit of love, in the spirit of Valentine's Day, we are now seeing that not only is it Trump who maybe thinks the grass is greener on the other side of the fence. But it's also many other people in his administration, such as his own appointee, Kristi Noem. Now, we're going to go ahead and hop into debates. If you happen to still support Trump after this radical breaking news, I don't understand how you could still support him. Just kidding. Like most days we're talking about how, Donald Trump is being named like another bajillion times in the Epstein files, or how his DOJ has made 1 billion illegal redactions. So this is actually a lighter breaking news. Whoever thought that an affair on your partner would be lighter breaking news, well, that's Trump's America. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. We will happily get you loaded up in here. And Parker will hopefully be joining us soon if you're familiar with him for a moment. I think that he just ended his live stream, and he'll be joining us after he posts a video over on his TikTok account. But let's go to get that very first guest up of the day. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Please make sure that you're following our rules. I'd really appreciate it. Let's go ahead and do that now. Hi, do you support Trump?
Bleaker checkpoint. Come on.
It's a child. Moving on to Josh. Here we go, folks. Follow our rules. We're just looking to talk to American adults.
Here we go, folks. Follow our rules. We're just looking to talk to American adults. Here we go, folks. Follow our...
That was a pretty crazy echo. Hi, Josh. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah.
All right, sounds good, man. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of gotta blow my nose. I'm still struggling with some congestion and
Okay,
allergies
blow
and
your
all
nose,
that.
bro.
But I'm gonna pass you the mic. I want you to tell us how the hell you still support the worst president of your life, nobody other than Donald J. Trump, an absolute mess and a mockery of America, standing for anti-American values and having the character.
Wait a minute, are you
of,
going to be
saying
able to have a
himself.
regular conversation, or are you going to make it like a radio talk show, Dean?
I don't know.
Because I'd like to talk about like a topic, right?
Well, I'm just simply asking you how you support Trump, bringing up a lot of the reasons why I
Well,
don't
he's
support
our
Trump.
president. Why wouldn't I support him? I like the country. I'm not going to, talk shit about our country or our president.
Well, I mean, I think the comment that you just made, that you should give your undying loyalty and support to the president because they're the president.
That's not
is
what I
very
said.
Anti-American.
That's not what I said, and that's
so that
not
is
what
a
I said,
reduction
Dean.
of what you said because you said he's the
Okay,
president.
so
Why should I
actually,
not
let's
support
actually
him?
talk
Because I
about a
love my
topic. Are
country.
you able to do that, or are
Yeah,
you
well, am
just
I able to
gonna be
respond to
chill?
your first comments, or are you just going to continue?
I mean, am I supposed to respond to your stupid ass question?
Well, I mean, you're actually supposed to allow me to finish responding to your stupid ass statement.
Really? Okay, for sure. You want to talk about the Epstein files, bud?
Sure, after I respond to your first statement.
Okay, respond.
Sure. You said, why shouldn't I support him? He's the president. I love my country.
That's not what I said.
How about we just listen to precisely what you said? How does that sound? Unless you just want to repeat it.
No, we're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah. How shouldn't I support him? He's our president, and I love the country. Go for it.
So
We
I
got
did
3
just
years for
accurately
him, bud.
represent what you
Yeah,
said.
yeah. You were right. We got 3 years with him,
Okay,
bud. Why
but if
would
I
you
was- if I was
sit
right,
here
why
and
would you
talk trash
call me a
about our
liar?
country, dude? Seriously, though.
Well, what I'm doing is I'm sitting here talking trash about the president who's attempting to destroy this country. There's nothing more anti-American.
Really,
than saying
how?
that- Could you finish allowing me to speak?
No, I don't like monologuing, bro. And if that's how we're gonna do it, then I'll just leave. It's good.
Buddy, I said 4 words.
I know, and it was too many.
You're not here for a conversation whatsoever.
No, I am. I'd like to get to the point.
Well, you have to let me get to the point by allowing me to say
All
more
right,
than 4
let's
words.
do it, Dean. Let's do it.
Okay, all that I'm asking you to have is the patience of like a 3-year-old.
You're
Not
still
even a
talking
4-year-old.
instead of just getting to the point.
Okay, don't interrupt me. Thank you. All right. So you said that you support Trump because he's the president and you love your country. I'd actually argue that there's nothing more anti-American than giving undying loyalty to the president, even when they are hurting the country, merely because they are the president. In fact, the hidden check and balance on any like functioning democracy, where the people select their representatives, would be giving this undying loyalty and support to the representatives, even if they're hurting you and the country at large. And that's exactly what Donald Trump is doing to this country. Not only do we see the outcomes of this morally through the heinous mass deportation, illegally deporting people to be beaten and tortured in another country, or having our own citizens murdered on the streets of this country, then being labeled as domestic terrorists by the president. But we also see this economically. Last year in 2025, we had the worst job report since 2003, ignoring recessions, and the most manufacturing bankruptcies since the Great Recession.
Okay, this
also
is what I'm
seeing
talking about. This is a
geopolitically
lot. Can we
and
just
many
stick to
other
one
senses.
topic, bro?
Yeah, of
Okay,
course.
for sure. What do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about the ICE unalivings? Do you want to talk about the Epstein files? Like, let's get to a point.
Your pick.
Which one? Which one do you think that you're more well versed in, bud?
No, I'd argue that I'm pretty well versed in them all. So your pick.
Okay, for sure. Do you want here? Let's do Epstein files because I think I just heard you repeat a lie from a representative earlier. How many times is Trump mentioned in the Epstein files, bud?
According to Jamie Raskin, to be a million.
Okay, so do you know that to be true or what? Because that's the exact person that I thought that you repeated. Because that's not true. Well,
So
that's not true.
Unless we've heard from the DOJ or Ted, whatever the hell his name is.
We
I
have
definitely
the
do
files.
believe
We
Jamie
can
Raskin.
literally see him. He's going off of that.
So what he's going off of would be the internal DOJ database, where.
Okay, how many times is Donald Trump physically named in the Epstein files, Dean?
Okay, well, in the internal DOJ database, according to Jamie Raskin, over 1 million. In the DOJ database that you and I have access to, the redacted version of the files, 38,000.
Okay, that's not true either. Donald Trump's physical name, how many times is it in the Epstein files that we have?
Yeah, if you go to the Epstein
So
library,
you didn't
and type
actually
in
look
Trump-
at this. You
Yes, I
read
did.
you read a news
No, no,
report. No, because
no,
that
if you go to the Epstein-
38,000 is.
If you go to the Epstein library and you type in Trump appears 38,000 times.
Why did you mute me? You're wrong.
Because you interrupted
and you know
me.
it. If you actually looked at the Epstein files, yeah, go for it. How many times is Donald Trump's physical name in it? It's about 1,008.
Are you talking about
His
like,
likeness is
Donald
about
Trump?
38,000, which includes Mar-a-Lago and Melania.
Oh shit! What the hell did I just press?
I know what I'm talking about, bro.
Yeah. So once again, we just agreed 38,000.
Okay, so
is
can you
like
at
the
least
Trump.
admit that you were wrong just now? Because
No.
Donald Trump's physical name is in there 1,008 times.
I mean, when I'm talking about Trump, I mean the word Trump. The word Trump appears in the Epstein files 38,000 times.
But that would still be incorrect because the 38,000 times would include Mar-a-Lago, Melania.
Okay. Well, I'm fine with lumping Melania in with Donald since that's his wife.
Okay,
but I would
so you
definitely
can
make
admit-
exceptions. One moment.
You can admit
I
you-
definitely make exceptions for various properties. So how many times are the various properties mentioned?
Oh, I have absolutely no idea.
Okay. Do we want to say that maybe like 1,000
Do you?
times?
It's probably a little bit more than that.
5,000?
I mean, does it really matter? You're trying to move the point. So Donald Trump's physical name is only in the Epstein files 1,008 times.
But how many?
correct?
How many? But that's the,
No.
That's a phrase.
Hey,
You're
dude,
interrupting
just
me.
fucking admit it. You know that you were wrong. Just
Okay,
admit it.
I'm not wrong, and here's why. Because what you're
I
looking
know
for.
you just looked it up, and then you're looking at it right now.
I'm trying to tell
so
you
just
why I don't
admit
agree
it.
with you. The reason
Just
why
admit it.
The reason
Just
why
admit it.
I'm trying to speak
Okay, you're trying to speak, but you're not admitting something.
because I
You were
disagree
wrong.
with you. I disagree with you. and I
It
can give
doesn't
you good
matter if you
reason.
disagree. It's an objective fact, and you know it.
It does
You
matter
just
if I
looked
can
it
give
up.
you
You're
good
looking
reason.
at it right now, and you won't
Okay.
admit it.
I have to mute you now. Because what you're looking at is specifically how many times the phrase Donald Trump is referenced inside
Correct.
the Epstein files. However, I don't find this to be a fair indicator of how many times Trump as a person is mentioned in the Epstein files, because how many times is he just referenced as Trump? Or how many times is he just referenced as Donald? You are strictly attempting to identify
That's
the names
not
in the
even
files
what
that
I'm
the
saying.
name Donald Trump is used. You know, like as an example, okay, when people like refer to
You're
me,
trying to ma-
for instance, do
Now
you
you're
think
just
that
muting
every
me.
single time every person refers to me
Wow.
all across social media that they say Dean Withers?
So you were wrong.
Like, no, in many conversations that I
Dean
have,
was wrong.
I'll be Dean.
Dean was
and
wrong.
to
He doesn't
others.
want to admit it.
So I'm actually not wrong, and I'm actively explaining how. Do you mind if I finish speaking, Josh?
Yeah, you're actively explaining how incorrectly, though, because we're talking about the word
Okay.
Donald and the word Trump when referencing Donald Trump, right?
But that's not the only way that
1,008
he's mentioned in
times.
the files. In fact, it's significantly more likely that he's mentioned as just Trump because that's the way we refer to him as a
Yes,
society.
but that's included in the 1,008, not the 38,000.
No,
it's really important for us
actually
to
not.
agree
Because it's the phrase
with
Donald
this.
Trump,
Oh, really?
not just
Okay,
Donald
what's your
alone,
source,
not
bro?
just Trump alone. What's my source? The way that inquiries into SQL databases work. When you when you give the Epstein
now
library,
suddenly you know this.
when you give the Epstein library,
Originally talking
the
about
specific when you give the
Stop
Epstein
muting
library,
me, dude. It
then
doesn't
stop
make you look
interrupting
good.
me.
Well, when you're traveling on to something that isn't what we're talking about, and
is
I
what-
just
it is
want
what
you
we're
to
talking
admit
about. You just don't
that you were
understand.
incorrect, and then you're muting me. It doesn't look that great on you, don't you think?
Okay. Well, see, the reason why
Okay,
you just
for
want
sure.
me to
So now, is there any
interrupting
wrongdoing
me
with
again.
Donald Trump in the Epstein
Okay.
files?
1 second, I'm not done speaking. This is what
Well,
a lot
I'm
of
trying to
Trump
have a
supporters-
conversation, and you're just trying to carry it on and try to get a W, and that's not going to happen today.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
One of you continue.
is there any wrongdoing by Donald Trump in the Epstein files?
A B C D E F G H I J.
Are you going to answer the question?
You fucking got me. That's funny as hell. Okay, listen. I want to try to be able to speak here. Every single time I've opened my mouth while I've had you on my live, you've interrupted me. All right. So
But
that's.
yeah, I'm pulling a you.
I don't think that
I'm
you're
doing
bullying
what you do to other people on
me. Oh, okay.
purpose.
All right. Well, that's not cute.
You
I
keep
guess.
muting
I don't
me, and
think
I'm going
that's
to
one of you
drop,
either.
and I'm probably going to be the only one that you actually have up here that is able to have a conversation with you. So
I don't
how
think that
about
you're able to have a
we do that
conversation
now?
with me. Okay, let's do
Well,
that. A conversation.
Yeah, let's
would
not
include-
travel to somewhere else, though. Okay.
I want to try to respond to all the claims that you
Is
make.
there any wrongdoing by Donald Trump in the Epstein files? I just want an answer to my question, dude. It's not difficult.
Oh my god.
Everybody telling me to be
my
quiet.
God.
Like, I'm just pulling a beat on beat right now. I've
don't
been
even
told to debate you so often when I do
Yeah.
lives, bro, and I'm honestly not impressed. So, is there any wrongdoing by
Okay.
Donald Trump?
Josh, I'm just going to go ahead and clear up everything that you've said so far. So first and foremost, you attempted to argue that I was wrong when I said that Donald Trump's name is mentioned in the files over 30,000 times by saying that if you exactly search his full name, that full name being Donald Trump, it only appears a little bit over 1,000 times.
We already moved
I corrected you insofar as describing to you why that's a bad argument to make, because colloquially in society, we don't call Trump Donald Trump. We call Trump Trump. And when you make that search in the Epstein library of the name of Donald Trump, it is giving you exact search results for all the times the name Donald Trump is mentioned, not the times that Trump is mentioned by merely Trump without the Donald in front of it. I mean, like, even the stream you are on right now, on the top of my head, it says, "How do you still support Trump?" So if there were to be a screenshot of this live stream in the Epstein files, we could agree that that screenshot would mention Trump. However, it would not return as a result if you were to search Donald Trump inside of the Epstein library, because we're not calling him by his full name. We're only referring to him by his last name. So now that you understand the reason why your original argument was bad, at this point in time, I will ask you to concede. And if you're curious why we're all laughing at you, including the Trump supporters, it's because it's incredibly clear that you're scared to legitimately debate me due to the fact that every single time I've spoke for 4 words, you don't let me get a 5th word out. And it doesn't annoy me because I do this every day for 4 hours.
You see how long you're talking.
I'm very used to people like you. But I will ask you to legitimately engage in the content of discourse, and at this moment in time, to respond to the first counter-argument I purported to your position, please and thank you. Now, for everybody watching, watch how this guy pivots, runs, squirms, and dodges, and pivots and weaves. Chances are he's going to spend 30 seconds talking about how long I spoke, even though it was just a minute, maybe 60 seconds. And then he's going to say that I'm a terrible debater. Then he's probably going to say that he has to leave. And at not any point in time in this next response are we going to hear a legitimate counter-argument against the position I purported to fry his shit when in response to his original position that Trump has only mentioned the files 1,000 times. Go for it.
Perfect. So what you just said, we already talked about 10 minutes ago.
No, we didn't. Because
and I already talked to you about that. No, well, you did have your response. It doesn't have to take that long. You said that
one prediction in
when we're mentioning Donald or just Trump, then that would be included in the 38,000. Correct? That's your standpoint?
So when you search up Trump?
Not the 1,000. What you're saying is if it's just Donald or if it's just Trump, that wouldn't be included in the 1,008 that I referenced, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, you said that 10 minutes ago. We already were there. Is there any wrongdoing by Trump in the Epstein files, yes or no? Wait, yeah, I did. And if you actually listened, I said, what is your source of that? Because the 1,008 is including the word Donald or the word Trump.
No, it's not.
I moved past it because it's a stupid argument. So I want to get to a regular argument.
I want to answer that question. You said, what's my source for that? Just like basic knowledge around how exact inquiries into SQL databases
already answered.
When you make an exact inquiry into SQL databases, it's going to give you exact results. So if you're specifically searching for the phrase Donald Trump, it's not going to return you like mentions of just the word Trump or mentions of just the word Donald. It will specifically and only like return you mentions of the phrase that you searched. That is how inquiries into SQL databases work. So what's your response?
Are you done? I don't know. I didn't even listen because I don't care enough, and you keep muting me.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and repeat it.
If you want a
dialogue, my source for the claim that when you search up Donald Trump in the Epstein library, you will not get returns of only the mention of the word Trump or only of the mentions of the word Donald, is because that's the way that an exact reference into an SQL database works. It gives you exact like search results for the phrase in which you searched for. So did you listen that time?
Yeah, and I listened the 3 other times you said it, dude.
Actually,
that's why I'm moving on. Yes, I did. No. And if we actually search
30 seconds ago, you said that you didn't listen to my source.
No, I didn't listen to your second rendition of what you've already told me. You're literally just repeating yourself. Oh. I'm letting you know that.
So if you already know the information that I'm sharing with you about how exact searches in SQL databases work, well, then you note the sources for like the claim that I made surrounding why searching Donald Trump in the Epstein file library would not give results where only the word Trump is mentioned or only the word Donald is mentioned. So if you'd like to respond to the quote-unquote source that I gave you, which of course was just like basic information surrounding how SQL databases work, I'd really appreciate it. The ball's in your court.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, sure. I'll concede. There. Are you happy? You're wrong, but I'd like to move on.
I'll concede, but you're wrong. That doesn't make sense.
You are, because you won't. You're gonna keep going unless I concede, because that's what you do.
I mean, do you have a counter argument?
Yes, I've already given it to you. You don't care, and then you keep repeating yourself. So it doesn't matter. How? No. How?
I hop in here, but I disagree with
Trump,
what you just said.
I have one question that I've had for the last 10 minutes, bro.
But
Trump
you're asking this
complicit
question
in the Epstein files? Can you answer that? Yes or no?
You're asking this question loaded on a bunch
Jesus
of
Christ,
horseshit
you can't
that
move on.
You're asking this question,
bro. This is why
loaded on the back of a bunch of horseshit that you packed in before you asked that question. All right, like you can't make an belligerently false claim and then ask me a question and demand that I answer that question. Else, like you're gonna like call me a loser and say that I'm a shitty debater. No, like we have to unpack all the bullshit. So you just made the claim before you asked me that question that I've already given a legitimate response to like my argument, just describing to you how the basics of inquiries into SQL databases work, but you haven't. All right, you certainly haven't responded to the description that I gave you about how when you make an exact inquiry into an SQL database, it is only going to give you exact responses.
Dude, sure. This is literally why Republicans just mop the floor with you daily.
You're not mopping the floor. You're just attempting to misconstrue linear
You can't
dialogue.
even have a conversation.
I think that going point by point is important in order to maintain productivity in any conversation. Terrible. The only thing that is terrible here is your attempt to use new questions to pivot away from old statements that you made where you were wrong. I believe in linear dialogue, and I believe that linear dialogue is the only... Listen to what I'm saying. Once again, you are asking new questions to pivot away from old statements that you made that were wrong.
I've been asking...
I've absolutely no...
Same question.
Listen, I've absolutely...
For the last 10 minutes.
You're going to have to listen to me here, Josh.
You won't answer.
You're going to have to listen to me,
because you know you're wrong. You won't admit it. You want me to admit it.
Josh,
but I'm not wrong.
The answer to the question is yes. What's been released from the Epstein files has already...
Jesus Christ.
The answer to the question is yes. What's been released from the Epstein files only further corroborates what we already know about the shitty character of the man named Donald Trump. And I'll happily expand on that view and tell you exactly why, like after you could just listen to what I'm saying for more than 20 seconds. Linear dialogue is legitimately the only way to maintain cohesive productivity when engaging in conversation. You cannot make three false claims. I'm not monologuing. That was two sentences.
Dude, I'm gonna...
You have the patience of a 3-year-old. Like, this is exactly why I mop the floor with people like you
like a 3-year-old
all day long. And that's a projection.
Stop muting me.
You can't tell me that then stop interrupting me. You stop interrupting me, I stop muting you. All right, we have to do what's called an emotional calm down, everybody. So I've met with top advisors, a bunch of kindergarten teachers, a bunch of preschool teachers, and the way that we deal with people like Josh, because he's not using his rational faculties right now, he's using his emotional ones, is just to like give it a moment to allow him to get those emotions out. So real quick, we're just going to take a 10-second breather so we could hopefully get the petulant man-child to calm down so I could speak for more than 4 words. Look at that.
Are you finally done? Yeah.
Well, now I'm finally getting ready to start. Now,
okay. How is Trump complicit?
No, you're interrupting me again.
Holy shit.
Holy shit is right.
Just answer a question.
You're very used to
simple question.
You're very used to being able to walk over people.
You keep muting.
Yes, because
you're a child.
The only child here is the one that can't let the other person speak.
You've been speaking the whole time.
No, you've been speaking the whole time. Like, we're not fucking dumb. You understand that we have 24,000 viewers.
I'm clipping.
Yeah, I hope, dude, clip it all. You look like shit.
Yeah.
Go post it. You look fucking fried, dude.
I look like shit.
Yes, absolutely.
You're the one muting me, cunt.
Yes, because I'm trying to speak, Josh.
You can't even have a conversation.
You can't even have a conversation because I was in the middle of a statement, and then you cut me off 4 words in, then you accuse me of monologuing.
Daily.
Yeah, that is what I'm doing to you and your friends right now. Thank you so much for admitting it.
And then
daily, exactly, every single day.
You mute me.
Now, here's what I'm trying to say, Josh.
Can't have a conversation.
You attempted to pack a bunch of bullshit and false statements in front of a question after you made 3 statements that I believe to be false. At the end of those 3 statements, you then ask me the question, do I believe what we have learned from the Epstein files so far gives us any more evidence to believe that Donald Trump has a very bad character? Okay? And then when I attempted to tell you that I believe in linear dialogue, that's an interruption.
Stop. Stop being a dick.
Stop interrupting me.
Dude, you answered the question. Now we move on. It's a conversation,
no, we
is
don't
it
move
not?
on. A conversation would require going over all
exactly.
the points.
So you said
This is insane.
that you think that there's implication of wrongdoing by Donald Trump in the Epstein files, correct?
Yes.
So now we have a conversation about that. You don't take a minute talking about nothing.
There's 3 other
so
things. So
how do you find wrongdoing? May I actually have a word?
After you allow me to tell you the 3 other things that you said that were incorrect earlier.
It keeps being after I allow you to do stuff. Like, I haven't gotten anything out.
Well,
okay.
Because every single time you've tried to get things out, it's been in the middle of a statement that I've been trying to make.
Yeah, and you do it to me, but I'm not allowed to mute you. So here we are.
I'd be down to just not interrupt each other. I think that'd be very beneficial.
I mean, you can come to my live and we can do this way easier because I won't mute you. I'm not a dumbass.
Okay.
So
so you're telling me that
in the Epstein files, real quick, the DOJ and the
are you down to agree to not interrupt each other? Can we make a mutual agreement that we will not deal? Go for it.
Okay. So in the Epstein files, the DOJ and the FBI have already looked into all the allegations and have found no wrongdoing. You have read the follow-ups from the DOJ and the FBI, correct?
Yes.
Okay, why do you still think there's implications of wrongdoing by Donald Trump in the Epstein files after reading the DOJ and FBI findings following up with the weird allegations?
Thank you so much for the question. Did I interrupt you?
Just answer it.
The answer to that question was no, so I expect that same respect in return. So first and foremost, in many of the circumstances, including the allegations made against Donald Trump inside of the Epstein files, alongside the reports from like the NYPD surrounding how we had a cab driver that made a report that they overheard Donald Trump speaking about some girl, and then later they found a friend of that girl with her head blown off, and the cop said that it was homicide, not suicide, as well as the reports made under oath of perjury, where they could go to jail for 8 years if they were lying. In many of these circumstances, there was no follow-up. All right. And also, I want to bring up here that there are many other individuals incriminated inside of the Epstein files that have not gone to jail, such as Epstein's brother, Mark. Mark Epstein has been incriminated by the Epstein files. We have emails released where Mark is asking Jeffrey, is this the OBGYN where you take your victims? And he's still not in jail. All right. So just simply saying that Donald Trump is not in jail is not a sufficient refutation to the notion.
I didn't say that.
He is in one moment, please allow me to finish speaking, that he is somehow in one way or another incriminated by the Epstein files, or else you'd be sitting here saying that Epstein acted alone. Right? Now, the second point I'd like to make is the point which I was trying to communicate to you earlier that you would not allow me to make whatsoever, is that your debate tactic while you've been on my live stream has been to say a bunch of bullshit that you know is false, I know is false, and then at the end of saying that bullshit, ask me a question. And then when I tell you that I'm willing to engage in the question that you asked me, after I respond to all the bullshit that you packed into your statement before it, you just simply accuse me of being a bad faith, unknowledgeable debater that can't answer your question, when in all reality, I just want to talk about the points linearly, right? And like, I'll give you an example of this. Earlier, you were saying, Dean,
dude, you're still going, how?
Because I have more to say.
Come on. No, you just did exactly what you just accused me of doing. You said a bunch of bullshit, and now you're going off. Doing what? Let's have the conversation. And let's keep it just the conversation. Stop monologuing.
So the thing that you're running away from right now is earlier when you said that if you type Donald
Trump...
No,
I don't even know what your point was because you started fucking talking about a bunch of other shit afterwards.
The point was...
How am I supposed to have a conversation with you if you say a fact, right? And then just go off of something else. First off, I didn't say anything about Trump being in jail.
You agreed that you want to interrupt me. You agreed that you want to interrupt me, and that's what you're doing.
Exactly,
right now.
But when is your sentence going to end? I took
Very
5
soon.
seconds. You're taking a minute.
I just have and that's fine. A minute is completely acceptable.
So hurry the fuck up.
Okay.
I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to have a back and forth.
That's fine.
Not a hey, I'm going to talk about my feelings up here. Yeah. And then how do you feel about that? So DOJ.
I'm still gonna finish the I'm still gonna finish the statement that I made.
Holy shit, bro! Well, then how am I supposed to respond when you're just going off of 5 different points?
Well, I just have one more thing.
Can we just keep it with the Epstein files?
See,
you have one more thing to say, and it's going to turn into 3 things. Go, Dean. Go for it. Foremost, I get it. You're a child. You need attention. Do it. Go for it.
Okay. First and foremost, I wouldn't have to make multiple points at a time if you were willing to engage in linear dialogue. Just saying. Now, the point that I wanted to make here is the statement that you made earlier that was bullshit, that you packed before the question that you asked about the Epstein files, was the claim that you made that I somehow lost the debate, or you gave compelling evidence for the claim that when you search the name Donald Trump
We've
in
moved
the
past
Epstein
that.
library, that it will return
That was 10 minutes
results
ago.
for the word Donald or for the word Trump, which is false. So can you please respond to the refutation I gave you 10 minutes ago about why that claim is false?
Well, it isn't false. I didn't agree with it, and I wanted to move on to wrongdoing allegations, and now you're not trying to do that. Well, you just said a bunch of bullshit about how Trump should be complicit still because of other people that are complicit. You didn't even talk about the actual question that I gave you. And then you went off the rocker, and now you're circling back into the amount of times Donald Trump's name's in the Epstein files,
because
which we
wrong
disagree with full-heartedly.
Okay, then give the refutation of the view that I used to dispute your claim.
I already have, and we've already gone over it, and I'm not circling back to it. We're moving on.
I could explicitly clarify the claim that you never responded to.
Holy shit, what is wrong with you?
I could literally say the claim out loud that you never addressed, that refutes and disproves your view, but you're too scared, so you're running away.
Who the fuck's running away? I'm still here.
I could tell you what you're running from. Like, here's what you're running from.
We've already talked about it, and then now you're just going to go into an argument
I could tell you
about
what you've
whether or not we've talked about it.
I could tell you what you never responded to.
Grow the fuck up.
You think it's stupid because you know that you're wrong on it.
I know I'm not, but I know that you will.
So then, what's the refutation of the view that proves you wrong?
Dude, you're literally reading from a fucking prompt because clearly.
Then I'll say it with my eyes closed. I'll say it with my eyes closed. I can't be reading from a prompt with my eyes closed. The reason why the claim that you made earlier about searching the Epstein file, the reason why the claim that you made earlier about searching the Epstein library was wrong is because you suggested that if you type Donald Trump into the Epstein library, it will return results for the phrase Donald, or it will return results for the phrase Trump.
Not even what I was talking
that would be an exact inquiry into the SQL database, meaning it will only give results for the exact phrase Donald space Trump.
He has a thing that he reads off because he's conditioned
of the inside
tell
of my
everybody this.
In the inside of my eyes.
He gets an email of propaganda to spew to people like you.
From the inside of my eyes. Yeah, I read the email from my eyelids.
A paid propagandist, and look, you can't even have a regular conversation.
Who am I paid by?
You guys are sitting here giving him money for what?
Because they support me.
He can't even have a conversation. Like, I've asked him 3 things, and he keeps circling back to the first thing that we talked about.
I just want to clarify. You're mad
it's sad, people.
You're mad that they give me money?
No, I'm not.
Because you seem really jealous. You just said, "Oh, they're giving you money for nothing."
No, I'm not jealous. I'm letting all of the viewers know that you're literally doing this. It's propaganda, bro.
Who am I paid by?
You literally. Who the fuck cares? You literally.
DNC. Hey, Dean. We sent you your email with your new updated talking points. Did you get the email?
Oh, yes, I did. I also got the paycheck. Jonathan, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat from the DNC. Thank you so much for that love, Jonathan. And then Mama Lisa, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I want to see 500 Mama Lisa W's from the DNC down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, Mama Lisa. Show some love to Mama Lisa down below. Thank you so much for the $50. I'm reading from the prompt and getting the DNC paycheck. I'd also like to thank a couple other people here. 1 second. Let me just chill out from the DNC real quick. Stacy, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents from the DNC. Kennedy, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo from the DNC. Inga, thank you so much for the $20 who says, "This guy's a baby. Please kick him." Here's $20 from the DNC. Thank you for the $20, the DNC paycheck. INGA, show some love to Inga down below. And then Rami, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the support, Rami. I want to see 500 Rami W's for the $50 donation who says, "Fuck you, just stop crying, bro." He's crying like a child. And then Rita, thank you for the $20 from the DNC. Sally, Chelsea, and Benjamin, thank you for the $5. Then Sunny, thank you for the $15 from the DNC, saying that they hope that this guest never reproduces. And then Brianna, thank you for the $20 on Venmo from the DNC for your 2028 campaign. Bless you, President Withers. President Withers here. Thank you for the love from the DNC. And then Haley, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from the DNC. Katharina with the $10 for your patience with the guest and from the DNC. Then Gladys, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal Christabel. Holy crap. Show some love to Gladys down below for the 50 who says, I would pay top dollar to permaban this person. Dude, this person's crazy. Thank you so much for the $50, Gladys. I really appreciate you so much for the support. Please show some love to Gladys down below. Same thing to Nicholas. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Cameron, thank you for the 5. Gloria with the 5. Melissa with the $20. Let's get 200 Melissa W's for the love from the DNC. Then Betty, thank you for the 10. Madeline with a 10. Christabel with a 10. And then Elite Gunner with a 5. Cameron with a 5. Heidi with a 5. And Logan with a 3. Not to mention Dylan, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo for the cult fee. Anthony with the $10 who says, does this guest know that you're the president of the Democrats? Probably not. I am the DNC. And then Jesse, thank you for the $20 on Venmo who says, from the Rothschilds and the Freemasons, I'm getting my DNC paycheck. And then Jessica with the $10 who says, clearly this guy hasn't taken a basic computer applications class to understand how searching Trump's name in the files works because he's dumb. Then Philip, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal who says, just FYI, Clinton Foundation checks are delayed until we get the tariff rebate check. Well, thank you for covering me with the DNC funds for now. I'd also like to thank JV for the $20 over on Super Chat who says, DNC panhandling. Thank you for the DNC support. Then Mr. Byrne with the $10 who says, pretty sure that this is a tactic to avoid substance in an argument that can't engage in arguments that require them using their brain. Yep. And then Ken with the $10 on Venmo from the DNC.
You're doing.
Vanessa with the $5 from the DNC. Then Philip with the $5 from the DNC as well. Thank you guys so much for the love. Now, Parker, do you want to try your best to have a conversation with this guy?
Yeah, I can try my best. So, Josh, explain why you support Trump.
Oh, so you haven't even listened to the conversation, huh?
No, I haven't.
Oh, then you are like 15 minutes way too late on the Trump support part. Now I'm trying to get out of Dean exactly how Trump's complicit in the Epstein files for any wrongdoing. And he can't seem to have that conversation. So maybe you would be able to. But you know, the funny thing is I've talked to you about over a year ago and you're unable to have a conversation too. So I can't wait to see how this is going to turn out.
We hear you, my friend. Don't worry. Sometimes when we lose debates, we get emotional too. But it's been years since that's happened. But anyways, I'd argue that Trump is complicit in the Epstein files because of the accusations that have been made against him. And I'm more willing to believe the accusations made against Trump because of the character and the priors that we know to be true of him. Like, we already know that he's a sexual exploiter because he's admitted to sexually exploiting women and girls, walking into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies. We already know that he's hit on a 10-year-old girl. Okay. He did that on camera. He said, I'm going to be dating you in 10 years. We already know that he was best friends with Epstein, sending him letters depicting the naked bodies of girls with a statement, may every new day be another wonderful secret. And we already know, okay, that he's a rapist because that's what a civil court determined with a unanimous ruling of 9 less than 2.5 years ago. And then other forms of being quote unquote complicit that we see on behest of the Trump administration and the Epstein files is making illegal redactions on top of illegal redactions on top of illegal redactions to protect the identities of Preds. All right? In accordance with
you
the
have
Epstein
no
files,
proof. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh,
no, you have actually no proof. You're going off of allegations, which you yourself admitted, and then you're using previous history, which, let's be honest here, it's kind of debatable.
No, it's not.
So what's your actual proof in the Epstein
previous
files?
history is not debatable.
What's your actual proof in
One
the
second,
Epstein
you just made a false claim. This
of
previous
wrongdoing?
history is not
No, you
debatable.
just talked for like a fucking minute. I don't understand why you do this.
Okay.
So
well,
what
this
is your
previous
proof
history is not-
in the
is not
Epstein
debatable.
files that the allegations are true?
Okay. Well, I'd say because there's multiple of them corroborated by his character priors, his relationship with Epstein.
And then there's
as well as his
multiple
administration's
DOJ and
conduct.
FBI findings to the contrary.
Actually, no. In
So
many of the circumstances,
what
the reason why the
allegations
allegations were not
have
furthered
been
is because they couldn't
proven
make-
true, Dean?
because they
It's
haven't-
very
because they haven't
simple.
been-
It's a
because they haven't
simple
been-
question, Dean.
In many cases,
Answer
the
it.
DOJ nor the FBI.
The
were
answer
not
is
able-
none.
One
Just
moment.
say it. Why can you not be wrong? Why do you have to show everybody you're right all the time? You're not.
I'm
Just
trying to
say it.
describe to you I'm not.
It's just allegations. There's no proof. Say
Listen,
it.
I'm trying to describe to you the proof. You're just unwilling to hear me out.
No, you're going off on a tangent.
It's not a
fucking
tangent
have
just
to
because you
work.
don't like it.
I honestly expected you to drop me like forever ago, and I'm getting phone calls. But what did you just say? I couldn't hear you. My phone just went off.
Yeah. So the first way, or more so the second way, you just cut me off. when
Fuck.
I'm saying this. Do you gotta load? Do you gotta go?
Yeah, can you have me back up in a little bit? Can we have this conversation a little longer?
Yeah, sure, Josh. You know what? Actually, just because of how insufferable you've been this whole time, why are you running right now?
I'm Unfortunately for me, I don't get a fuck ton of money on TikTok, so I have to maintain a regular job as well.
I don't believe you. I think that you're running.
We can just let my phone ring. It's really not that bad for me, as long as you're not getting bothered by it.
Bro,
and
you're literally gonna miss a work
my boy
call.
An email.
You're missing a work call because like I'm in bad faith accusing you of running.
Yes. Yeah. I'm not gonna let you get clipped. I'm not gonna let myself get clipped running, bro. That's not gonna happen.
Dude, you're not gonna get clipped. Clearly.
I think these guys like me, Chad. I don't know what this is anymore.
Josh, what do you mean?
What?
I don't
know you guys.
If we call you insufferable, how does that mean we like you?
Oh, I don't know, bro. Maybe you're just being, 85, 75. Give me a second.
Well, I just want you to know, in the context of court cases, they take into account prior acts as a very relevant aspect of this, because you understand that Donald Trump himself bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking. That's literally sexual assault.
Or like when he admitted to like sexual exploitation. Like he literally said that he found it funny when he just unconsensually barged into the dressing rooms of the naked women and girls competed at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. Right? It's like...
So wait, whoa. Back up. Did you just say Miss Teen USA?
Yes.
What is your proof of that?
Yeah, the fact that we had multiple contestants from Miss Teen USA speak out, and on the clip with Howard...
When did the contestants from Miss Teen USA speak out? What year was that?
Yeah, when they were asked about it, which was obviously when Trump started running for the presidency.
Yeah, so these allegations, while this super famous dude and the whole entire media is going against him, they ask about it in Miss Teen USA, which Trump never mentioned was Miss Teen USA. You're going to believe those allegations from 2016 that were completely unsubstantiated? There was no actual court filings that went through? You're going to believe that?
So the substantiation...
So then you're going to believe things in bad faith, and then how am I supposed to have a conversation with you? If you're going to just use allegations that are not true, how are we ever going to come to an agreement? Because you don't want an agreement. That's not what you're here for, Dean.
The substantiation...
So just admit that, and I can leave.
The substantiation of the allegations made by contestants at Miss Teen USA, including Mariah Delgado alongside 3 other anonymous teens, are A, each other, since they all corroborate themselves, and B, what Donald Trump admitted to in 2005. In 2005, he went on Howard Stern's radio show, and he said that he'd do this generally at his pageants. He never specified the pageants for adults. He never specified the pageants for children. So because of that fact, I'm led to believe that he probably did this at all of his pageants. So now working off of that foundation that he probably did this at all of his pageants, and then we consider the fact that A, there's been multiple women from Miss USA that have spoke out, like Miss Vermont, Miss Massachusetts, or Miss Arizona, and then B, there's been multiple teen beauty pageant contestants that have spoke out for Miss Teen USA, like Mariah Delgado and many others. Okay, I believe that they would A, corroborate one another because of their internal consistency, and then B, be proven off what Donald Trump admitted to in 2005. And that's the substantiation. Please just don't give me a response by saying, nuh-uh. Actually engage in the substance of dialogue. Don't make yourself look really stupid. More stupid than you already have demonstrated yourself to be. And I only muted you because of the buzzing of the phone call. Feel free to unmute.
Jesus Christ, wait a minute. My phone's like fucking blowing up right now. Okay, so what I heard from you is basically what I heard
pull
from...
yourself up by your bootstraps and grift on TikTok, man.
What was that? Parker? I think I heard you projecting.
Grift on TikTok like us.
Yeah, okay, for sure. Man, I will work harder on being a troglodyte on TikTok for views. But...
You already do that right now. You're doing it right now.
I did. Really? Because I came to your guys' platform instead of you guys coming on to mine. So look at that, huh?
To grift off of our views.
Attention, buddy. That's what it is.
Let's talk about grifting.
Yes,
anywho,
just completely ignore everything I said. Okay.
Yeah. So anywho, I just heard. Look, I'm not a child like you guys, so it's not. This is like a got you, but you guys are leading young minds into literal propaganda without actually having a conversation. And I'm trying to have a conversation with you. So is there a time that we can actually do that?
Yeah, right now.
Are you ready? Okay. Because this seems to be a joke to you.
The only joke.
Is this a joke to you?
You are a joke.
You are a joke, yeah.
Okay. So why am I here then, Dean?
Well, I don't know.
Ask yourself.
You're the one that got on the queue.
Parker, I'm talking to Dean. I don't know if you can hear me.
Too bad. I don't care.
It seems like we gave the same answer. So
Dean, again, what I heard from you,
bro. Somebody commented, "Josh, turn off your rose toy." Whoever commented that, bro, fuck it.
Yeah, no, they said it hella times. That was actually funny because it's vibrating. I get it. That was a good one. But as you're laughing and talking to teenagers all day, right, Dean? And then we're gonna talk about dildos. But anyway, I'm clearly not a teenager.
Okay, just had to make sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm 32. You didn't ask me that, by the way, and I feel kind of weird about it. Why didn't you ID check me, man?
Because
is it because my voice is too deep? Yeah. Okay. So you're ageist. Anyway, dude, all I just heard from you is a bunch of fucking, hey, I'm gonna believe all these allegations that aren't substantiated because I don't like Trump. That's what I heard.
The substantiation.
Okay. No, there is no substantiation.
Yes, there is. I could repeat it if you'd like.
There's literal allegations that come out in 2016 when he's running for president, right?
What, 2015.
And then the other one was what, 2020 and then 2024. That's when we seem to have all of these allegations against Donald Trump coming out. And you're trying to sit here and tell me that we should believe those.
Because they corroborate what he said in 2005. Yes.
So if you were running for president and then somebody made allegations about you, would you think, oh, these people, like, would you want me to think, oh, this dude actually did it? Or, hey, maybe because this dude is in the public eye, maybe because the media is going against him, his political opponents are going against him, and maybe somebody that just really doesn't want him to win is going to step up and make these allegations to try to make him look bad. Do you think I should think that? Or do you think I should think that you just did it?
I'd want you to believe them if they were credible in the sense that they literally corroborated.
But there is no credibility.
I've let you speak. Let me speak now. I would want you to believe them if they were credible in the sense that they've corroborated what I've already admitted to. When we're looking at the allegations made by the teens at Miss Teen USA that he barged into their dressing rooms, and the allegations made by the women at Miss USA that he barged into their dressing rooms, okay, on their own, because they corroborate each other, they're credible. But the extra level of credibility here that I'm really trying to use to convince you that it is clear as day that this is something that he did is the fact that they corroborate his admission of guilt. Donald Trump said he did it. The women and girls said he did it. Even in that clip that you listened to.
But that's the problem that we're at here. With the Miss Teen USA, he did not say anything about that.
Oh, okay. So you actually believe that he did this to the women at Miss USA?
Yeah, that wasn't the argument.
Wow, well, that's just another fact that helps to further corroborate my argument. Because you just said that
and holy shit, if you listen, you'd understand my position.
Check this out. So you're saying that you know that Donald Trump has sexually exploited the women that compete at Miss USA. All right? And because you know that Donald Trump has sexually exploited the women that compete at Miss USA.
Donald Trump walked into dressing rooms. Is that what you're talking about, sexual exploitation?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's a really harsh word for being allowed to go into a dressing room when you own a place, but go on.
Do you agree that sexual exploitation would include a man abusing his position of power over the position of vulnerability, that of a woman, to further unconsensual sexual conduct?
Sure, I would agree with that if that's what happened. I'm disagreeing that that's what happened.
You actually just said that's what happened. He did it because he owned it. He was abusing his position of power as the owner.
He's allowed to do it. He's literally made all of these comments and then also added how he was able to, he was like consented to do it. He got consent.
In the clip, he says...
Can you prove that he didn't have any consent?
Because that's what the women said. And then B, in the clip,
the women in 2016 that then went against him.
You're not letting me finish. Not only did the women...
He didn't have consent.
Not only did the women say that he didn't he didn't have their consent to enter into this space, but this is actually what we could fairly and reasonably interpret from what he said in 2005. Okay? In 2005, he said the reason why he was allowed to go into the dressing room of these beauty pageant contestants isn't because they allowed him in, okay? Isn't because he had the consent of them to go in, but is rather because he was the owner and he allowed himself to go in. Listen, in the clip, if he said anything else, if he said, I walked into these dressing rooms because all of the women invited me in, okay, we wouldn't be able to jump to this interpretation, all right? But clearly in the clip where he's talking to Howard Stern, he says, well, I was the owner of that pageant, and for that reason, I would allow myself to quote-unquote inspect the place. All that's saying is that he allowed himself to go in. And then when we have that additional reason and evidence of every woman, all right, that this happened to, saying that he never got their consent, and then the many girls in Miss Teen USA that he did this to, obviously saying that he did it and it can't be with consent since they're minors, it becomes very clear that this was sexually exploitive. Like, how about we just like play the clip for everyone watching? It's probably important to do, right? Also,
what, the Howard Stern clip?
Yeah. Also, Parker, I appreciate you.
Yeah, go for it.
Because like here in a second, I kind of got to go pee. So really good timing for you to be up here.
Of course, man.
Yeah, I just want everyone to listen to this.
We say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So first point of evidence, it was without the consent of the women inside. At the end, he said he got away with it. He wouldn't be getting away with it, which would frame it as a bad thing. He'd just merely be doing it if it was with consent. Point number 2, that it was without consent, is that they were naked in that space. Maybe, like, I would assume that the reason why they get naked in a space designed for only women is because they have this expectation of not wanting men around. So if they allowed him to go into that space, we would expect them to be clothed. And he said they had no clothes on. And then point number 3, insofar as why we shouldn't believe that this is with consent, is at the beginning of the clip, he said that he didn't go into that space because he got express permission from them. He said that he went into that place because he got express permission from himself. And then the 4th reason that we should believe that it was without consent is the fact that that's what the women said. They all said that it was without consent and he just barged in. And then the 5th and final reason that we should believe that it's without consent is because we don't have any evidence that it was with consent. And I find it to be a pillar and tenet of rape culture to assume with no evidence that a woman consented to sexual action when those women are saying that they didn't.
Are you done?
Yeah, those are my 5 reasons. We're obviously not going to hear a response from you to those 5 reasons. For everybody watching, he's just going to like whine, cope, seethe, and cry. And he's not going to respond to the 5 things I just said.
Okay. So, I understand that, first off, I've heard the Howard Stern video multiple times, a bunch of toilet talk on a talk show. I found it very interesting that Howard Stern jumped ship and then is now a loving Democrat, huh? And I think Donald Trump was a Democrat then too, wasn't he? But I digest.
Digress would be the right word, not digest.
I know. Yeah, I misspoke, everybody. Sorry. So with that being said, the allegations are still nothing, dude. It's 2016. People are coming up saying all of this shit. Literally all of your 5 points gets dismantled by he's famous. The media is going after him. And yes, if I don't want somebody to be president, I'll make up shit too. That's what they're doing. That's what A. Jean Carroll did.
Did you just say you dispute this because you would do it?
Sure, Parker.
You just admitted that you would come with false accusations.
Refute it.
I was not alive.
Refute it.
I wasn't alive.
Okay, that's a good refutation.
Yeah,
but
you're a
still.
fucking idiot. You see how far you're willing to go?
But
to
how are you
stupid
supposed to
shit
refute
like
that? Imagine
we've never been around each other.
Exactly.
I wasn't alive.
Exactly what I told Dean is, if he's running for president, would you want people to believe these people that are just coming out of the woodworks while you're running for president, or would you go like, hey, they're just trying to dismantle his character?
I would want.
Dean disagrees. Dean wants.
I would want people to believe a credible accusation if it literally once again.
Why are you muting me?
What I admitted to.
We have prior acts of dozens of accusations, him admitting to it himself. He literally admitted to grabbing women by the vagina without asking, and you're like, I can't possibly believe that he would do something like this. We have no evidence to believe that he would do this. He literally fucking admitted it, dude.
Right. And then it's like even the example that you just gave about like, Parker touched me as a little boy, prove it wrong. Okay?
I'm not
you understand that the big difference between what you just said and what Donald Trump said is the fact that all of these women and girls said the same thing in corroboration of what Trump admitted to.
Just drop me.
Like we just heard Donald Trump admit to barging into these dressing rooms. Bro.
Just drop. Okay, so we disagree, right? Because I don't believe those allegations. Because those allegations came out in 2016. I don't.
You don't believe what Trump. You don't believe what Trump said.
I believe that Trump definitely went into Miss USA team pageants.
So you believe that Trump allowed himself to go into the dressing rooms? So you believe that
they all allowed him to?
Wait, what's your evidence for that?
Because we didn't have any
what's
issues
your evidence
till
for that?
2016.
Wait, what's your evidence for that?
Okay, did anybody come out in 2005?
No. Not publicly that reached you and me.
2006.
Not publicly that reached you and me.
07.
Not publicly that reached you and me.
08.
Not publicly
So this has been stated before on live broadcasting, and nobody came out in 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008.
It's not that they didn't come out, it's that they weren't asked about it. We would naturally assume them to only be asked about it when this man is catalyst into the nationwide spotlight because he's actively running for the president of the United States of America. I'm right and you know it. I'm right and you know it.
Stop fucking muting me then. If you're so right, why do you keep muting me?
I could say the same thing to you and you perpetuate interruptions.
In all of these years, and then they just suddenly come out in 2016, and
not
that's
suddenly.
Your position?
There's nothing sudden about it. That's not my position because there's nothing sudden about
nothing
it.
Is
Let me
sudden
clarify
about it
on what my position is.
Because
let me clarify on what my position is. Exactly. There's nothing sudden about it. It was because Donald Trump announced his campaign for the presidency. Josh, you were going to have to listen to me here, man. This part right here is the most vital and instrumental bit of this all. You have to listen to me. There was absolutely nothing sudden about their story reaching you, about their story reaching me, and about their story reaching the world in 2015. Think about it this way. Before 2015, sure, Trump was popular. Sure, Trump had some fame. Sure, Trump had some money. He was a billionaire. But before that point, he had not been catalyst into the nationwide spotlight that is brought on when somebody decides they want to run for the presidency. Once he announced his campaign for the presidency, that's when all nationwide journalists and media outlets then decided that they want to look into his past to determine exactly the type of man this is. And that makes total sense that when maybe like BuzzFeed, for instance, was looking into the past of this man who's now running for the Oval Office, they find this clip of him in 2005 admitting to sexual exploitation, admitting to barging into dressing rooms, and admitting to then looking at the naked women and girls inside, which then naturally led to BuzzFeed trying to find the contestants that competed at these beauty pageants to then ask them about it. What you are getting wrong here is it's not the victims coming out. You don't know, and I don't know, if this was a story that the victims of his sexual exploitation actually shared from 2005 to 2014 with their friends and family, but then in 2015 was the first opportunity that they had to share this story on the public statewide, public spotlight across the world, because that's the first time that they were asked about it by a media conglomerate. But I really want to hone in on the very simple fact here that my argument that he took advantage of these women and girls does not hinge on their accusations. You have made the argument hinge on their accusations, when in all reality, the argument that he did this hinges on what he said. Like, listen, we're going to do a moment-by-moment breakdown of what Donald Trump said in 2005.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And
there you go. He says, I'm going to go backstage when everybody's getting ready and dressed and no men are everywhere. That statement on its own being made by a man is that man saying that he's going to go into a place where women and girls are naked that he's not allowed to be. Because if he was allowed to be there, then other men would be too.
I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good.
That next statement is him expressly saying that he did not get consent of the women and girls.
Can you be done having a conversation with yourself?
He says that he is allowed to go into that space, not because the women and girls were okay with it, invited him in, or consented to it, but rather because he's the owner of the pageant and he could do whatever he wants.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes.
Then we hear him say they're standing there with no clothes, only further justifying the last point I made, that he did this without the consent of the women and girls, because likely if they did invite him in, at least a couple of them would have clothes on, right? There's absolutely no way that every woman who decided they want to take their clothes off in a woman designed for women only would still be comfortable with their clothes off as soon as there's a man in there.
Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
And then that last statement, I sort of get away with things like that. Getting away with something is typically doing something that's bad and then facing no consequences for doing it. If he had the consent of the women and girls to go into those spaces, he wouldn't have been doing, well, I guess just the women. I didn't mean to say the girls because girls can't consent. If he had the consent of the women at Miss USA, well, then he wouldn't be doing something bad. Therefore, he wouldn't be getting away with it. Therefore, he wouldn't have made that statement at the end of his dissertation. So just in recap, once again, every single word that we just heard Donald Trump say points towards the obvious and reasonable conclusion that he did not have the consent of the women when he did this. And the fact that this is only furthered by the various multiple accusations made against him once they were asked about it by the media, with every single person that competed at this pageant coming out and saying that either did happen to them and this was something that occurred, or it didn't happen to them, like what Virginia said, but nobody said that he had the consent of the women to go inside, all right, is very fucking damning. And then the second point I'll make here is ultimately when these accusations came back up in 2015 when he was running for president, his administration to be did not respond by saying that he had the consent of the women to go inside, but they literally responded by saying that it never happened, which is also very damning. So at the end of the day, my point becomes clear. There's no evidence to indicate that it was with consent, and there's a cornucopia of irrefutable evidence to demonstrate that it wasn't with consent. And last time I made this argument and gave the mic to you to respond, you spent your time babbling about how he's rich and famous and people would have good reason to make false accusation against him. I never saw like fucking 10 people make false accusations against Obama when Obama was running for president. I never saw 10 people make false accusations against Biden when he was running for president. But what we did see is multiple women and girls come out and share their stories that were consistent with one another and only corroborated by what Donald Trump has admitted to in his past, like saying he'd barge into these dressing rooms, saying he could just grab women by the P word, or being held civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll by a unanimous jury of 9 in a court of law 2.5 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you for repeating yourself again. Was that necessary?
Every word,
I've already
every
told
syllable,
you.
every
I've already
statement
told you.
was
You have
necessary.
your position. I have my position. We disagree with that. Correct?
I understand.
And
You
yes,
told me you disagree.
And I will touch on what you just said, though. We didn't see it with Biden, and we didn't see it with Obama. That is true. We also haven't seen, in all the years that I've been alive, we haven't seen a mass influx of media and another party going against a political opponent like we have lately.
Maybe it's
because the
allegations are
the
true.
Democrats are extremely fascist and want to dismantle their
or
political
maybe it's
opponent.
because the allegations are
fascism?
true.
Can you define fascism, Josh?
One of the characteristics of fascism is silencing of a political opponent. Do you agree or disagree, Parker? Because that's the term that I'm using for fascism right now, not a right-wing ideology. I'm not using the definition of fascism. I'm using a characteristic of fascism. Do you understand that to be true? Do you understand that to be true, yes or no?
One characteristic doesn't indicate fascism. That is an element of fascism,
sure. So
but not the only aspect of fascism.
Whatever. I will say that I think that's fascist to silence political
Were the
opponents.
Allied forces fascist because we silenced the Nazis?
I would just like to move on at this point.
Were the Allied forces fascist because we silenced the Nazis? By the way,
this is all about complicitness in the Epstein files, and
I want a yes or no. Were the Allied forces? Listen, answer my question. Were the Allied forces fascist because they silenced the Nazis?
Of course not.
Thank you.
Okay, for sure.
Also, Josh, how do you feel about the fact that your president
jailing and silencing
how do you feel about your president? How do you feel about your president calling for the deaths of some Democrats because he said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders?
Who?
Donald Trump. He reposted someone. He reposted someone on Truth Social saying HANG them George Washington Wood in reference to Democratic veterans in Congress that literally just said follow the law, follow the law.
He said to HANG them. No, that's not what he said.
He reposted someone. Yes, he did.
He reposted exactly what he said. He reposted it.
Yes.
So what did the president?
Can I please say it without you cutting me off?
What did the president say?
Do you have to? I thought you were you saying that we had to silence you earlier because you knew that we were proving you wrong. Are you admitting that right now?
No,
I'm
asking you because I don't want you to go over and say some bullshit. What did the president say?
Yeah, he reposted someone on his social.
What did he say? Finish. You keep saying
hey,
reposted.
Josh, can you shut up for a second, buddy?
Come on now.
Hey, shh. Okay, he reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington would. He said that they engaged in seditious behavior, which was quote unquote punishable by death under his own determination.
That's not under his own determination.
Yeah,
First off, I know what you're talking about.
No, he tweeted.
So I'm just waiting for you not to be disingenuous. Wait,
pause. He literally tweeted himself out, saying, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death," and then reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington would.
Okay. So now
is that not calling for the deaths of Mark Kelly?
Getting to at least what he said, right? And then, isn't that true? That tyrannical government officials that is seditious behavior is technically punishable by death. That is true, right?
That's not seditious behavior.
Is that true?
The big issue
is the punishment, though. But that is the punishment.
So it is true that a punishment for sedition can be death. However, the big issue here is that there's no base for the claim that they were guilty of sedition.
In your opinion?
No, in anyone's opinion. In anyone's reasonable
opinion. In your opinion. Yeah. What do you think about Tim Walz literally saying the state of Minnesota is...
We're not going to talk about Tim Walz. I want you to demonstrate a claim to the contrary. Convince me, convince Parker, and convince the rest of the people watching this live that there is a base to the claim that the 7 congressmen and women who just simply told the military to remember their oath and not to follow any unlawful order if they're made were guilty of sedition. Give me the base to that claim.
Telling the military not to listen to the feds...
Yeah, when it's an unlawful order. Yeah, it's not when it's an unlawful order.
What was the unlawful order?
So first and foremost, in the clip, they never said you shouldn't follow this one unlawful order that Trump has already given you. They said if Donald Trump gives you an unlawful order, you shouldn't have to follow it. So that follow-up question, what was the unlawful order, is like completely out of left field. That question was disingenuous, but the legitimate answer to that question, because he has given them, would be the order for the National Guard to go into Illinois. SCOTUS gave their opinion a month and a half ago that actually violated the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. We've also seen other unlawful orders made to other agents of the states like ICE by telling them that they could just raid houses with no judicial warrant or arrest people under typical circumstances with no judicial warrant, alongside many others. And this is on top of his attack on the Constitution, where he's attempted to consolidate power from Congress and SCOTUS to himself.
Such as his first-day executive order,
I don't know with number 14160, where he unlawfully ordered, members of DHS and members of different immigration forces to reconsider natural U.S.-born citizens to parents that are undocumented immigrants as undocumented immigrants themselves in violation of the 14th Amendment.
When you go off on these crazy ass monologues, bro, you're losing my interest. Do you
4
get
points
that?
is not a monologue. I'm sorry that I can't put it on
you
5
keep
words.
Going off. I get that you have a little thing that you're reading off for each fucking point, but can you stick to one?
Okay, so I'll just give you 1 point. He unlawfully ordered for the birthright citizenship to be taken away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil.
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, we can totally have a conversation about that. Are we done with the Epstein files and all of that? Because we never even finished that.
Wait. You asked a question. I respond my answer to your question.
Oh, wait a minute. Do this real fast. Okay, cool. Sorry, you were glitching out on my screen. Okay.
You asked a question. I answered it. Respond to my answer.
Okay. What was the question in like one sentence? Ask the question again.
A response to your question. You can't track. You asked me the question, what is something that Donald Trump has unlawfully ordered? I gave you a response. He unlawfully ordered for the birthright citizenship to be taken away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil in violation of their 14th Amendment rights.
Okay, so I disagree that the 14th Amendment is for birthright citizenship.
You idiot. What?
How am I an idiot? When was that made? That was for
1868? Wait, 1 second. You just said that you disagree that the 14th Amendment was for birthright citizenship. I have to correct you. Here's the 14th Amendment. What? Okay,
yeah,
let me read you let me read you the 14th Amendment real quick.
Please tell me where that says, "Hey, if you're illegal, come on."
The 14th Amendment is on your screen right now.
About a baby.
One second. So you just first and foremost, you just said that the 14th Amendment is not for birthright citizenship. On your phone screen is the first section of the 14th Amendment that says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state and where they reside. Obviously, the 14th Amendment is for birthright citizenship, you idiot.
He's literally speaking. You know you're muted, man.
Trust me, I know I'm muted because that's just been like what's been going on this whole entire fucking time. So, anyway, yes, it doesn't say, hey, if you're illegal, come over here and pop out a fucking baby.
Okay. Would you like to know, like,
if we allowed that, why would we allow that? What country allows that?
Josh, you are stupid.
Yeah.
No, that's not what it was for. It was for slave children.
Okay.
That's what it was for.
So do you have
to be
birthright
naturalized
citizenship?
citizens here?
Do you have birthright citizenship?
No.
Okay, I need to help you out.
I mean, if you're trying to do a gotcha here, obviously I was born here, right?
I need to help you out here. So obviously,
okay. Do you think it's perfectly legal for a pregnant illegal to come over the border and pop out a child, and that child is now American? Do you think that's what that means?
So yeah, that would be covered, and that is what occurs in like 0.001% of circumstances. Because women don't typically travel within the 8th month of pregnancy because it's a flight risk. Okay, but like for 99.99% of circumstances, we're not going to see
he doesn't know about coyote.
An undocumented immigrant that's like 8 months pregnant coming into this country then having a child. Feel free to turn your camera back on. But anyways, at this point in time, I will give you a little bit of a historicity surrounding the 14th Amendment. So first and foremost, do you know when it was ratified?
No, I do not know the exact year, Dean. What is it?
I'll help you out here. So the 14th Amendment was ratified in 1868. Do you know when Congress started debating it?
No.
1864. So they spent 4 years debating the 14th Amendment. And during the debate
and hold up. When was the Civil War in the Abolitionist Party?
I'm going to continue speaking. Please don't interrupt me. I'm trying to give you the historicity surrounding the 14th Amendment. So, like, during the ratification of the 14th Amendment, there was debate on the floor of the Senate and the House, surrounding who it should apply to and who it shouldn't apply to. And there actually was many people in Congress, or at least just a few, that made the argument it should only apply to the children of slaves born on American soil, because this is obviously a response to the terrible fiasco of that one SCOTUS case that basically said if you're black and you're born here, that you're not a citizen. However, with further debate, they also agreed that it would be extended to pretty much everyone else born on American soil, in exclusion of those who are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That's why inside of the 14th Amendment, it explicitly says that in order to get it, you not only have to be born here or naturalized, but you have to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So basically, when we see people on the right making the argument that the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil do not have a legitimate legal claim to birthright citizenship, it's because y'all do not believe that undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Okay?
Yeah, because the 14th Amendment does not include illegal aliens.
It does, and I could give you the case.
In which language does it?
Yeah, for sure. In English? I don't know what you're asking me. In which language?
Really? Because it's not in there, and it was ratified in 1868. Doesn't include illegal aliens. Originally intended to secure equal treatment for African Americans.
I'm trying to tell you how it's in there right now.
Guarantees birthright citizenship for all.
Here's where it's in there. It says that you have birthright citizenship if you're born here.
This is literally you're trying to move here, but you're wrong.
No, I'm not.
It never included illegal aliens.
Listen, can you agree that in order to get birthright citizenship in accordance with the 14th Amendment, you have to be born here and you have to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof? Those are the only two necessary
Okay, whoa. What do you mean subject of the jurisdiction thereof? Because I think that's where me and you are having a disconnect.
That is, and we'll get there in a moment. But regardless of what it means, can you agree that in order to get birthright citizenship... That's what comes next.
We need to talk about that. That's the issue.
Listen,
that's the issue. So
we do need to talk about that, but that's what comes next.
We're not moving on from that.
We're not there yet.
No, but we are.
No, we're not. You just first have to agree.
To have this conversation,
you first have to agree, like what is even required in order to have birthright citizenship. I know that conversation comes next. We just first have to agree what is even required.
No, we cannot.
Yes, we do.
I can't.
We have to agree on what's required in order to get
with something if we're in disagreement somewhere else.
No, check this out. Check this out. Just listen to what I have to say here. Can we agree that in order to get birthright citizenship, you have to be born here? And regardless of what it means, he left. He ran away. Oh my God.
Dean, I've had the most insufferable guest today, bro. Has it been like that for you?
That was the first guest.
Unbelievably insufferable for me.
Yeah, that was literally the first guess. Bro, I mean, it was a really good time for him to run, because what I was about to bring up is the fact that what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof was adjudicated by the Supreme Court in the 1897 U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark mean, specifically within the footnotes by Chief Justice Gray, as just simply meaning that you're within the jurisdiction thereof. So in other words, being subject to the jurisdiction of America means you're within the jurisdiction of America. And then in 1989, there was another SCOTUS court case, by the name of Plyer v. Doe, where SCOTUS explicitly adjudicated that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction of the United States of America per the footnotes from Chief Justice Gray in the 1898 U.S. versus Juan Camargo case, and that they explicitly have 14th Amendment protections. So obviously the reason why he ran is because I was about to hit him with the absolute truth nuke and completely fry his ass. But let's go to move on to the next guest at this point in time, folks. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter up here. I'm going to thank a couple of y'all because you guys have been very kind on Venmo and PayPal. And then I'm going to go ahead and take a pee and pass the mic to Parker. Make sure you're hopping inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. But yeah, Parker, what was going on with your guest today?
Dude, I just absolutely insufferable. Like literally, like I had like so many unhinged people. Like I think every single guest was just unbelievably unhinged.
Insane.
Like it was extra insane today.
Honestly, bro, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. You know, like, look at me, dude. I have my temper. I have my control. I have my patience. Even after an hour of that, like, I'm feeling good. Welcome in, Mike. Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 32.
All right, cool, man. Well, try your best not to be insufferable. I'm not saying that you are, but, you know, Parker, that's insane. But, you know, the last guess was pretty insane. Then apparently, according to Parker, every guess he's had up so far today has been pretty insane. I'm going to quickly thank a couple people, then I'm going to pass the mic off to you. Hey, Heather, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, this is why rich and famous men get away with grape and SA, because they could be dumbasses, because they could get dumbasses like this to believe that they're being picked on. No, abso-fucking-lutely, Heather. When we're talking to that last guest about why he believes that Trump is not guilty for SA, is literally because he said that, well, Trump is rich and famous. Thank you for the $20, Heather. I'd also like to thank Good Soup. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Show some love to Good Soup. Lord Junk, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for that love, Lord Junk. And then, let's see here. Maddie, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Appreciate you so much. Who says, a lady came up to me and said that I was wrong for protesting ICE because all land is stolen land. Every single land is stolen from somebody. Can you please, like, prove this wrong and clear it up? I don't understand. Like, usually saying that, like, this is stolen land is a point for why ICE is bad. Like, are you sure that she wasn't, like, agreeing with you? But I appreciate you for the $10. Then I just have a few more people to thank here, and we'll hop into the next debate. Give me 1 second here, folks. Give me 1 second here, folks. First, starting over on PayPal. Rin, thank you so much for the $10, Rin. And Rin says, hey, Dean, February 14th, students at my school organize a high school walkout. Dude, good shit, Rin. That's awesome. And then James, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. James, that is incredibly kind of you, bro. That is so much money, man. Thank you. I want to see 500 big James W's down below in that comment section. Thank you for the love. James with the 50 says, this is the retired Navy veteran again, sending this to you so you could keep up the quote-unquote propaganda. Cheers. Well, I appreciate you for supporting my propaganda, James. And then Liam, thank you for the $15. He says, keep on crushing it, King. Appreciate you, Liam. And then Claire, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, thank you for sticking up for women. Oh, bro, I appreciate you so much for that love, Claire. Show some love to Liam and Claire in that chat. Same thing with you, Gina. Thank you so much for the $5. Gabriella, thank you so much for the $5. And then Carol, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, as a survivor myself, I'd love for the guests to come on to one of us survivors and tell the shit to our faces and defend it the way he does. Man. All I'm going to say is he gets slapped. Thank you for the $10. And then, Gabriella, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get 200 Gabriella W's. Gabriella says, as someone who remembers the pre-Trump debates, etc., I'm so proud of you for continuing to be the strong man you are. All love as always. Oh, Gabriella, thank you so much. And that's crazy. You've been watching for years. Then we got a big one here. Goda, that is Goda. Thank you for the $62 donation on PayPal. Goda, the GOAT, says, keep being you. And Parker, since day one, you guys are doing an amazing job and will always be in my eyes. Lots of love. Oh, thank you so much, Goda. I know that you've been watching forever now. I recognize your name. You've been so kind to me. Thank you so much for the love. I'd also like to quickly thank Linda for the $14, Brittany with the 2, Amanda, thank you so much for the $25, who says, I'd like to buy some of the propaganda that you're selling. Thank you for the love, Amanda. And then James, thank you so much for the $50, who says, not sure if you've seen the report Channel 4 News did. It looks like only 2% of the Epstein data has been released. I appreciate you for telling me about that, James. If you could please send me a link, I'd love to look at that. And thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 James W's. And it looks like we're all caught up over on PayPal. Like, seriously, y'all, I thanked y'all like less than like like 30 minutes ago. Y'all have been so fucking kind today. Please show some love to our donors. Same thing with Damien. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for letting me know, by the way. Show some love to Damien. Michael, thank you so much for the $15, who says, I have a lot of respect for you. Thank you so much, Michael. Show some love to Michael. Mary, thank you for the $10. Jordan with the 2. Rambo with the 5. And then Megan, thank you so much for the $30, who says, just found the dealership I work at sells vehicles to ICE. Now I struggle to work for a company that supports murderers. Yeah, it might be time to find another dealership. Not going to lie. I appreciate you for the $30, Megan. Let's get 300 Megan W's. And then Brandy, thank you for the $25, who says that last guest Josh is a quote unquote, well, what was she wearing kind of guy. Absolutely. So disgusting. Then S, thank you for the $25, who says more teens talked about Trump at the Look of the Year modeling contest. There are videos and articles. Please look into it. S, if you can, please share those with me. I'd love to take a look. Diana, thank you for the $15, who says this guy's so triggering to all of us that have experienced SA. Yeah, bro, I'm not going to lie. Like, I feel so bad for the victims. I have to listen to shitty people like that last guest. And then Brandy, thank you for the $25, who says Trump out of his own mouth said that he likes to grab women by the pussy, etc. But guest doesn't believe victims when they say that Trump did what Trump says he likes to do. It's literally fucking insane. Insane. And then Joshua with the $25 says, please tell the other Josh to go fuck himself. Appreciate you for the 25. Ken, thank you for the 10 for the DNC bucks. And Jessica, thank you for the 10. And it looks like we're all caught up. All right, I really appreciate y'all. Y'all are being so fucking kind today. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube. Handle's also at the top of the phone screen. Mike, the floor and the mic are yours. Take it away. Tell Parker why the hell you still support this terrible president. I'm actually going to take this as an opportunity to take a quick intermission and go pee, but I'll be back in like less than 45 seconds. Like I said, the mic and the floor are yours.
Wash your hands. Hey, Parker, how's it going?
As always.
Good. So why do you support Trump?
Well, I have conservative values, and those are going to align with Trump. That's a simple reason. What advanced answer do you want, or what more complex answer are you looking for?
Yeah, like many specific policies, any specific values that you're referencing, or maybe we can start with
Trump
like.
Has,
okay.
Oh, I was going to say, like, Trump has a list of executive orders. I know are very popular. People know about. We can talk about the policy specifically. One big slogan that made a lot of people upset was the "Make America Great Again." And a lot of the downside to Trump, or the critique that he gets, relates him to being a fascist or some type of racist. That if you follow him, that you are some type of white supremacist or something along those lines. But I don't think that having strong border control necessarily aligns with that.
Okay, so I don't think people are saying border control makes you racist. I think that they're referring to Donald Trump's actions, specifically the things that he's done as racist, things that he's perpetuated to this day. Even his administration specifically literally oversaw them releasing on his own Truth Social a video of Michelle and Barack Obama depicted as apes. And then he literally said he's not apologizing for it. So he still upholds that to this day. And Kamala Harris was not racist. So that's probably why people have that association there. In terms of immigration, it's because Donald Trump's undermining due process rights to a greater extent. It's because Donald Trump specifically is allowing for ICE to literally go and search and seize and detain people without a search warrant or a judicial warrant. I mean, he's allowing for ICE to murder people on the streets and literally defending their actions when they first do so, and saying that the people who were literally murdered by them were quote unquote domestic terrorists, even though no reasonable fear of an imminent threat of serious bodily harm and or death was present for any of the agents in the scenario, to then justify them using lethal force. Alongside the fact that we can also point to plenty of different horrible things that Donald Trump has done as reasons as to why we don't support him. So I mean, I would like you to address those. Those are the reasons why we associate MAGA with being bad.
One of the things that you said about that he's like directly responsible, if I got that right, for the unalivings, we'll say, of like Alex Preddy, someone like that, like a horrific example of what happened, a terrible example. I don't believe that Trump is directly responsible. And a lot of the Democrats I've heard, they'll talk about how, well, it's the training, it's the terror. They're not trained. They just go out there. They don't know what they're doing.
You cut out, Mike.
And I'm curious what your thoughts are. Do you believe that ICE is inherently bad, or that it's actually just a matter of training?
Let me answer this question for you, man. So you said that you don't believe that Trump is directly responsible for the murder of Alex Preddy. I agree. I think that he's indirectly responsible for creating the environment that allows for these things to take place, because he's having ICE as a whole violate the law and ignore the Constitution with their infringing on the constitutional rights of people, racial profiling, arresting and barging into houses without warrants, on top of the illegal deportations of people to Secot and El Salvador that has then been defended. So I do believe that he's culpable for creating the environment where we would see the murder of citizens. But it's also the fact that he defended it after it occurred, right? Like, do you understand how big of a deal it is that we have a president that is defending the ruthless execution of citizens on the streets of this country?
That I will agree with you on. I think that was shameful and not really a good example of what he stands for.
I think it's just more than shameful, though. It's like, that should be the final straw for any sane person, right? Like, the president is defending the brutalistic execution and murder
he's not
of his own citizens. I absolutely do think that he's glorifying it. Okay,
and that's where we'll disagree. Is that you think he's glorifying it? I think he's just making his opinion on it.
When Christy Noem says that Alex Preddy is a domestic terrorist, okay, when Stephen Miller says that Alex Preddy was a trained assassin, when Donald Trump says that Alex Preddy was a gunman, it is absolutely glorifying the murder of an innocent ICU nurse who was on the ground on all four and unarmed.
Yeah, well, we could disagree on it. We could disagree on that. But like basically, like
I think Alex Preddy was murdered, or you disagree that they have accountability in his murder?
No, I disagree with him that Trump was directly like glorifying it. Like he was trying to make like, hey, everyone go out and be like, look what's going to happen to you.
I mean, J.D. Vance literally said that ICE agents should have absolute immunity.
That's not glorifying it. That he thinks that someone's innocent.
Well, no.
Because you don't really know. You weren't there. You don't know the fear that was inside that guy's head.
That's not saying that I think that he was innocent. That's saying that regardless if he's innocent, he should be absolutely immune because he killed a domestic terrorist, wannabe trained assassin that wanted to cause maximum damage. And then you just said, well, we weren't there, so we weren't in the mind of the agent that killed him. We don't need to be, because the legal standard is, well, what would a reasonable agent think in those circumstances? And was the person that they killed reasonably purporting an imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death to anybody within their immediate vicinity? And the answer to that question is clearly no. If you disagree with me, please tell me what immediate threat Alex Preddy was purporting to the lives of the agents that inevitably murdered him.
Well, one thing I found interesting in the video is that he was kind of yelling, "You're going to have to unalive me. You're going to have to take me," I don't think that's something I would be saying if I'm being apprehended.
No, he was asking them if they were going to do that to him in the street. That's what he was asking.
You're saying, are you going to?
Yeah. It seemed like a very fair question to ask, considering that he was.
But so and trust me, I'm not going to try to sit here and defend what happened. I think what happened there is a great example of terrible training, and that was actually from the border control. It wasn't from the actual ICE agents themselves.
Wait, also, but how do you feel about the fact that Trump's administration took it from over 150 days of training to 47 days of training?
I actually like that argument, because just because you lower the time in something doesn't mean you make it less efficient. We do that all the time when we train things.
Over 100 days, so you think you're going to be able to meet the same sort of stuff within 100 days being cut off?
Yeah, if the program is as efficient as it was before, it doesn't matter about.
There's no good reason to believe that. You would have to significantly increase efficiencies amongst all of this, or they'd have to put significantly more time, which was not indicated within the training at all.
Yeah, and like,
so what if they have more training, but then
why do barbers have to get more training than ICE agents?
Barbers don't have to get more training.
Yes. Barber school takes more than a month.
Okay, so ICE training, I believe, is a lot longer than a month.
It's 47
days. But also they look for people
days.
that have like police backgrounds, that have done criminal investigations, that have worked.
No, they don't. They've been reducing the qualifications. They got rid of age caps and age limits for it. Did you know that?
I'm quite qualified, but I actually didn't even get into ICE. So
I'm not trying to
use. Like, I'm not trying to say like I wanted to. Like, it was my
dream. Did you get
dream.
into ICE?
I mean, I applied for many jobs. I can say that.
Did you apply to be an ICE agent?
I'm gonna let that one hang, because I don't think it's important.
You applied and you didn't get accepted to be an ICE agent, bro. That's kind of embarrassing.
I'm so sorry.
That's fine. I can handle embarrassment.
Do you have any Nazi tattoos?
No, I'm Hispanic. I'm Mexican.
Make
That's
sure
another thing too. Is
go
if
get
it's a rate,
go get a Nazi tattoo, like the 2 bolts, the reapply you'll get in. You'll get that bonus, bro. I got you.
yeah. Well, I don't think it's a race thing because here's the thing:
Anthony,
is
thank you for the
what are
flying
we when
jets,
we're
I
talking about
appreciate it.
race? When we're talking about race here, what race are we trying to get rid of?
What,
What
I don't know
race
where
is ICE?
I don't know where
You said
race
ICE
came
is.
from. One sec, I don't know where.
Oh, so you
just one
said
moment.
Trump? Do you believe Trump is racist?
Yes, obviously, duh. But one moment.
What
I
race
just want to see.
is he racist against?
I think that he's racist against pretty much anyone that isn't white.
So how come? So ICE is getting out all the immigrants, right?
I don't
Or
know
the
where
legal
dude.
immigrants.
I think that Trump is racist not only because of his mass deportation, literally quoting like the Mein Kampf and Adolf Hitler, saying that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country, but like he also depicted black people as monkeys. Was that racist when he posted the image depicting the Obamas as literal apes?
That's not racist. No.
Okay, all right. Well, let me give you some education.
If you guys,
then I want to get your
if
input
you
on this.
guys
No,
can think
I'm
that-
speaking. I want to give you some education, and then I want to get your input on this. So the depiction of black people as apes, monkeys, gorillas, so on and so forth, is one of the most historically explicit and dangerous racial tropes. It has been used in pro-segregationist rhetoric, slavery-era cartoons, and anti-black propaganda, not just in America, but across the world. And the reason why that racists have been making this depiction of black people as like gorillas for centuries now is because of this like Anglo-Saxon European evangelical rank of the races, where basically the closer you are in proximity to whiteness, the closer you are in proximity to perfection and divinity. Meanwhile, the closer you are in proximity to blackness, the closer you are in proximity to the beast of the wild. Okay, right? Something other than the human, something other than the person, closer to like a dog. And the reason why they created this depiction, it was to arc the creationist narrative that, you know, God created man to rule over the beasts of the wild. We were then reclassifying man, black people, as the beast of the wild to be ruled over.
Is this like a book you read or something?
And this is exactly why. This is just a historical education for you. And this is why they
From
use
what?
this depiction.
Or from who?
Is to...
It's like that sounds like a made up kind of, you know, fictional tale of comparing humans to animals, which yes, we look like animals because we have two eyes, we have eyeballs, you know, we're very similar.
Wait, so I mean,
like humans
the fact
look like mouses, right?
The fact that you're calling it fictional is just like demonstrating your own ignorance. All right, like don't interrupt me because I'm trying to like give you this lesson on history, and it's hard to do so when you're interrupting me. Okay. So, anyways,
I never
like
interrupt.
I said, we had this European evangelist movement, okay, saying that white people are closer in proximity to divinity and perfection, and black people were closer in proximity to the beast of the wild, the ape and the gorilla of the jungle. And it was to like demonstrate that in accordance with the creationist narrative, that the white man should rule over the black man. And this
but you're
is
assuming
the
the position of their intention.
Me. And this is what helped propped up and perpetuate things like slavery. Because now all of a sudden, you know, black people were the dog. Black people were the beast for the white people to literally rule over and own as property. This is what then justified segregation. Because black people belonged in the jungle, and the jungle belongs away from civilization. So we have the civilized society for the man, the white people, and the uncivilized exclusion of the beast, the black people. All right? That's history.
Yeah, but you don't believe that, right? You don't believe that to be true.
I mean, I believe everything that I just said to be true insofar as it's a fact of history of how these racist characters and tropes have been used and perpetuated to discriminate against black people. But I don't actually think that black people are the beasts of the wild, if that's what you're asking.
Right.
Me.
I could agree. I am not saying that. I know you believe, we all believe that humans are equal. I'm not going to demean anyone's character here. But what I'm going to say is that if a child were to, like someone that has never been told this before, were to draw a picture and they make their mom an elephant, their dad a gorilla, and them a mouse, you know, and children see color. Okay. I see color. It's actually really racist to say you don't see color. And I had to be checked on that. So we do see color. I've never been told about the whole hierarchy of animals. I'm curious where I land on that as a Mexican. Am I like a rabbit or something? But, you know, I don't think it's really important. And I don't think that it's inherently racist for someone to make a funny video of satire, especially. That's the key word, is that there's humor to it. He's joking. He's trolling you guys. Meanwhile, you're not focusing though on his actual policies.
Listen, man, it is always racist to depict black people as apes. And then you just tried to infantilize Trump by saying, well, what about a child drawing a photo? No, this is the most powerful man alive. This is 78-year-old Donald J. Trump. All right? He was a teenager when cities were segregated. He was a teenager when black people had different quote-unquote colored businesses, quote-unquote colored water fountains. All right? He was a teenager when black people were being called monkeys and apes, not just by racist trolls on the internet or, the Nazi next door, but by every white person in society. All right? He knows better. He knows better. He absolutely does. And for you to argue otherwise is you just arguing that Donald Trump is the dumbest man fucking ever. All right? So if he didn't know better, probably shouldn't support him as president either.
Well, it sounds like you obviously, like, your distaste for Donald Trump is clear, but your reasoning behind it isn't. And that's why I have a hard time understanding. Like, I know why I support Trump, but you haven't explained to me why I shouldn't.
I just gave you one of the most clear, captured. I don't know.
I'm listening, Dean.
I just gave you one of the most clear captured reductions of the perpetuation of this comparison between black people and monkeys, apes, and gorillas throughout history, how it tied into segregation, how it tied into slavery, how it tied into the transatlantic slave trade and anti-black racism as a whole. And then I even gave you a clear reduction of an evaluation of Trump's mental state, considering the fact that he was a teenager when every white person would refer to black people as apes and the gorillas and the beasts of the wild that needed to be segregated and thrown out. Okay?
I agree.
And the fact that, he has a racist past only further corroborates this. And in 1978, he was literally sued by the New York State Justice Department for refusing to rent to black people. All right?
So do you believe Mexicans are white? You're going to go on longer about the history of the 1950s segregation and how Trump
I believe that
was alive then.
Can you actually respond to what I was saying?
That doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I just did. You were talking about the segregation and how Trump was alive during that time.
Mexicans are white?
And yes, that was my question, because I think that has more merit.
Dude, 13 years after segregation ended, he was sued by the New York State Justice Department.
You said that Trump is racist against anyone that's not white.
13 years after segregation was legally ended with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, okay, we saw Donald Trump refuse to rent to black people, tell them that there was no availability at the properties. Meanwhile, he was telling white people there's availability and putting the letter C on the housing applications that they did get from black people, standing for colored, just to toss them in a junk drawer to ensure that application would never be approved. He's very clearly racist. Very clearly racist.
Okay. So I'm not going to be able to convince you that he's not racist, which is sad.
But can you respond to what I said?
That is actually a serious thing. And you have to remember what happens when we just start throwing that word. It does start to lose meaning. We'll know when we see a racist, because
we can't call people racist for violating the Civil Rights Act and refusing to rent to black people, then depicting them as fucking monkeys.
What is it about Trump you hate the most? Is it
respond to that? Why? No, you were just completely.
Okay, ask again.
You were just completely respond to that. Tell me why I'm wrong for calling somebody racist when they refuse to rent to black people, and if they get a housing application from a black person, they put colored on it, throw it away, and then later they depict black people as monkeys.
Okay, I'm not saying that in that time that. You can't use a past reference, because we weren't alive in that time. We wouldn't know how we would have acted. Okay, the social pressures and things like that.
Was slavery racist?
Slavery racist? Is slavery racist in general? Sometimes people enslave their own race, so no, it's not inherently racist. No. I think everyone just heard me too. It's you
chattel slavery in America.
It's not always a race thing. It's not.
Do you think white slave owners are racist?
If they did it for black people, then yes.
So typically it was racist in the United States, correct?
Not just typically.
Actually, not typically, because people would enslave their own people. That was the easiest way to do it. That's how
Slavery
it actually was with the Native
in
Americans
America
and
was
the Africans.
necessarily propped up by the institution of racism. Was American slavery racist? Yes or no?
No. We just had a lot better technology.
That's
and
fucking
I'm
crazy
Mexican.
to say that. What are you talking about? The way they
So you're
justified
saying
it
that
was by
the way
by
that they
race.
had it. No, I'm not trying to look. I've talked to many people before. Just because we think it's racist,
They made their skin into
prove me why is it
leather.
racist?
They said black women
Okay, so
couldn't
if someone
feel
makes
pain,
a skin
so
to
then they
leather,
could
that's-
rape them.
Yeah. So what you're doing is just a hasty generalization. You're taking like one thing and saying they
At
all
this
do
point,
this.
do you think anything is racist?
Yes.
Like,
I believe
give us an example.
I believe in systemic racism, and so when I'm saying that what like white people enslaving black people, that's not like inherently racist, but
It
systemic
absolutely is,
racism
Mike.
is.
Mike, it absolutely is. There's a difference between chattel slavery and indentured servitude. You're sitting here trying to conflate the two, and that's not the truth. Indentured servitude was based off of contract agreement. It was based off of like not your children being enslaved. Literally, chattel slavery was done based off of race. Literally, race was created to
And
justify.
how do you define
Hold on
race?
one second. Race is a social construct that was created based off the othering of non-white people. It is literally a categorization of phenotypical characteristics. It was created by a Portuguese man by the name of Gomez de Zarara. He was a chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator. And when he actually created this, he wanted to get justification from the Catholic Church. There were 2 papal bulls that were written in order to justify and allow other countries to engage in chattel slavery. They literally said these people were of the wild, they were beasts, something that Dean was just telling you about, and again from the Catholic Church, and said that they needed to be civilized, and the way they could do so was through slavery. And so they engaged in chattel slavery. And when they could no longer actually subjugate these black people for a free and cheap labor force, they then, once they couldn't steal them from Africa anymore, they then started to breed black people. They literally bred black people in America when they couldn't go get them from Africa anymore. They didn't go get their neighbors. They didn't just go get more indentured servants. They literally start to breed black people so they can continue slavery. So your premise as far as like slavery not being racist, it's literally the reason why race and racism was created.
No, that's not true, actually.
If slavery wasn't racist,
and actually,
then why did we have to ship the slaves from Africa to America?
And facts on that. Like, what are you reading?
I'm so sorry.
Library of Alexandria or something?
Wait. Literally, the Papa Bulls are still a bit. No, stop.
We weren't actually stealing them. A lot of them wanted to pay to come over.
Mike,
it was a better way of
Bulls
living.
that were actually
We had
from
technology.
Do you just hear what he said?
Do your research.
No, 1 second. I'm so sorry. He just said that slavery was a better way of living for black people. That is exactly what the Confederates, alive 200 years ago, said to justify the continuing of slavery. You are a legitimate traitor to this country, a member of the age-old rebellion that, by the way, fuck you, only lasted 5 years, okay? I've been playing Fortnite for longer than the Confederacy lasted. Bunch of unarmed, uneducated pigs, okay, that couldn't even fight for 5 years for what they believed on before they got absolutely destroyed by the Union. But anyways, my point here is what you just said. This notion that black people, okay, actually experience a higher quality of life enslaved than not enslaved was the leading evangelical argument in the American South pre-Civil War.
So do you believe
for
in tribalism?
why we should continue to uphold the legalization of slavery.
That made you think, huh? Tribalism.
And then you just interrupt me and you start talking about tribalism. You're about to start telling me that we should all stick to our own tribes, that my family's white people, and that I need to stand up for my own, and that other people don't matter. So how about you sit down, shut up, and let the real men speak for one more moment, dude? All right? No, actually, I'd like to clarify here. Black people do not have a higher quality of life when they actually they're not even viewed as people with a quality of life because they're not viewed as people at all, and they're just viewed as property. Like, you understand this concept of quality of life is not a concept that applied to black people during slavery in the eyes of white people. This concept of personhood or a group of people that
The original
should
question
seek
was,
betterment
is
for themselves
racism-
is not one that applied, shut up and sit down, to black people. This concept of the betterment of the lives of black people is not a concept that existed in the eyes of white people during slavery.
I mean, is slavery racist? That was the original question.
For the fourth time, sit down and shut up.
Why are you being so mean to me?
Why? Oh, I'll tell you. Because you said that black people had a higher quality of life when they were enslaved, and that American slavery was not racist. You think that there's words that I can say to you that would be too far. No, there's actually not.
Sometimes
I think that people like you actually deserve a lot more than words. Okay.
It's critical thought, critical analysis. Look, I would love to hear more.
It's literally not.
Santana, I would love to talk. I would love to
You're
listen.
literally just saying things that you can't prove. FYI, the actual papal bulls that I was speaking about that actually was the justification of chattel slavery from the Catholic Church. One was written in 1452. It's Dum Diversi, and the other one was written in 1455. It was both of them were wrote by Pope Nicholas V, which granted the right for chattel slavery. You're sitting here saying we're making stuff up. Like, there's literally all of this stuff has been written down. Like, everything that we're saying.
So I'm not going to say you're wrong. I won't say you're wrong.
All
I
written
just
down,
said,
and you can see the justification.
It sounds like conspiracy. You may be right.
There's no conspiracy when everything is written down. Also, the
Didn't say that.
your entire premise that black people got a better life. Hey, who do you think taught Europeans the irrigation system in order so they could have like indoor plumbing, and so they could actually have like facilities and restaurants? Who do you think taught them that?
Let me guess, the black people.
Yes, absolutely black people. Yes, Africans. Yes. Prior to that, do you know why men in Europe used to wear high heels?
What does this have to do with Trump being
Do you know
racist,
why
by the way?
men? Do you know why men?
No.
in Europe used to wear high
This is
heels?
wasting my time.
No, because you literally
like,
made
what
the
does this
statement
have to
that
do with Trump
you said it was
being racist?
technology.
That's all I want to know.
You said the Europeans.
Why does everyone say,
You said the Europeans. You literally said the
like
Europeans civilized black people and gave them better technology. The reason why they wore
That
high
is true,
heels.
though.
The reason why it's not, you fucking idiot. You can't
We
substantiate.
worked together, dude. We did. We worked together, whether you like it or not.
There's no working together. Like, you don't
Yes,
work together
there was
with
black
slaves.
slave traders. They would slave their own.
You-
They would
you
sell
are-
their own.
there- you
for a
are
quick
literally
buck, and you know
fucking
it's
lying.
true.
You're literally
no
fucking
human's
lying.
perfect. Why do you think black
You're
people are so
literally
innocent
fucking
that white
lying. Give
people
me
are
proof.
evil? We're
Give me
actually
proof.
all just humans. You're doing hasty generalizations.
Mike, give me proof. Exactly. No proof.
For that book, you said it's all out there. So
You know, I want to quickly give a
So let's move on to what I'm
No.
talking about. Is like this has nothing to do with Trump being racist.
No. I'm gonna actually I'm actually gonna give a voice to a handful of people that have donated.
And I'm not trying to be belligerent either.
Hey, can you stop
I'm
talking?
very coherent.
Can you stop talking?
I just love the
Can you
voice
stop
of
talking?
debate.
Can you stop talking? Thanks.
I
So,
can.
Ben, I appreciate you for the $8 on Venmo. It says callers recycling the rhetoric of those who sought to legitimize human bondage. Not even sought to legitimize it, did legitimize it. Thank you for the $8. Andrew, I appreciate you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. It says the debates have been a little bit rough today, so here's something. I appreciate you for the $20, Andrew. Show some love to Andrew. Ben with the $5 says, man said slavery wasn't racist, then why was only one group in chains? Right? The transatlantic slave trade sent black people to America to be in chains because they didn't want to put white people in chains. The transatlantic slave trade sent black people to Jamaica to be in chains because they didn't want to put the Irish colonizers in chains.
They looked for the easiest target. They
the
found
transatlantic
it. Okay?
slave trade sent black people in chains.
No, it's not. It's not me.
Oh my
Look,
God. Dude,
they
shut
went other
up.
places and
How
they-
many times do I need to tell you to shut your goddamn mouth? I am
Every
speaking.
time I talk, apparently.
I am speaking, and you are being quiet. This is my live that I've allowed you to stay in. So it's either
Fair
you
point.
shut your goddamn mouth and allow me to finish what I'm saying, or I just kick you, which everyone would celebrate. Chloe, I appreciate you for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, as an African-American woman, everything this man is saying is so hurtful and ignorant, especially as a Hispanic man himself. Bro, I don't know, like, how or why? Like, is it like an
Well,
Hispanic man?
you're
I don't,
emotionally
it's insane. Thank you for the
charged,
$5.
Dean.
Yes, I'm so emotionally charged because I have to listen to a man say that it's not racist to take black people, peel their skin off to make leather after using them as property for 40 years and raping them to have more property for another 80. Yeah, I'm a little bit emotionally charged after hearing that. Thank you.
Okay,
Jen, thank you for that. Like I said, shut up. Jen, I appreciate you for the $5 over on Venmo. S, I appreciate you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much. And then, dude, this just came in. Sarah, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love. Please show some love to Sarah down below. Please don't read this out loud. Okay, I will keep that to myself. And Sarah, I'm so sorry to hear that. Just thank you for the $100. That is an incredibly kind donation. Please show some love to Sarah down below. Caitlin, I appreciate you for the $15. Then another Caitlin, thank you so much for the $20, who says, just found your channel. I wanted to thank you for doing God's work in educating the misinformed and ignorant, always pushing for the truth. By far my favorite grifter. Well, I appreciate you so much for the love, and I'm happy to be your favorite grifter. Same thing goes to you, Bria. Thank you for the $20, who says, thank you for your time, effort, and knowledge to make people aware of what's really going on in this country. I love watching your live streams and try to tune in daily to gain more information myself. Please run for president one day. I don't know if I'll run for president one day, but I'm happy that the live streams help you out. I'm happy that you could walk away learning something. Then Ron and Haley, I appreciate y'all for the $5. And then Damien, thank you for the 20. I did thank you earlier. Now I'll just quickly thank a couple people over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Vesna, for the $50. Oh my God. That is VESNA. Show some love to Vesna down below in the comment section. Thank you so much for the $50. Vesna with the 50 says his forehead sucked all the oxygen out of the room, so his brain cells are struggling to keep up.
That's a personal attack. I don't care.
Yeah, one that I honestly couldn't care less about. Thank you for the $50, Vesna. Show some love to Vesna down below in that comment section. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5, who says, coming from Portugal, one of the countries that started slavery, went to African colonies to bring slaves to America, had colonies all over the world. Not only is Trump racist as hell, but this guy's also racist. Please kick me, triggering everyone out of here. Mike, thank you for the $7, sorry. He says, holy fuck, is someone named Mike. I feel ashamed for sharing my name with such a weird person like this. It's goddamn insane. This is why we need the likes of you, Parkland, Santana, to keep fighting. Appreciate you for the $7. Alejandro, thank you for the $14 over on PayPal. He says, ask him if his fiance feels the same way. I don't know if his fiance feels much from him, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Thank you so much for the $14, Alejandro. F, thank you for the $5, who says, I feel ashamed that this guy's Mexican. I am Mexican. And this dumbass POS does not represent me. Appreciate what you do, Dean. My respects. Well, thank you for the $5. Mark, thank you so much for the $15. And Danielle, thank you for the $15. Mark with the 15 says, thank you so much for being informative and upstanding. Despite what some people that you talk with and how ugly it gets, you're still making a difference. Oh, thank you so much for that love. Show some love to Mark. Then Danielle with the 15 says, thank you for all that you're doing. I can't believe the ignorance in our country right now. Thank you, your hardest, for trying to educate people. Yeah, dude, our country is so fucking ignorant. Like, we have, like, Trump voters coming up here saying that they support Trump because they don't think that American slavery is racist. And then Xander, I appreciate you for the $20 over on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, man. I want to see 200 Xander W's. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Then quickly over on Super Chat, thank you so much for the $5 Roberto, who says, as a Latino, he's the outcast to our race. I have mixed family members. Hell, I appreciate you for the $5. Thank you so much for that love, Hell. I appreciate that. Mr. Byrne with a 5. Lord T, thank you for the $5 as well. Jack with a 5. Hell with 10. Thank you so much, Hell. Then Chase with a 10. I appreciate you. And then Glacia, thank you for the $10. Who says, good work as always, sir. Thank you so much. And then Maddie and Toby, thank you for the $10. And then Brittany, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, this guy's exposing himself. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely, Brittany. Thank you for the love over on Super Chat. And it looks like we're all caught up. I appreciate y'all all so much for the love. I'm ready to end this conversation. I don't think that we should be given too much of a platform to somebody that doesn't think slavery is racist. Now, Santana, I know that you're in the middle of a conversation with him, so if you had anything else that you wanted to add on, feel free to.
No, I not to him directly. I just want to say, and Dean, I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to come up. The reason why, like, again, I've just been sitting here listening to you guys, and the only reason I hopped up is because you often see people like this who try to poison the well. Right? They
people
throw
like
out
this.
so much. Shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you. They throw out so much disinformation. We're not proving anything. He never cited one source. He never gave any type of factual information. The only thing that he did was throw out a bunch of accusations on things that he has no information about. The interesting thing about chattel slavery is that it was literally all documented, from the justification to the actual logs as far as the quote-unquote inventory, which were the slaves. And even more so, someone like him who comes up and who doesn't understand race, racism, the creation or the continual perpetuation of racism always tries to actually have like this conversation. The last thing I'll kind of wrap this all around is, while like there's different instances of why the perpetuation of the Obamas as monkeys is super harmful and super racist. One thing that no one's been talking about, and Dean, this is like something I just thought about: minstrel shows. Like literally, when after slavery, the reason why blackface is not like it's so taboo is because they used to do minstrel shows where they would have white people dress up and paint their face black with these like extravagant black like features, and then perpetuate black people as, you know, animalistic, like super stupid and stuff like that. But all of this is like encompassing in like the racist tropes. And you have people who come up here that don't understand history, don't know anything, and then they just like talk. And so it's just a whole thing. So anyway, I appreciate you giving me a moment.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you for coming up, dude.
Yep. See you guys. See you, Parker.
Literally one of the most unhinged people ever. Holy cow, Parker, how you doing?
I don't know. My brain kind of hurts. I might take like a break for like 20 minutes or so, and then come right back, to be honest with you.
No, you're good, dude. Feel free. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll be back. I just need to take a break, to be honest.
We get it. I'm surprised you're even coming back.
All right, bro. Well, I'll see you here pretty soon.
Yeah, see you, Parker. Randy, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Fuck no. Fuck Trump.
Peace, bro. Moving on to our next guest, only up inside of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, I'd really appreciate it if y'all could follow the rules of the live stream to the very best of your ability. Keep in mind, we are just looking for those Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Reese loading up in the box right now. We got a couple people loading up in. We're going to try to find a Trump supporter here. DGR8. Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. I just want to give one word. I really thank you for standing for people. I appreciate you. I'm an immigrant from Afghanistan, been in service with the U.S. Army for 12 years in Bagram, Afghanistan, and I really appreciate you standing for people. I love you for what you're doing, and truly, it comes from the heart of every immigrant family and people who have been suffering with this administration. Thank you so much for standing on our behalf and for standing for our rights.
Well, thank you.
Heartily appreciate you, brother.
Listen, DG, man, I really appreciate you, man. Not only for your kind words, but for your service too. And I mean, as I make clear in my live every day, I think that the attitude towards immigrants that we see from this administration aren't just merely disrespectful, but harmful, materially in so many ways. And the fact that, people like you are getting disrespected and harmed, that have been fighting for this country for the last 13 years, serving in our army, okay? It's so insane, it's hard to state in words. Just know that I appreciate you for your service, and I appreciate you for being a goddamn American patriot, and I mean it. Welcome in, Cayenne. Do you support Trump?
Fuck no, but wait.
Base, we are just looking for Trump supporters, guys. Please do mind our rules. Moving on to the next guest. We got Brody loaded up in the queue. Over on Super Chat, Count the Pharaoh, this just came through. Thank you for the $20. Count says, Mike, read the Cornerstone speech and then try to claim that American slavery was not racist. That's legitimately the first time I've ever heard that claim, that American slavery was not racist in my life. But Count the Pharaoh, I appreciate you for the 20. Like, legitimately, even like the racists that agree with slavery or like agree with the Confederacy, they'll just say that slavery was racist and they agree with that racism. I've never heard somebody say that it wasn't racist. Welcome in, Brody. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
31.
Okay, what year were you born in?
94.
Sounds good. I'm going to thank a couple people, then I'll pass you that mic. Keith and Terrell, appreciate you for the $2 and the $5. Olivia, thank you for the $5 as well. She says, every single day I watch you so much and I learn so much. That's awesome. The Destiny, thank you for the $5 as well. Then Stacy with the 5 as well. And then Ben, thank you so much for the $10, who says that last guest was repeating Confederate-era propaganda. The quote-unquote, it wasn't racist. They agreed. States' rights line was created after the war to sanitize a system explicitly built on racial hierarchy. If your argument matches 1863 speeches, then it should give you a pause. Right? Okay. As well as Marlene. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much for the love, Marlene. Who says, as a quote unquote, as a Mexican, since he's using that as an excuse, he's embarrassing. Shut the fuck up. You are racist. Appreciate you so much for the $25 on the Truth Nuke, Marlene. And then Kid, thank you so much for the $50. over on Venmo. God damn, Ken. Appreciate you so much. Show some love to Ken down below, you guys. Thank you so much for that love, Ken. Ken with the 50 says, I'm 50 years old. My great-grandmother was born a slave here. This caller has no idea what he's talking about. Love you, Dean. He was literally fucking insane, Ken. All right, let's just be clear. I'm not even going to sanitize it. Appreciate you so much for that love, Ken. Same thing to Andrew. Actually, I did thank you earlier. Thank you so much for the 50 once again, Ken. Incredibly kind of you. Incredibly fucking kind of you. Over on PayPal real quick, Douglas, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you so much for what you and Parker and Santana are doing. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Douglas. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Michelle, thank you for the $10, who says that last guest was an embarrassment to Mexicans. I am one of them, and for him to not consider slavery racist is insane. I agree, that is very insane. Fucking nuts, right? And then Caroline, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Holy fuck. Oh my God, Caroline, thank you so much for your kindness. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for the love. Caroline with 100 says, appreciate your work. Your guests today are making me scream at the screen to get sense into them, even though they don't hear me. Caroline, I don't know what it is today. Maybe it's like literally because it's Friday the 13th. Like actually look at your calendar, but like something's like in the air. Something's going on here, and the guests today are just nuts. But one last time here, I really appreciate you so much for the $100. While we're hopping into this next debate, I want to see 1,000 Caroline W's over on TikTok and YouTube. Appreciate you so much. Go ahead and take it away, Brody. Tell us how the hell you still support this terrible president.
Yeah, so I would just present an argument, like a modus ponens argument. It's something along the lines of...
Oh, you were up on Parker's Live yesterday, right? You make like 1 billion accounts. What's your name? It starts with an M?
No. I'm not on Parker's.
Yeah, you lied about it yesterday too.
I promise you I wasn't.
Okay.
And I've never spoken to you before either. Yeah, so it would be, so if you hold the belief that abortion is of moral equivalent to murder, then all wrongdoings currently committed by Donald Trump are of less moral concern than the total number of murders resulting from abortion. And then you hold the belief that abortion is morally equivalent to murder. Therefore, all wrongdoings currently committed by Donald Trump are less moral concern than the total number of murders resulting from abortion.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah, do you think the argument is sound, or do you reject one of the premises, or what?
Well, I just first want to ask you a question about your position. If Donald Trump did everything that Jeffrey Epstein has done, would you still support him as president today?
I don't appreciate an answer there.
What's that?
I didn't appreciate an answer there. I gave an argument. Do you?
I know you gave your argument, and I'm just simply like seeing if you like hold it with consistency or if there's any lines here, right?
Yeah,
because you disagree with like my way of exploring your position.
But
okay,
so
you
I personally wouldn't. But the reason why I don't.
So there
really
actually like is a line of
'cause
like bad things that Trump can do that would be more of a concern than like, you know, like putting abortion back down to the state level. So you don't even believe the argument you purported.
No, I'm not sure what the line is, but I'm assuming that if Trump did what Epstein did, it would cause revulsion around the world. So it would probably end up being less utility. But yeah, so do you think the argument is sound? Or?
What if like he did it, but like only you knew?
He did it, but only I knew?
Yeah, would you still support him?
Is it going to be trivially true under like utilitarianism?
Like you knew that like he had like raped children, you knew that he had raped women, you knew that he had like trafficked like 100 people, like baby intestines eaten, okay, and everything else that we found so far in the Epstein files. If Donald Trump did all of those things, literally ate the intestines of babies, child grape, adult grape, billion times over, but the only person that knew that was you.
I wouldn't support him, no.
Okay. Good.
So do you think the argument is sound?
Thank you so much for giving that response, but that would be the refutation of the soundness of your position.
Which premise do you disagree with?
Well, I mean, it seems like you just disagreed with the notion that everything that he has done or could do would be insignificant and underwhelming to like the overall like net utility, say by banning abortion or whatever the hell.
Wait, so which premise is that? Is that P or Q, or P implies Q? P or Q?
Yeah, I don't remember which premise it was. It was one of them.
So yeah, the argument is if you hold the belief that abortion is morally equivalent to murder, then all wrongdoings currently committed by Donald Trump are of less moral concern than the total number of murders resulting from abortion.
Sure, like it would be like all wrongdoings that could be done by Trump.
No, currently committed by Donald Trump.
Oh, so you're basically saying like if he did everything Epstein did, then you'd stop supporting him. But he only raped one woman and he only sexually exploited like a handful of women and girls, then you would still continue to support him.
Yeah, I would say I answered your question about not supporting Epstein, but I don't think you've actually told me which
can you agree that like
disagree
your
with.
line is going to fall somewhere in between raping like one woman and sexually exploiting some women and girls, and like raping a bunch of women and sexually exploiting a lot of women and girls?
Yeah, I'm not sure where exactly the line is, but I think I can give clear answers on either side.
Like,
but
it's like you could grape like a couple people and be fine, but if you grape like more than a couple people, then it's no longer like fine.
I never said that.
Well, that seems to be like what you are saying, because that's where the line falls from your position.
No, what I'm saying is I gave an argument and you haven't said which premise you disagree with.
Well, I'm just simply exploring the way that you interpret your own position internally first.
I don't see how that's relevant.
You don't see how it's relevant for me to explore if you hold to your own position?
No, I gave you my position. I'm asking you which premise you disagree with.
Well, before, like, it seems like we both disagree with P2. All right? So,
P2 being that,
so like, I'm like, that's why I'm trying to
you
explore
hold the belief that
the way
abortion
that
is morally equivalent to murder.
Okay, then it's not P2. It's the one about his wrongdoings, whichever one it is. I wasn't paying attention. But like, once again, from your position, right? Like, do you affirm, right, that if Donald Trump grapes like some women and some kids, it's fine, right? You'll still support him. But if Donald Trump were to grape a lot of women and a lot of kids, then it's not fine, and you stop supporting. Like, truly, please answer that question.
Yeah, so you're actually obfuscating right now. I'm not sure why you can't just tell me which premise you disagree.
I don't understand, like, because you've already like answered these questions, right? You're just now finally refusing to answer the questions because you know that you've got yourself in a very unsavory position where you are a complete terrible person, right? It's like, you definitely did answer my question, you know, like, oh, like if you were to do all the things that Epstein would do, would you still support him? You said, no, I wouldn't. But if you were to do the things that we already know about him, like raping one woman, proven by a court,
do you want me to answer?
Sexually exploiting other women and girls, so on and so forth, then you would continue to support him. Right? Like, you answered those questions, so I don't understand why you can't answer this question. Once again, I'm just exploring if you even hold to the argument that you're purporting.
Yeah, I understand.
So once again, it seems like the conclusion here is, and don't call it obfuscation, that if Donald Trump were to grape maybe one woman and one girl, that's fine by you. But if Donald Trump were to grape more than one woman and more than one girl, then that's not fine by you, and you'd stop supporting him.
Yeah, so the reason why I'm not answering now, but I did before, is because I kind of entertained it, but when I shouldn't have, right? I presented a formal argument, and you haven't told me which premise you disagreed with.
So just to clarify, you're not going to answer that question?
We can go into that, but I would like an answer to my question, which I came in with an argument.
Okay, so, but as of right now, you're not going to answer that question, right?
The same way you're not answering my argument.
Okay, well, no, once again, the way that I'm combating your argument is just by seeing if you fucking hold to it. But
the way you combat a formal argument... The way you combat a formal argument is by refuting one of the premises.
Well, actually, no, because the question being asked is, how do you still support Trump as president? And if I could prove that you don't hold to the argument that you're giving, then I don't even need to refute the argument.
Yeah, you asked the question.
I think that you're just completely overseeing that fact. All right? It's like there's definitely more than one way here to demonstrate insofar as why you should stop supporting Trump. And the way in which I'm choosing is just to demonstrate that the argument you are attempting to purport to me on live today right now is not an argument that you believe in.
Okay.
So just to clarify, are you going to answer the question that I asked you or not?
Yeah, so I'll answer, but you clearly know nothing about formal logic. You ask a question, how do I support Trump? I come in with a formal argument, and you're not going to refute a premise, you're going to ask questions. That's obfuscation.
So because I'm refusing to refute a premise of the argument that you provided doesn't mean that I know nothing about formal logic. What it means is that the angle in which I'm engaging in to prove you wrong is not by combating the formal argument which you granted, but rather by just describing that you don't even hold to the formal argument that you granted.
Which premise do you think I disagree with?
Yeah, I think that you disagree with the second premise. Once again, the premise, if it wasn't the second, being the one in which would argue that, oh, I'm actually okay with all the things that Donald Trump has done because it's overwhelmed by like the greater good of banning abortion, right? And you're not allowing me to continue to explore that, right? The fact that you don't even believe in your own argument because you're refusing to answer my question. So, I mean, I'll give you like one last opportunity to answer the question here. I've already asked it of you like 3 or 4 times. I'll try it one last time. So, A, you rejected that argument by stating that you would stop supporting Trump as president if he had done all the things that Epstein has done, and you were the only person alive that knew it. You said that you would no longer support Trump as president. And then I asked you, well, what about the things that he's already done that we know of? Like raping E. Jean Carroll, sexually exploiting women and girls at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, so on and so forth. And then you said, well, that's actually permissible. I'll still continue to support Trump regardless of the fact that he's done these things. So how many women and girls does he have to rape before you turn your back on the menace?
Yeah, so I know you like to gish gallop, but you actually haven't refuted a premise. You offhandedly said,
you said that you'd answer my question. You said that you'd answer my question.
But you're not actually...
One moment. You literally said that you'd answer my question.
Dean, do you believe in linear dialogue?
Yes, I do believe in linear dialogue, and linear dialogue would necessitate that you answer this question built off of a culmination of the previous two questions in which I asked you in furtherance of an argument to demonstrate that even you refute the premise of your argument that would suggest that you believe that what Donald Trump has done is permissible insofar as the overall harm reduction of banning abortion. Like, you understand that this is the way that I'm choosing to attack the whatever premise of your argument suggested that you're okay with all the wrongdoings of his life so far, and you're not engaging in it. So, like I said, either respond or I'm going to move on. This is your last opportunity. I'm attacking the premise of your argument that suggested that all in which he's done is permissible to the extent of the harm in which he is reducing to be caused on the country. And you were just refusing to engage in my argument by refusing to answer my question. So please, at this moment in time, answer the question. You said that if Donald Trump
I'll try and help you out
done all
here.
those really bad things, that you would stop supporting him as president, even if you were the only person alive that knew it. However, right, you will not stop supporting him as president, given the permissibility that you think you see within the bad things that he's actually done that we know of, like raping E. Jean Carroll and sexually exploiting some women and girls. So the question is, once again, in the furtherance of the refutation of the premise of your argument that suggested that you're actually okay with the harm in which he's already caused, is how many women and girls does he have to rape before you're no longer okay with it?
Yeah, so if you keep muting, I'm not even interrupting you. I'm not sure why you're muting me. But so it sounds like you're rejecting the consequent in premise one, which is
you're not answering my question. Why are you dodging?
I'm trying to answer your question. I'm trying to right now. It says you said that you reject my first premise, the second half, which is all wrongdoings currently committed by Donald Trump are of less moral concern than the total number of murders.
No, I'm saying I'm saying that is a premise
you're
that
saying
you
I don't
reject.
hold to it.
Yes. So
yes.
Let me prove that by answering my question.
So you don't actually have to ask a question. You're saying that is false.
Yes,
so
I do.
Can provide an argument.
No, I'm saying that you think that's false, and I'm attempting to demonstrate that to you right now. You think that premise is false, Brody.
Go ahead.
Answer the question.
Ask your question.
The one that I've already asked 8 times?
Yeah, ask it again.
Holy fuck, dude. Tracking error, my guy.
No, I'm tracking. Right. I just want you to put it cleanly without gish galloping.
Wait. So you're telling me that if you've been tracking, therefore you know what the question is. So answer it.
I want you to do it without gish galloping.
Okay, so you want me to ask the question again, even though you already know what the question is?
I just want you to state it clearly so I can give you a correct answer. Yeah.
Okay, but so you're now saying that I haven't stated it clearly already?
It's hard to tell with your gish galloping. So can you just
so then you're not tracking because I have stated it clearly. Yeah, sure. All right. So you said that if Donald Trump was literally Jeffrey Epstein, had raped a bunch of women and girls, then you would stop supporting him as president if you were the only person alive that knew that. But if Donald Trump is Donald Trump and only has raped, like some women and sexually exploited some girls, then he would continue to support him as president. So the question is, how many women and girls does Donald Trump have to rape and or sexually exploit before you stop supporting him as president?
Whatever would result in less harm than the total number of abortions. That's just trivially true.
Okay, and then what is that number?
I'm not sure. I think there's 1 million abortions a year, so I guess we can get into the empirics.
So you think it would fall somewhere in between, like 5 women and girls and 100 women and girls? Would you say?
When did I say that?
Oh, wait. So I have a question. If Donald Trump raping would Donald Trump raping 100 women be more or less harmful than not stopping 1 million abortions a year?
I'm not sure. What would result in less utility? You tell me.
You tell me from your perspective.
I mean, it sounds like raping is pretty bad, especially to the mental capacities of fully formed humans, but that's just going to be an empirical claim.
Okay, so then answer the question.
I just did.
Okay, so what do you think is more harmful? Having Kamala Harris as president or having Trump as president in respect to the fact that he's raped 100 women?
You think Trump's raped 100 women?
It's a question framed, if he did do this, then would it be less harmful?
Yeah, so I'll answer that, but it's not actually relevant. I'll explain why. So I would vote for Kamala in that sense.
Okay, so it's
my
less than
argument.
100. So okay, what about 50?
Why are you cutting me off?
Because I'm trying to drill down and clarifying this question. So what about 50?
I'm gonna have to ask the same question. It's just gonna be trivially true depending on the empirics of utility.
So then tell me. I mean, you told me about 100. So what about 50?
It's a gray area. I'd like to err on the side of me not
area?
supporting him and supporting Kamala. But
okay, what about 10?
It's a gray area, but I would err on the side of Kamala.
Okay, all right. So once again, this now goes to the rejection of the premise formed that you reject your argument. Great. It was proven by a court of law that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. There's one woman.
True.
Donald Trump also admitted to sexually exploiting the beauty pageant contestants at Miss USA and Miss Teen USA. All right? We have heard from over 15 beauty pageant contestants, in culmination of Miss USA and Miss Teen USA, that this is something that he's done. So there's 16 women that we know of with certain proof that can't be denied. Now,
that he raped 16 women?
One would be rape, the other 15 would be sexual exploitation. Now, when we look at the credible accusations, okay, from like the 30 or 40 women plus, all right, now we're up to 16 examples of sexual violence that Donald Trump has engaged in that are certainly true, can't be denied, and then like another 30 to 40 credible accusations. So in consideration of the fact that you said if you knew Donald Trump had raped 10 women, then you would stop supporting him as president. And now you know that it is true that he has raped one woman, has sexually exploited at least 15 other women and girls, and has 40 plus credible accusations. Wouldn't this yield the conclusion under review that you no longer support Trump as president?
It wouldn't, because yes, the one rape is terrible, and that obviously goes against him. And I obviously don't agree with that, but the pointing to all the other instances where we can reasonably conclude, or whatever language you want to use there, doesn't outweigh the certainty of 1 million abortions a year.
Oh, okay, so you're just basically saying that he could sexually exploit as many people as he wants and you don't care. It has to be rape.
No, I never said that. That's
okay, well, that seems like what you're saying. So he has to sexually exploit more people than he would have to rape.
How is this relevant to my P1 that you reject?
Yeah, because we're just attempting to build the conclusion that, like, seemingly, right, you reject the first premise of your argument.
I don't reject it. And I think
I mean, that's what we're trying to build right now. We're trying to build the case. Welcome in, Parker. So just to catch you up to speed, we're currently having a conversation with Brody down here about how many women and girls Donald Trump would have to rape or violate before he stops supporting them. What's your input?
Brody, why do you hold that view, man? That's pretty crazy. I could ask him this way. Like, if Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you vote for him?
If it created more disutility than it would abortions. And I think Parker would actually laugh at Dean here, because Dean's showing his lack of formal logic, and I know Parker knows a lot more than him. I gave Dean a formal argument. He's trying to say that he rejects a premise that he didn't even write down the argument, which is
misrepresenting my position already.
Reject. Okay, go ahead. Say your position.
Now, my position is that you reject P1 of your argument. You think that there could be overriding concerns, such as what Donald Trump has done in his personal life to do with sexual misconduct and violence, that would make you stop supporting him, even if he were to run on anti-abortion policy. And in fact, Parker is now only furthering this own argument by asking you that question: would you continue to support him as president if he were to be held civilly liable for raping a child?
So Parker,
I also wanted to bring up one thing. One thing you have to consider is that it's not like 1 million abortions that would be different in terms of like Donald Trump being in the position of presidency versus Kamala Harris, because of the fact that Roe versus Wade not only is already overturned, but also we can consider the fact that in terms of Roe versus Wade being overturned, it changes it in certain states, not all states. So not all abortions that would have happened otherwise are going to be restricted from happening. So you'd also have to take that into consideration, then foreign conflicts in terms of deaths, Donald Trump murdering people off the coast of Venezuela without any justification, all of those things in consideration. And I think that there would actually be more people dead to a greater extent under Donald Trump's presidency, especially with taking into consideration how many people died during COVID because of the response of COVID. That could also be considered as well. In terms of also illnesses, greenhouse gas emissions not being considered a threat to humans at all, in terms of pollution, undermining the EPA.
Now, like the low-income Americans that are going to die because of lack of access to healthcare, regardless if it's the 10 million of them that lost it under the big, beautiful bill, or, I mean, the 45 million Americans in the working class that are relying on Medicaid through the ACA. But I want you to answer Parker's question. If Donald Trump was held civilly liable for raping a child, would you still support him as president?
So before you cut me off with you saying that I misrepresented your position, I was going to ask Parker, You're trying to get me to say I don't accept my own argument. If I give you an argument against your position, me accepting it is not contingent on anything. Just
yes,
like
it
if
is.
someone
it's contingent
were to say,
on the purpose of the fucking live. What does that statement say?
Dean, if someone gave you an argument for God's existence and they didn't believe in God, do you think that they'd have to hold the position that they believe in God to make that argument valid?
One moment. If I was running a live stream,
Dean, answer the question.
I am. One moment. If I was running a live stream that said, "Why do you believe in God?" and they didn't believe in God, then I'd kick them and move on because they don't believe in God. So if you're just merely purporting an argument insofar as why other people should support Trump, but you don't support Trump, then I'd kick you and move on because I want to talk to people that support Trump. So it's not so much in the fact that it's contingent on the argument, formally and logically speaking, but rather contingent on the purpose of this live stream. The purpose of this live stream is to talk to people that support Trump. And when you are going to purport an argument insofar as why Donald Trump is a good president, if you don't believe in it, then I don't need to address the argument because you don't believe in it. And that seems very commonsensical. Now, please answer Parker's question. Would you support Donald Trump as president if he were to be held civilly liable for raping a child?
I already answered that. You're not tracking. I said that if it created more disutility, you're not tracking. What was my answer, Dean? Go ahead.
Since that's not an answer. You're saying if. So you're creating new conditions to wait, hold up. You're creating new conditions to then ask. Also, if you know that empirical claim is unverifiable from your position, so why would you use an unverifiable position as your answer to the question? Like, that's just seemingly like you're not answering the question, or you think you can't answer the question under your perspective.
Parker, if you're giving me an empirical claim, I have to.
We're just asking you what you do in the real world. If you figured out, like 30 seconds ago, that Donald Trump had been held civilly liable for raping a child, right now, would you still support him? Yes or no?
I think emotionally I wouldn't, but we're talking about my normative stance, right?
I'm just talking about what you would believe. Would you still support Trump as president? So you wouldn't.
I said that I wouldn't.
Okay, perfect.
Emotionally. Right. That doesn't mean that that's my normative stance.
Oh, okay. So you're telling us that you wouldn't support Trump, okay? You hold a red line against child rape. You wouldn't support him, correct?
I think I gave you my answer. If this is your way of trying to get me off the live, then so be it. But I think I gave you my answer. Now, do you think the argument is sound?
1 second. Okay, so now that you've told us you wouldn't support Donald Trump as president if he were to be held civilly liable for raping a child, why do you still support Trump as president, considering the fact that he was held civilly liable of raping an adult woman? What are the relevant differences between him being held civilly liable for raping an adult woman and him being held civilly liable for raping a child, okay, that lead you in one circumstance to still support Trump and in the other circumstance not supporting Trump?
Yeah, so the answer is going to be the formal argument. Do you think it's sound?
Wait, would the formal argument not apply to the circumstance of him being held civilly liable for raping a child?
The formal argument stipulates that all wrongdoing is currently committed by Trump. You don't know the formal argument because you haven't written it down. You're not listening.
Oh, okay. So why would the formal argument not apply if it was the case that he was held civilly liable for raping a child?
Sorry, what did you say that again?
Why would the formal argument not apply if it was the case that he was held civilly liable for raping a child, but the formal argument, quote unquote, does apply considering the fact that he was held civilly liable for raping an adult?
Why wouldn't it apply? What are you talking about?
Why wouldn't it apply? Ask yourself. You're the one that said, no, I would not support Trump as president if he were to be held civilly liable for raping a child.
I said two things. I said I wouldn't emotionally, and I said that has no bearing on my normative stance.
Oh, okay. So you're saying in all reality, you would still support Trump because of your normative position, or in all reality, you would not support
what I said,
Trump because of your emotional
Why are you doing
position?
that? That's not what I said.
I'm not positing what you said. I'm asking you a question.
Parker, can you maybe chime in and like be
don't
like
use me to deflect right now.
Yeah, don't deflect, buddy.
Please.
How am I deflecting? I'm saying he's not.
You brought me up to deflect away from responding to Dean.
Buddy, you're not tracking.
I'm not going to save you from
I gave you an answer. I said
my
I
friend,
wouldn't emotionally.
My friend,
I wouldn't emotionally.
My friend, you're not tracking because you just assumed that I was making a statement about what I believe you have said while you've been on this live, when in all reality, I was asking you a question to clarify on what you think. So the only tracking errors that we see to be true here are of you. Please stop projecting and just merely and simply answer the question. So in consideration of the totality of all facts, would you or would you not continue to support Trump if he was held civilly liable for child rape in consideration of both your emotional and normative positions?
I gave you an answer. I don't know why you keep asking.
Would you affirm the proposition as true that you support Trump as president if he were to be held civilly liable for child rape?
Are we talking about pragmatically, or are we talking about my normative stance?
In consideration of all circumstances, would you say, I affirm that it is true, I support Trump? Would that statement leave your mouth?
So if we're talking about my normative stance, Dean, yes, I already said that. But if you're going to equivocate between my normative stance and what I want to emotionally,
wait. I'm not. Wait. But I'm asking you.
Yeah,
do you affirm a proposition is true? I'm not saying would you think this emotionally. I'm saying would you affirm a proposition is true? So are you saying that you would affirm that it is true? You would still support Trump as president if he raped a kid?
Yeah, so what you're doing right now is equivocating. You're trying to get an emotional reaction from the audience because you're trying to equivocate
by asking you a fair question about your view.
Stop interrupting. Let me explain.
No, I'm just asking you a question.
Can I?
You can't answer. Well, not when you're pivoting.
As
soon as you stop deflecting, yes, you are, because you're talking about like the audience instead of just telling me. Would you affirm that the proposition is true that you support Trump as president in consideration of this hypothetical fact that you know for certainty that he has raped a kid?
Yeah, so if you're gonna invoke a logical fallacy, I'm gonna point it out. It's not pivoting.
Wait, first and foremost,
and you're equivocating.
First and foremost, you absolutely can't track because like drawing on the emotions of the audience wouldn't be a logical fallacy. That'd just be bad faith. All right.
That's
now
not
answer the question.
Fallacy. It's equivocating.
Okay, what am I equivocating? Be clear.
Do you know what equivocating is?
Tell me I'm equivocating, dude.
Okay, so you're equivocating between me saying that my emotional stance of not supporting him, which I wouldn't, probably even in real life I wouldn't if he did that. I'd have to think about it. But my normative stance on how I would support him. If you're asking me the question, do I support him if that proposition is true, Dean? I would say from my normative stance, it is true. But the fact that we're
but would you apply this normative stance?
If you raped a kid, would you still support him? Is it true or false?
To what you actually believe?
My normative stance is what I actually believe. Whether or not I do it in real life, while I go to a voting ballot and put my name on it, is entirely different.
Okay, so you would actually believe that Trump is a good president, even if he raped a kid?
If what you mean by that is my normative stance, then yes.
Well, I mean, if what you mean by that is your normative stance, and that is what you just said.
But you're asking the question, Dean.
Dean, I think what we most care about actually is like if you end up not voting for Trump, right? Like if you choose to not vote for Trump, I think that's what we care about. Regardless of your normative stance, if you somehow view your normative stance to be different from what you're going to end up doing, we care about what you're going to end up doing, right? So if in that context you would vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, well then that kind of just proves the point that you view it differently insofar as that you in that circumstance would have changed your behavior. Okay.
True.
So that's at least what I am going to say is relevant towards the way that we are going to view. I don't really care about if you have some normative stance that you're not going to act upon.
Right.
Okay, and that's actually fine.
That's actually a good point, Parker, because when I'm asking this question is like, would you believe this? Would you affirm this proposition is true? It gives him like a lot of wiggle room to just be a complete sophist. But let's just go ahead and talk about your behavior, Brody. If you knew that it was a fact prior to November of 2024 that Donald Trump had been held civilly liable for raping a child, would you have voted for him?
My normative stance tells me that I should vote for him, yeah.
We're not asking you what your normative stance tells you. We're asking you what you materially would have done.
Okay, so I'll speak from my normative stance from here on out.
No. Materially, you still would have voted for Trump if you knew he raped a kid.
I told you what I'd do, so yeah, I would. So can we talk about your position now?
Okay, I have a question. What if he raped... So if he raped a kid, you still vote for him? Well, I mean, I don't really think that we should have predators in positions of power. I think that child rapists should spend the rest of their life rotting in a jail cell. And I think that you're fucking insane for positing that you would still platform a child fucking rapist into the most powerful position available to any human alive. Like, when did we stop believing...
watch this. Would you vote for Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies over Kamala Harris?
No, I think that'd create a lot of disutility in the world.
Why
but
so?
you guys are asking a lot of questions.
Answer that question. Under your view, why so? Is it because of how that represents something on a world stage? Because we could say the same thing with Donald Trump being a rapist and admitting to literally sexually assaulting women by grabbing their vagina without asking.
Yeah, I just don't think that Donald Trump has done what Jeffrey Epstein has done. But I'd like to ask a question.
I mean, but now you're about disutility in the world. Earlier, you told me if Donald Trump had done everything that Jeffrey Epstein did, and you were the only person that you knew it, you still wouldn't have voted for him.
Right. That's what I just said to Parker.
So then why would you not vote for him in that circumstance? Like, I agree you shouldn't. I'm just asking this clarifying question because it's going to be important.
Why wouldn't I vote for someone that's created probably like the most amount of disutility since Adolf Hitler? Like, I don't know, Dean. What? What are you asking me?
I'm asking you, why would you not have voted for Trump as president in 2024 if he had done all the things that Jeffrey Epstein did, but you were the only person alive that knew it? Keep in mind, I agree that you shouldn't do that, and I'm asking you this question as I believe your answer to it will be relevant.
Because it creates a ton of disutility.
Disutility? For whom? Like his
That's
policy?
just incredibly vague. He's
that's just like vague.
That his
right?
intuition in
What's
one
vague?
scenario goes off and says that like he wouldn't support them, but in the other scenario he would. Because really, the only distinction between these scenarios are adult versus child, right? And you're saying that's a relevant difference to say that in one scenario it meets the standard that you're not willing to support them, but in the other scenario, when they're adults, somehow you're willing to support them, and it doesn't meet that standard of disutility. I would say that putting a rapist into the position of power of the presidency normalizes rape culture, normalizes people who have done these types of things getting accepted into positions of power. So if you're going to say that that's an applicable argument to say that you wouldn't support, like again, Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies over Kamala Harris, right? Then obviously that should be applicable with Donald Trump too, as his moral character is sufficiently bad enough.
Also, guys, he didn't leave. I kicked him. Yeah, bro. So, in I guess in one scenario, he thinks if you just rape one child, no disutility, make them the most powerful man alive. But if you rape multiple children, most disutility since Adolf Hitler, right, needs to DIE, right? I mean, just completely inconsistent and insane. And hopefully, once we have Trump out of the White House, we no longer have Americans that are so desensitized to emotion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like we should bipartisanly agree that it should be illegal for people who have been held civilly liable of sexually abusing women or children, alongside criminally responsible for that. It should be illegal for them to run for president. I literally, can we bipartisanly agree upon that? I feel like it's such a crazy thing to say that they should be able to be president when the average person would say they shouldn't be allowed to be a citizen, a gym teacher, or in any position of power outside of that. Like, they shouldn't be able to be a cop. They shouldn't be able to be a firefighter. They shouldn't be able to hold any position of power outside of the fact that they think they should be president.
Right. It's like today we're just arguing with a bunch of rapey dudes, fucking, oh, I'll make a child rapist president. Fuck yeah, I will. Why can we not agree in a bipartisan nature that if you rape a fucking child, you shouldn't be the most powerful person alive? You know what I mean? Right? But then also, I mean, for everybody in the chat saying Brody won, not only are you insane because you're advocating for somebody that thinks we should make child rapist president, but simultaneously, even just formally and logically speaking, his argument proved to be inconsistent because of the arbitrary and trivial nature of it. Because in one circumstance, he says you rape one kid, you should still be president. But in the other circumstance, he says that you rape more than one kid, and then all of a sudden you're the worst person since Adolf Hitler. But anyways, Christina, welcome in. Hello? Oh, Christina's not even here.
Looks like they're not there. I have about 5 minutes or so before I have to leave.
Sounds good, bro. We got the next guest.
When I was gone, was it just talking to him, or what else happened?
Yeah, no, it was just somebody convincing us that we should vote for child rapists. That's all. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you are a Trump supporter, please. I'd really appreciate it. We got Lucas loading up into the queue. Hi, do you support Trump? Hello? All right, still looking for the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. I mean, we definitely see a lot of MAGA people in the comment section. Don't know why you're not in the queue. Feel free. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, folks. I'd really appreciate it. We got the next guest, Jeff, loading up. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, I think that we're just going to kind of introduce a new boundary to the live. If Trump was a child rapist, would you still vote for him?
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Wait, how old did he say he was?
18.
Okay.
Please come back to the live. He sounds older than 18.
Right. All right, you have 2 seconds. You have here. How about this? I'll thank a couple people. Thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat from Mr. Burnside, who says, do they think that they sound intelligent? It conflicts with their abortion stances entirely. It means they value unborn kids, cells even, he left. More like children. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $10, Mr. Byrne. I appreciate you so much. Bro, 1 second. Dude. Holy shit. Give me one moment here, folks. Well, Brody was back in the queue, so I was going to let him back in just to ask him why he's back in the queue. But, I mean, it doesn't seem like he's connecting. He just left. Okay. All right. I guess your champion doesn't want to debate. Sounds good. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Play Farm Sim, Dean and Parker.
One day
we will do a Farm Sim stream.
Yeah, one day we got to get consent from like that kid's parents and like run like a farm sim stream. You know what I mean? Brody, why are you back in the queue? I kicked you.
Yeah, I know. But so I wasn't listening to that diatribe at the end there. But so are you going to tell me more about your view, or are you just trying to pander to the audience?
How am I pandering to the audience by just suggesting that we should have a principled moral red line against presidents being child rapists?
Yeah, and I agree with that, but you're not actually letting me expose your view.
Well, you don't.
So can we talk about your view?
You said if he was a child rapist, you'd still vote for him.
Dean, when does moral value begin?
Why are you running away from the fact that I just refuted you?
No, because we've said this 100 times. We've been over and we've done this over and over again. I was talking about disutility.
Listen. Here's what I'm going to say, man. Here's what I'm going to say. In one statement, you say that I agree that we should have a moral red line against making child rapist presidents. And then you say that I agree with that while simultaneously arguing that if he was a child rapist, you would vote for him. There's a first contradiction. The second contradiction is arguing that you think it will yield more utility overall net for society if we allow abortions to be legislated on by the states compared to being legislated on by the federal government in consideration of all the harm which Trump is causing. The first issue with that view is the simple fact that we've actually seen an increase in the amount of abortions per year after Roe v. Wade was overturned, after a decrease for 32 years straight. Second of all, Donald Trump causes grave and immense harm. The most gravely immenseful harm that right now I believe that he's causing to society is going to be rooted within number one, the fact that he's protecting pedophiles, rapists, and so on and so forth inside of the Epstein files by having his DOJ refuse to abide by the Epstein files transparency law and defy Congress in making millions of illegal redactions, including to conceal the names and identities of child rapists, predators, so on and so forth. The second big way I believe that Donald Trump is perpetuating grave harm over this country would be by like taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, 10 times more people than the amount of annual abortions we see in this country, including significant impacts on their livelihoods, lifestyle, so on and so forth. The second way I believe him to be perpetuating grave harm over this nation would be not limited to, but would include the 156 million American citizens in the low and middle class who now have less purchasing power because of the big beautiful bill, because their wealth is now being redistributed to the rich in accordance with studies done by the CPPP. And then the third big way I believe that he's immensely perpetuating harm over this country is by his attempt to illegally consolidate power from the from Congress and from SCOTUS to himself in an attempt to pull from the dictatorial playbook. We see this all day, every day, with his attacks on his political opponents, saying that if you dissent and disagree with me giving illegal orders to the military, then you deserve to be publicly executed, with him passing illegal executive orders to attempt to take power away from Congress to change the Constitution, or power away from SCOTUS to reinterpret the Constitution, such as what we saw with Executive Order number 14160, to literally override the 14th Amendment, or what we're now seeing with him saying, well, if Congress doesn't pass this law about voter ID, we're going to do it anyways, basically saying that the core instrumental facts described of what are to be true of the federal government insofar as Congress passing policy no longer matters because he thinks he's a dictator and he could do it all himself. And this also reaches back to what he did in the 2020 election with installing FAKE votes for himself, attempting to install himself even though Biden had won the election, or what he wants to do with midterms and what he's saying about regret not having the National Guard taking the voting machines from the last election, or now saying, that we would need to nationalize the voting. States shouldn't be able to control it. He should control it all, even though the Constitution expressly gives the states the ability to organize and charter elections through Article 1 or Article 2. In accordance with all the ways in which I described and more, it is refutably false that passing abortion back down to the state level would cause overall less harm, even if we hold on to a pro-life view.
Yeah, so that's a great gish gallop. I'm not sure how you expect me to respond to 5 minutes of talking, but in any case, which premise
Before
do you
you do,
disagree
I'm
with?
sorry, but I gotta say, I gotta go.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dean, for having me on, man. It was good seeing y'all.
W. Parker.
The issue with your response, just calling it a gish gallop, is that your position is that banning abortion, which he's not doing, he just passed it back down to be legislated on by the states, is going to cause such a net benefit, it overrides the detriment that Donald Trump is causing to the United States of America. All right? I don't care if it takes me 5 minutes to go through the harm that he's causing to the United States of America. It would actually take me much longer to go through it all because of merely how harmful he is. Like, how can you sit here and say that passing abortion down to the state level to be legislated somehow overrides the harm from Donald Trump trying to be a dictator and just casting the Constitution out the window, wanting to cast SCOTUS and Congress out of the window, wanting to cast states' rights out of the window to orchestrate and run elections, okay, trying to do exactly that with the 2020 election, okay, starving 16 million children by illegally refusing to feed out their food stamps, taking the purchasing power away from the low and middle class, or taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans.
Yeah, so your question is, how does him passing abortion laws down to the state level create any kind of benefit, essentially? Is that correct?
No, not how it creates any kind of benefit. It creates a benefit that outweighs all of the detriment that I just described.
Sure. Okay. So I don't think it does, going down to the state level. I don't think any Republican would actually, other than Trump, would even think about outlawing abortion just because it would be political suicide. We can get into why that is.
What?
But
you just conceded.
How is that a concession?
Because you said that you don't think that passing abortion to be legislated on at the state level overrides all the harm that I was just able to describe. Yet the policy on abortion of the Trump administration is to have it legislated on by the state level.
Yeah, I think Trump, if he had it his way, would make it illegal. But I just think he's the only one that would actually do it.
Okay,
so that's
he
why
made
I
it
would support
illegal?
him. Not yet.
Do we have any evidence that he will make it illegal?
I think that the pro-life stance in the Republican Party is evidence, yeah.
But you just said that the Republicans in Congress would not vote for that bill.
No, I never said that. I'm saying the any candidate wouldn't run on it. It's too
Okay.
it's a hot button topic, so I don't think they'd run on it. They wouldn't get enough votes.
Okay, did Trump run on it?
From the populace. I just told you that I don't think anyone would run on it. So obviously, no, he didn't run on it.
Okay, so as of right now, the Trump administration has caused more harm than benefit.
I don't know. We'd have to get into it, but
But I mean, you just agree that all the harm that I just described is actually is not outweighed by the benefit of Donald Trump passing abortion down to the state level.
I'm not sure actually. We can get into
But you just
passing
said
down
that
to the
you were
state level
sure.
and what that's caused. Well, I'm rethinking my case here, and I'm not exactly sure if passing it down straight to the state level would, but I'm not sure what's funny.
I'm not.
Yeah,
just
I'm
happy
not
I
sure
brought
what's
it back
funny,
up.
right? I
I'm
know
just
you don't like to
really
have
exposing
hard
how horrible you do it.
conversations. You like to have easy conversations with guys like, I don't know, who like Creed and these guys that make you laugh and make the audience laugh
Yeah, this is a pretty easy conversation, man.
if you want to, but we can get down
this
to
is
the,
a pretty easy conversation. You conceded that your argument is null and void, and because
which premise
Donald
is
Trump-
false?
Yeah, for sure. You conceded that the Trump administration has overall caused more harm.
I didn't concede that.
Yes, you did, because you said that them passing abortion down to the state level, okay, has not been more beneficial and has not outweighed the harm in which they've caused via the multiple ways in which I described.
No, well, I didn't listen to everything you described because it was like a 10-minute long speech, but that's why I said we can get into it.
Okay?
Okay, so when does moral value begin on your view?
Why would that be relevant to me describing the harm and atrocities that have been true under the Trump administration as an internal critique for your view?
I'm talking about your view.
I know, I'm running an internal critique of your view, so my view is not relevant. Thank you for proving my point.
You don't think whether or not abortions are killing millions of humans is relevant?
Yeah, I don't think that your view on abortion is relevant since you conceded that he only passed it down to the state level, and overall that does not outweigh the other harm in which the administration has caused. Like this is
You just
this is
contradicted yourself.
No, I
You
didn't
just contradicted
contradict
yourself.
myself.
You just
I
said
better
my
repeat what
view
you
isn't
said.
relevant. You
Oh,
just
well,
said
I'm
my
going to
view
say
isn't
my
relevant.
view isn't relevant. Your view is relevant.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about your view. I just want to make that clear, right?
It's not relevant to why you should stop supporting Trump. From your own perspective, he's caused more harm than good.
If your view is insane, you don't think that's relevant? Or if the Democratic view is insane, you don't think that's relevant?
It's not relevant insofar as why you should stop supporting Trump.
So if the I just want to make this clear. If the Democratic view was insane enough to kill millions of humans a year, you would say that it's not relevant.
What I'm saying is that my view on abortion is not relevant
Dean,
to
yes or
why
no,
you should
man?
stop supporting Trump as president, considering the fact that you've already conceded that the Trump administration has caused more harm than otherwise. Like to be clear, all right? All that the Trump administration has done on the topic of abortion was they appointed more Supreme Court justices so then they would overturn Roe v. Wade. After Roe v. Wade was overturned, abortion became, very severely limited for access via like millions of American women. But at the same time, because of that scarcity, more women and more girls were thinking about it. And we actually saw an increase in the annual amount of abortions for the first time in 32 years after Roe v. Wade was set in place by SCOTUS forever ago. All right. And then I went on to describe
there was an increase before Roe v. Wade,
from your perspective,
so that's false.
have we seen an increase in the amount of abortions since Roe v. Wade was overturned and the Dobbs decision has been made, but there are mass amounts of harm and damage that the Trump administration have caused. Like, for instance, I'll be clear and merely repeating myself. The Trump administration is so damaging to our civil and electoral processes. Okay?
You're literally lying and then
Separation of powers. One moment. Separation of powers. Okay. States' rights and federal rights. It is so incredibly damaging and harmful for the Trump administration to act as if they exist above beyond the Constitution, to rewrite the Constitution through executive orders, to say that we have the ability to pass our own legislation without approval from Congress, to say that we have the ability to reinterpret the Constitution, even that's what SCOTUS thinks they have, and we have the ability to completely ignore the Constitution when they say things like we should nationalize elections, even though that's a power that is given to the states by either the second, first, or third article. That's very harmful. That is a degradation of the separation of powers, and that is what creates dictatorships. A consolidation of power of this type hasn't only been immediately material harmful to the people of this country by him like consolidating power, ignoring the courts, and refusing to feed the 16 million children on food stamps for 12 days, but it's also very instrumentally damaging to the Constitution, the separations of power, the branches of government, and the operation of America as an entity. All right? And that's just one way that he's really harming and damaging this country. So I guess for my first question would be, from your perspective, do you think that this harm has outweighed the benefit that we've gotten from him making SCOTUS appointees to overturn Roe v. Wade?
Yeah, so you lied. You said that abortions went up right after the Dobbs decision, Roe v. Wade. So the 3 to 4 years immediately preceding the Dobbs decision, it actually reversed. So abortions were going up.
Okay,
now,
I appreciate you for correcting me. Now, could you please answer my question?
So I'm gonna correct you and then expand upon that. So you are correct when you said that when Roe v. Wade was rolled back immediately, then abortions went up even further. But that's just a correlation causation fallacy. So it's just because that
sounds good. So could you please answer my question?
And why are you cutting me off? I don't understand.
And I proved a causal factor because I've been attempting to get you to answer this question the whole time you've been up here, and you haven't.
So I think I've answered all your questions. You haven't answered one of mine. But
you haven't.
Not
by the way,
only
I have
are you
answered your questions because I told you
not
what premise of
only
your
are you
argument I was
talking for
rejecting.
2.5 minutes at a time. Not only are you talking for 2.5 minutes at a time.
So
and
can you,
asking a question
listen?
immediately
Bottom
after.
line, can you tell me of the harm that Donald Trump has caused to the systems of our government, the Constitution, and illegal consolidation of power outweighs any benefit that we've received by him making it SCOTUS appointees to overturn Roe v. Wade?
Yeah, I'm unsure. Let's get into it. It's an empirical claim.
Okay, so you're unsure.
Would you vote for Kamala Harris if she...
Exactly. Right. And so I brought it back up for another 10 minutes to demonstrate the issue with that man. All right. Because he kept on repeating over and over and over again. It's all about the empirics. It's all about the real world outcomes. We need to stay on topic with, well, what kind of like benefit is created when we ban abortion compared to the other detriments that are true of the Trump administration. But then as soon as I start talking about exactly that, I'm like, okay, from your perspective, do you think that it's more or less harmful that we have Trump as president today with his attack on our government in consideration of him making SCOTUS appointees to overturn Roe v. Wade? And then he says, I don't know. Like, okay, well, therefore, you don't know if you support Trump. So I appreciate you so much. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Now that we got him to concede, because if he doesn't know if the Trump administration has caused more benefit than harm, then he doesn't know if he supports Trump as president. Hi, do you support Trump? By the way, I challenge one motherfucker to come up here and tell me why I'm wrong. One of y'all chirpers down below in that comment section saying, oh, he won. I don't believe you. I think that you're likely a 13-year-old rage baiter. Prove me wrong by coming up here and telling me why. Do it. I'm giving you the platform. I'm giving you the mic. Prove me wrong. He absolutely got cooked. He at the end conceded that he's unsure if he even supports Trump because he's unsure if the harm that the administration has created outweighs the benefit of overturning Roe v. Wade, which was the crux of his talking point surrounding abortion. How do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, I support Trump. You want to know why?
Well, you're very obviously a troll, so I'm going to move on. You take care.
Hey, no.
All right, let's go ahead and get that next guess loaded up in the box. By the way, guys, look at all these chirpers in the comment section. They're not coming up. Just ignore them. They have to be bots or something. Like I'm giving them the invite to like come up on this live stream and tell us why, but they won't. Oh, hey, we actually got one of them. Hi, Bender. How old are you?
I'm 19, brother.
All right, so you're the one special person that I've decided to give a special platform to describe to me exactly how that last guess won. Take it away.
Because everything you said was logical. What you said was not logical at all, brother.
Okay, explain how. Explain how it was not a logical counterargument to his position to prove from his own perspective that he's either sure the Trump administration is generating more harm than benefit or unsure that the Trump administration is generating more harm than benefit in consideration of the original premise of his position, which hinged on his claim that banning abortion is good and generates this utility in consideration to the disutility created by the Trump administration infringing upon our checks and balances, throwing the Constitution out the window, degrading states' rights and wanting to nationalize elections on top of wanting to starve 16 million American citizens that are relying on food stamps because they disregarded a court order focused on, forcing the Trump administration to pay out those food stamp benefits.
I have a question for you.
No, after you respond to that question, I just really appreciate you to tell me how my position there is not logical.
Because, you always deflect the question.
Okay. Well, you're actually deflecting right now because you're not telling me how my counter argument to Brody was not logical.
Dean, yeah, I have known your tactics for a long time. You're very good at deflecting questions.
You're doing right now?
Answering questions. No, listen up.
No, that's what you're doing right now. I very clearly asked you for you to demonstrate how my counter argument against Brody's position was not logical. And it doesn't seem like you could do it.
No, he had 4 years. Joe Biden had 4 years to release the files. Why didn't he?
What? 1 second. No. We're not talking about Joe Biden and the files. I want you to tell me why my counterposition to that last guest's argument was not logical.
Because that's it.
Because why?
It's. Listen. I came here for the prompt. You told me, how do you still support Trump?
Oh, so just to clarify, you came up here because you're saying that the last guest obviously won and that he should be president, that he's so awesome. So I just simply asked you how. Do you want to explain to me how my counter argument there was not logical? Stop deflecting, please.
Okay, repeat what you said. I will answer you.
Yeah, sure. My counter argument to his position, once again, his position was, I think that Donald Trump's policy and agenda surrounding abortion is going to generate a higher utility than the disutility generated by the administration. And common man's language, all that means is that he thinks that overall the Trump administration is going to be more beneficial than harmful to this country, with the vast majority of that benefit being generated by them directing SCOTUS justices to overturn Roe v. Wade, leading to multiple states banning abortion. My counter argument to that position was to bring up the grave and immense harm that the Trump administration is causing on this country, that even from the pro-life worldview would outweigh any positive utility generated by passing abortion down to the state level. This grave and immense harm would be the attack on our Constitution, the attack on our separation of powers, the attack on states' powers, and the attack on limited federal powers, because he does not care about the Constitution. He's explicitly infringed on it. He does not care about the separation of powers. He says that he just wants to throw the second article of the Constitution out of the window, nationalize elections. He just wants to throw the first article of the Constitution out of the window and pass legislation through the executive branch of government.
He's the only
president says no, and about other things, which would generate a total disutility, which in fact he even accepted. He literally said that, yes, Dean, everything that you just described would generate more harm than the good I've been able to point out so far from Donald Trump merely having SCOTUS pass abortion back down to the state level. But when he realized that statement lost him the debate, he then went on to the statement, well, I'm not sure. I don't know if this outweighs the benefit generated by passing abortion back down to the state level. And then at that point, that was him conceding that he doesn't know if he supports Trump because he doesn't know if the Trump administration generates more utility than disutility, or less disutility, or less utility than disutility. Explain to me how that is not a logical counter argument.
Okay, first of all, let me tell you something. Donald Trump is the only president that really justifies, yes or no?
Okay, so you're just to clarify, you are not going to give me a counter argument to the position that I used to defeat Brody's argument.
Okay. I will. Supporters credit his tax cuts and the regulations.
Okay, so you're not tax cuts. I want you to tell me why the counter argument I gave to Brody's position was not logical.
As I said, you always deflect. That's why.
Okay, well,
Brody
you can't
won.
do it.
Everybody
So what
knows
about
that
you,
Brody
Felix?
won.
So the last guy that was spamming W Brody in the comment section couldn't demonstrate why his position was not logical. So how about you? Can you demonstrate why my counter argument to Brody's position was not logical? Oh, you just left. Okay, all right. Well, I mean, I hope that goes to show just how illogical a lot of the viewers are, and how obviously based and sound my counter argument was to his position. We're gonna go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. Dude, these people are getting fried. All right, we're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Only opposite of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, I'd appreciate it. What about you? Do you want to have a shot?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do it.
All right. So his initial argument was I believe 4 or 5 premise syllogism, right?
No, it was actually a 2 premise syllogism.
2 premise. Okay. Yeah. So he gave you the syllogism, and then you started investigating his view initially, and then instead of like actually engaging with his syllogism, you started asking him questions to see if he believed it himself. So like he could have been running an internal critique from your view.
He wasn't running an internal critique of my view because I don't think that abortion is wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I wasn't exactly paying attention to the front one, but from what I heard is that you simply started asking him questions about his syllogism prior to you actually prior to the whole larger argument that you got into.
The refutation of his syllogism is that both me and him reject P1.
How did he reject P1?
Because he accepted that the overall harm being caused by the Trump administration would outweigh any good that was caused by directing members of SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade.
And yet, was that not in a hypothetical scenario where Donald Trump had raped 200 women or 10 women?
Oh no, we're talking about the real world harm that was caused by the consolidation of powers. We're talking about the real world harm that was caused by him infringing on the Constitution, the real world harm that was caused by him wanting to nationalize elections, infringing on the second article of the Constitution to take rights away from states, and the real world harm that was caused by infringing on the Constitution, more specifically the first article, with attempting to take power away from Congress to pass legislation, with the states today saying that we will have voter ID laws even if Congress doesn't pass them.
Sorry, I'm back. I had to deal with my dogs. My dogs are being assholes. Anyways.
I mean, you were super loud in the comment section. Brody cooked you. Brody cooked you.
I literally said it like 4 times.
Right. Super loud.
Okay, hold on. Give me a sec. Fuck, dude. Anyways. Yeah, so back to could you repeat the most recent thing you said, because I had to deal with my dogs.
Yeah, for sure. He accepted that the real world harm generated by the Trump administration outweighed the real world betterment generated by the Trump administration, nominating justices to overturn Roe v. Wade. Once I demonstrated that that was him conceding to his position, he then walked off of that argument and then held to the conclusion that he's agnostic on the position. Is the real world harm that's being generated by the Trump administration outweighing the benefit generated by the Trump administration? And that position of agnosticism would therefore imply agnosticism surrounding his support of the Trump administration, since he doesn't know if the Trump administration has generated more positive utility than disutility.
Yes, so then he accepted that the current harm reported by the Trump administration was greater than the harm reported by abortion, in a current scenario outside of a hypothetical?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then never mind, you did cook him. I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't paying attention. My fault.
You're good.
I don't even disagree with either of you. I don't disagree with him, or you, so I was just thinking that I was just totally misunderstanding his argument. My fault, dude.
You're good. Take care. All right, let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump to president. Okay, good. Guy's good faith. Changes his mind. Let's go to get that next guest manifest loaded up into the box. Yo, Luna, thank you so much for the 24 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Luna. Show some love to Luna down below in that comment section. Show some love to Luna down below in that comment section. I appreciate you. Show some love to Luna down below. Manifest, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Nigger.
Okay, goodbye. Moving on to the next guest right now. Let's go and get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Sam Barrett connecting to the live stream. How do you support Trump?
I think he's been better than.
What's that?
I think he's been better than Biden.
That's an insane claim. But do you support him as president?
I think, for the sake of argument, sure.
Okay. Well, I don't debate people for the sake of argument. I want to talk to people that actually support Trump. Moving on to the next guest, we got Lung Muffin loading up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA folks. I'd really appreciate it if you do your best to abide by our rules. Hi, do you support Trump?
What?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
29.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because I'm a dumb inbred redneck.
Okay, get out of here. Moving on to the next guest right now, folks. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. I would really appreciate it if you do your best to try to follow our rules here. We got Fender Bent loading up into the box. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
And why do you support Trump?
Because I like his taxes, his border security patrol, and the gas price.
Oh, so you're a fan of the Big Beautiful Bill?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because the no tax on tip.
Okay, true.
Was pretty good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the border security, smuggling fentanyl.
Oh, well, I gotta kick you. Unfortunately, can't say the names of any DRUGs on TikTok Live. Moving on to the next guest right now. I will say there, specifically about no tax on tips. So that's also policy that Kamala Harris ran on, not to mention that if you are like a young American, which you said you were, you would have gotten significantly more back because of her $25,000 housing subsidy. But I'd also like to bring up here that when we consider the total impact of the Big Beautiful Bill, it becomes clear that it's bad. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, they actually indicate to us that the average American making at or under $51,000 per year will be worse off because of it. Hi, do you support Trump? I don't have this guy talking to me. Raf, do you support Trump?
Nah, I don't support Trump, twin. I just like him because he do I.
Bro. Okay. Well, I didn't need to kick him, but he's gone now. I don't support Trump, but I like him because he does ice. All right, that means you do support Trump. Moving on to the next guest. Moving on to the next guest here, folks. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. How do you support Trump?
Yo, Dean. Hello?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007, August 31st.
And why do you support Trump?
Because he's a badass president.
Well, he is like a badass president, but not like badass isn't cool, but like badass isn't like terrible. I mean, last year we saw the worst job reports, and so 3 ignoring recessions. But why do you think he's so badass?
Because when he told that person to, like, he said, quiet piggy, that was crazy.
Aura. I gave him aura.
Okay, well, if you don't agree with that, what about the time when
So you just think that the one standalone qualification for being president is calling women pigs?
No. I mean, that's just something you don't hear from a president, so it's like pretty cool.
Well, I think that we don't typically hear that from presidents for good reasons, because it's very disrespectful.
Or that one time, the assassination attempt, and he stood up and he had his hands up.
Fight. Yeah. All right, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if you'll do your best to follow the rules. How do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
28.
Okay, and would you mind giving me one moment here just to thank a couple people?
No problem.
All right, sounds good, man. Real quick, couple people I'd like to thank. Thank you so much for the $18 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love, Toby. Show some love to Toby down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much, man. I want to see 200 Toby W's. Then same thing with Kara. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Who says, do they ever ask, quote unquote, why a fret of pedophiles wants full orphanages due to banned abortions? Oh, Dean, tough morning. Some guests make you want to take a shower, I'm sure, right? Yeah, they sure do, Cara. Thank you for the $20, and it's good to see you. Then same thing to you, Robin. Thank you so much for the $40 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Robin. I want to see 400 Robin W's. Robin says, sorry, didn't realize that we get a normative vote and an emotional vote. Honestly, failing to see the difference here. Sophistry maxing also, yeah, for real. Robin, I appreciate you for the $40. Same thing to Caroline. Thank you so much for the $10. Who says I'd appreciate if you keep this to yourself. I got you. Lewis, thank you for the $5. Michelle, thank you for the $5. Then Emily, thank you for the $10. Who says, Dean, this is a reminder of all the minds you've changed. I just saw a clip of a guy come up and told you how you've changed his mind, and so many of your comments said that you've changed their minds too. This is a live that's hard to watch. Scary how some people think. Well, thank you. Love from Norway. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $10. Emily. Yeah, I gotta say, man, the day's been pretty hard, but thank you. Same thing with Bench. Thank you so much for the $25. Who says, I really appreciated your message and agree with most of what you've said. I genuinely like to see you have a conversation with people that don't support Trump but are open to debating some of your tactics. You are already finding less and less Trump supporters. I'm going to be debating Trump supporters until we run out of them, all right? Until there's just no more reason why, because we need this guy out of the Oval. But I also will be debating like just general like politics the closer we get to midterms to convince more people to vote blue. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $25. And then dude, holy fuck. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Jacob, thank you so much. Who says that my guy was a perfect example of how the whitewashed American education system has failed our youth. You're the perfect example of hope in future generations. Oh, thank you so much, Jacob. I appreciate y'all for your kindness. Thank you so much, y'all. We're going to try to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now on the opposite side of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Hi, do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Awesome. I just have a couple more people to thank on Venmo where I'll cut up on PayPal. Then I'll pass you the mic. First and foremost, this literally just came in. Kamani, dude. Kamani, thank you. Thank you so much for the $75 donation. That is KYMONI. Kamani with the $75 says, hey, Dean, just letting you know how much we love you in this house. When my kids see you on the TV, they run to me to let you know that you're on. I've told you before, but I cannot wait to watch them grow to be just like you, dude. Kamani, seriously, you are here so very frequently. I'm always seeing your name. I know it by heart, and I know the pronunciation by heart, too. That took me a while to, really catch up on. But just know that I love and appreciate the hell out of you, and I bet that you have great kids who are going to grow up to be very, very, very good people. And I don't doubt it that they already are. Thank you for the $75, Kamani. Hannah, thank you for the $5. Spencer, thank you so much for the $10 as well over on Venmo. I'll look into that book. Then Hannah, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo for arguing with rapey dudes. Appreciate you for the $20, Hannah. Nolan, thank you so much for the $10. Then Ben, thank you so much for the $10. Morgan, thank you for the $5. And then April, thank you so much for the $20, who says, investing in you since you always invest in sharing the truth. That last guest literally said that he sees color, which is a racist comment. I want to say that it's necessarily racist to see color. But you just have to make sure that you're phrasing it the right way and you're meaning the right thing. Okay, right? I think it's like a good thing to see color in the sense that you understand the systems of oppression that impact BIPOC individuals, but that don't impact like white individuals. So that's like when it's not racist to see color. But I very clearly think that he was purporting that statement in a racist way, where the way that he saw color was like, oh, if you're black, I see that color, then like therefore it's actually okay and not racist to oppress you, right? Thank you. Thank you so much for the $20, April. And that last guy left. He ran away. We're going to move on to the next guest, Drew. Here we go. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. Hi, Drew. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How do you?
I'm 18.
Can you please tell your friend in the background to turn the stream off?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, of course.
Okay. And then turn the volume up on your phone because there's like a little bit of a delay in it. But anyways, what year are you born in?
07.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Mass deportation, and yeah, that's honestly it.
Mass deportation. What is one positive outcome of mass deportation on this country?
So, illegal aliens, right? There's two main reasons why it's good for this country. One, rule of law, right? They're illegal. They're breaking the law. I think it's pretty fair that people who are illegal get the desired punishment. And two, illegal aliens, they kill people. They rape people. There's thousands of these sorts of things happening every single year, right? Under the Biden administration, over 10 million illegal immigrants came to this country and then they kill people. I think it's unfair that we're letting these people uninvited just come into our country and do whatever they want.
Yeah, so in response to your first point, arguing rule of law, okay, well, I mean, I agree that we should have rule of law, but when the law is bad, that we also have a rule that we should change that law, right? A rule to change the law when the law is bad. And that's why I think that we should revise the punishment for for undocumented immigration, for the undocumented immigrants that are already here, from mass deportation to like mass amnesty. I think that we should be offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship, not only because that is what is in the best interest of this country, but it's also what's in the best interest of them, you, me. And I think that our government shares a lot of the culpability for causing that undocumented immigration into this country in the first place by ignoring the legal means and allowing them to become slow, allowing them to become costly, degraded, so on and so forth. And then second of all, if you really care about the rule of law, you'd want your president in prison, all right? You'd want the administration in prison. There's already been over 950,000 infractions of the Epstein Files Transparency Act on behalf of the Trump Department of Justice just for illegal redactions of Donald Trump's name. 950,000. Not to mention him breaking the law, like raping E. Jean Carroll. Not to mention him ignoring the law by pardoning 174 violent rioters that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol, then labeled them patriots.
Wait, let me respond to the Trump and the Epstein situation, right? So let's talk about the Egan case, right? So he was found guilty in a New York court, right? But the issue is the New York court had many issues, right? It had a harsh judge. The jurors were all Democratic, and it was also funded by Democrats, right? It was it was slanted in too. Just because, the reason why you asked me this question is because I think you judge a president based off his character, right? But Bill Clinton was in the Epstein files, right? Many, many times, but he was a great president, right? So I just personally don't judge a president based off their character, right? Bill Clinton was in those Epstein files, but he was an amazing president. I think Trump is too.
Yeah. So if Bill Clinton did things with kids, women, unconsensually, we should throw him under the jail. All right. We shouldn't make somebody like that president. And I want you to know that you're now contradicting your very first statement as it applied to undocumented immigrants because you were arguing rule of law. Right? I just don't understand this hypocritical rule of law where if you're guilty of a victimless federal misdemeanor and actively making this country better, then you deserve to be punished to the extent of the law and deported to Seattle, El Salvador, being tortured. Right? Okay? But then as soon as you're the fucking president, okay, and you've raped somebody or committed 34 felonies, actively infringed on the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Okay, that's a misdemeanor in New York. That's not a felony.
Doesn't matter. Let him be president.
He was found 34 felonies in New York, which is actually found as a misdemeanor when you use the business thing.
I got to disconnect you because you actually just got a flag for misinformation. But to correct you, no, it was a Class E felony in the state of New York. The particular felony was the falsification of business records with the intent to conceal a second-step crime. Jaden, how do you support Trump?
Wait, what? Sorry.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How do you?
18.
I don't believe you. Sorry, dude. Felix, do you support Trump?
No, wait. Sorry, I'm doing something.
I don't know, man. Felix, hi. Are you here?
How are you doing, Mr. Dean? Are you okay?
Yeah. What time is it?
For me, I'm in the UK, so I'm afraid an outsider.
All right. Well, right now we are just looking to talk to people that are American adults that support Trump as president. We're going to move on to the next guest. Please make sure that you follow our rules, please. Got to be at least 18. Got to be an American. Got to be an adult. Please and thank you.
Hi, T. How are you doing?
Doing all right. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I just turned 18 this year.
What's your birthday?
2008, January 24th.
Okay. You look young, but maybe 18-year-olds are just starting to look a lot younger, honestly, because I keep getting older. I'm just going to ask you one clarifying question because I do think that you do look pretty young. Do you happen to work?
Yeah. No, I'm actually... No, I don't.
Do you go to university?
I live with my parents.
No, you live with your parents?
No.
Okay. Okay. Are you being honest about your age?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I mean, you gave a birth date that would align with that. If you were born in January of this year, you would be 18. So why do you support Trump?
Okay, so mostly just for his abortion policy. That's honestly it. I don't really like Trump, to be very honest. I do support him mostly for his abortion policy because I do believe that abortion is like, it ends human life, and I'm a Christian, so I believe as well that the Bible says, you know, it's to protect the unborn life. So yeah, that's mostly it. But I actually have a big question for you, real quick. So I'm still struggling between if I wanna support Harris or Trump. So I honestly, I love you. You're amazing. Like I watch your lives all the time, and like you really, I see what you're doing, and honestly, I gotta say, like you're literally amazing. You've changed so many people's lives, and I think mine as well. And
Well,
yeah, it's
let's see
crazy,
if I can
but
change your mind a little bit more, and I appreciate you for those kind of words. From your perspective, you should probably agree with Kamala Harris, and here's why. First and foremost, what branch of Christianity do you hold to?
wait, what now?
What branch of Christianity do you hold to?
Like, do you mean like,
When
do
you
I
say
believe
you're a
like in
Christian,
God, Jesus? Like,
when you say you're a Christian, is it just because you read the Bible, or when you say you're a Christian, is it because you like practice? You're a practicing like Catholic.
no, 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 no. I'm not Catholic. I'm full Christian. I believe in that Jesus rose from the dead.
Okay, so you're just gonna read the Bible.
I'm a
Sounds
full
good.
believer in Christ.
So here's what I'll say to you. Nowhere in the Bible does it really say that like one sin is worse than any other. I think that one point Jesus is like there's a greater sin, but we don't really know what that means. And the most common interpretation from non-Catholic, non-Orthodox sectors of Christianity is that like all sins are identical in the eyes of God. So this would mean like the sin of identical is like the sin of abortion is like identical to the sin of lying. Okay. And for that reason, I just don't really understand why you'd have good motivating reason rooted within Christianity to argue that because abortion is a sin, it should be illegal. But even though lying is a sin, it shouldn't be illegal, even though in the eyes of your perfect divine moral standard, those two things are identical. And I appreciate you for coming up. I'm just going to be honest. I don't think I have enough confidence that you're over the age of 18. You totally could be 18 and I could be wrong, but I tend to really assume a lot of precaution in those circumstances. So we're just going to move on to the next guest's game. But, there's like the very best argument. I just suggest that you keep on listening. Hopefully we could change your mind here. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. On the up inside of the queue, if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. All right, we got Hunter Chase loading up into the box. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, but I just want to thank you because you changed my mind so much.
Dude, hell yeah, Hunter. I love to hear that, man. I do. I love to hear that. I love to hear that what we do here works. You know what I mean? It means a lot. It means a lot to hear that what we do here works. It really does. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. While we are, a couple of people to thank here real quick. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo, Joseph. Joseph, genuinely, thank you so much for the love, man. Joseph with a $50 says, this is for your continued fight. Well, thank you so much for the support, Joseph. I want to see 500 Joseph W's down below in that comment section. I appreciate you so much for the love, man. Seriously, thank you. Show some love to Joseph down below. As well as Ants, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And Nick, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents. I'd also like to quickly thank Cully for the $10, who says, as a former Trump supporter, the midterms will be the first time I vote blue. Listening to your lives has totally changed my mind a few months ago, and that's why I'm now a Democrat. Thank you, Dean. Every day with my videos, I'm trying to change Republicans' minds to ditch Trump. Bro, I love hearing that so much, Cully, because it's like a butterfly effect, sorry. Like, not only is it like me changing the minds of people listening, but then like you're turning around and trying to change the minds of those within your life. And it's beautiful. I love it. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, because I've never went to school and I have negative 10 IQ.
You're a troll. Moving on to the next guest, please only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be following our rules, quite frankly. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Simon Says loading up. We got couple people loading up. We got Chelsea loading up. Here we go. Okay. Simon, do you support Trump?
Well, I kind of used to. You changed my mind on that. Congrats to you on that one.
Okay. I bet that you have like some headphones on or something right now, but
Yeah,
the speaker, the speaker that I could hear you through is like literally across the room. But I did like barely hear what you said. You said that I changed your mind. I think that is awesome, bro. That is really good to hear. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. Like I just said, I literally fucking love to hear that. So, that's awesome. We're gonna move on to the next Trump supporter right now. How do you support Trump? You have 5 seconds to come back on live and respond before you get kicked.
Yo.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How do you?
22.
Are you driving?
Fuck, I can't be driving?
Yeah, you can't be driving, man. Moving on to the next guest right now. It's violation of TikTok terms of service. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Jamie, thank you for the love trunk. Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. It looks like we have a debate about every 2 weeks, huh?
What are you talking about, man? I wanted to talk about RFK Jr. though with the autism cases, man.
Let me know. I'll tell you, man. Because I'm looking at your most recent post. There's a comment from November 16th that says Dean on top. There's a comment
That's not true, man.
No. There's a comment. There's a comment.
That's your bot.
One moment.
You're botting my
just
account,
1 second,
bro.
There's another comment.
You keep botting me, dude.
Bro, chill out.
Let's just talk about RFK Jr.
Listen, just give me a moment, bro. So
Look,
like I said,
look, man, we can talk about how circumcised penises cause autism, bro.
Circumcised, wow. I don't think that one's right. I highly doubt the basis of the claim made. Circumcision causes autism. I'm not familiar with that one. We're just gonna move on. We got Maddie loading up in the box. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck are we doing? Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19. I'm 20 in August.
What year were you born in?
2006. And the 2nd of August is my birthday.
Okay. Are you in the UK?
I used to live in America. I've moved recently to the UK, but I voted in the last election.
You moved I don't think that people could just like spontaneously like
It was it was planned for years, finding a property and
No, what I'm saying is like
getting where-
spontaneously like develop like a British accent. Like I don't think if I moved to Britain tomorrow I'd like have a British accent.
Because I am originally British, but I lived in America and I've come back.
Okay. Well, I actually allow like one international person up on the live every day, and you are the one international person today. So tell us, why do you support Trump?
I have one reason. I think morally, he's not a good guy. He's not the right person and he's disgusting. However, with his policies and what he was doing and how he was supporting everyone to live, it was better than everyone else because you could live under him, you could afford things under him, but you couldn't do that with anyone else in the same way.
Okay, well, I'll happily respond to the claim being made. What policy has Trump passed to make things... Well, I just looked at your account. Maddie, you could be an adult, but you look very young. I'm so sorry. We are going to move on. Moving on to the next guest right here. It's like technically possible that they could be telling the truth, but she literally looked like so fucking young.
Dean!
Wow. Well, they were happy. Okay. All right, that woke me up. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm a little tired. I'm a little tired. Like right now, I'm not on top of my game at like all. All right, I'm a little tired out. I feel like it's been a long day and shit. What? It's already 6 p.m. Oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy. I did my math wrong. I thought I'd be getting off at like 5:30. It's already 6. Did my math wrong earlier. But anyways, I'm really tired. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
23.
Okay, and then your profile picture there, are there some true patriots?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk. Yeah, true patriots
Love Charlie Kirk. Rest in peace to a legend.
want to get rid of the Constitution and think that,
listen, I know you don't support Charlie Kirk.
Like black pilots are underqualified. Yeah, so tell us, why do you support Trump?
Well, I mean, you just mentioned DEI there, did you?
No, I didn't mention DI. I mentioned the fact that Charlie Kirk was pretty racist because he doesn't think that black pilots are qualified.
That is not at all what he meant.
He said, if I have a black pilot, I get nervous.
That was because of DEI, my friend, because white pilots, who knows, maybe that black pilot was less qualified than somebody who was white just because of DEI.
You know who knows? I know. I know that claim is false. The airline industry has some of the most stringent and hard to meet requirements out of any industry. Aviation is an absolute beast. Every single year, I mean, the regulations and requirements get stricter and stricter and stricter. In fact, to even be considered from an aviation company to be hired on as a commercial pilot, you first have to have not only your pilot, your private pilot's license, but also your commercial pilot's license. And it doesn't matter what your race is, regardless of your, white, black, or otherwise. You still have to go through the same training curriculum and rigorous requirements that ought to be met in order to, achieve those licenses. So, I don't know. There's no like lowering the standards for black people in aviation. I mean that has never been true and that will never be true.
Okay, when Charlie had said that, he wasn't referring to the black community as a whole. He was referring to the pilots in general. And I mean, there was court cases that proved that DEI was literally hiring less qualified folks.
Really? Could I see one of those court cases for the aviation industry? Could I see that?
Yeah, when the AFL took complaints to the OFCCP from United Airlines, Spirit Airlines, and I believe one more airline because pilots were complaining that less qualified candidates were getting the job. They were no longer using skill-based assessments. They were hiring people based on race, sex, and ethnicity.
And then your evidence for this would be
complaints to the OFCC. Excuse me.
Would be complaints.
The complaints from the AFL to the OFCCP. When they took those complaints back to those airlines, the airlines actually proved Charlie Kirk right when they made public statements that they would no longer be doing those discriminatory practices. It didn't make it to the courtroom because the airlines retracted those racist benchmarks and quotas.
Okay, so what were the racist benchmarks and quotas?
Well, when you had Lululemon, American Airlines, Spirit Airlines, Delta Airlines, eBay, Costco, Microsoft. Hold on, I mentioned airlines plus 100 other companies came out that year.
We'll talk about the other companies.
I'm answering your question. Is this too much information for you to handle? I'm answering your question. Do you want me to slow it down for you?
Well, I just want you to stick on the topic of airlines.
Yeah, so talking about airlines, the AFL got complaints from pilots. Okay, look up the AFL, American First Legal Team, got complaints from American Airlines, Spirit Airlines, and one more airline where pilots were saying they were no longer doing skill-based assessments. Okay, they were trying to hit those quotas that those airlines and 100 other companies publicly said. Charlie said that quote Charlie said that quote early of 2023, I believe, or 2024. Perfect. And by the time, by the time that year came to a conclusion, in November, the 3 airlines publicly said they would no longer be doing those discriminatory practices. Now, it's funny that you want to call Charlie racist when you and your friend Santana are racist, and there's actual proof of that.
Insane. But anyways, so I actually just looked up what the AFL is and what they did. So the AFL is going to be the America First Legal. America First Legal is just simply an organization that is alt-right, that pushes for Republican change in the law, so on and so forth. So, I mean, already you're off to a bad start because you're literally giving me some alt-right legal body. But anyways, what they alleged is that American Airlines, United Airlines, and Southwest Airlines had quote-unquote DEI policy that violated federal civil rights laws. Now, nowhere within what they alleged did they even mention or detest or go over how this would lead to less qualified individuals being selected, but I digress. I want to know what specific guidelines were upheld by American, United, and Southwest that unfairly hired less qualified black pilots. And I would assume that you actually know this information since you're familiar with AFL and you're familiar with what they alleged.
Okay, so thank you for proving my point and telling the audience everything I just said was true. So again, you can look it up, people. The AFL got those complaints from those airlines, the pilots in the pilot training programs.
So what I said was, I'm so sorry. I got to cut you off. I got to cut you off because you misrepresented what I said. So I didn't say that you were right when you said that the AFL proved that they were hiring less qualified black pilots. What I said is that you were right when you suggested that there's some alt-right legal body out there that allege these companies had DEI policies. All right? But now we just need to know what these DEI policies are. They are open, they're public. We should be able to have a source for what the policies were. And that's what I want to look at now. So can you please point me towards the specific policies of American Airlines, United Airlines, and Southwest Airlines
Everybody
that
heard
led
you. Everybody
to
heard
less
you. All right, I'll let
qualified
you talk.
black pilots operating their airplanes?
Yep. It was the public statements that those airlines and 100 other companies said that that 50% of their hirees will be DEI hires, people of color and women. So their public statements are what prompted the American hero, the great, the powerful, the loving, the sweet, the courageous Charlie Kirk to say that quote. And by the way, you're so disingenuous. When he starts that clip, he says, of course a black gentleman can be qualified to fly a plane. But based on these companies and what they're publicly saying, we might get on a plane and question if they're the most qualified person. So you're asking, what were they doing that was wrong? It's that they were no longer using skill-based and merit-based assessments.
Yeah.
They were looking for people based on the color of their skin, which is illegal. Their
Okay.
sexuality, which is illegal.
Uh-huh. Okay. So first and foremost,
Why?
we've
One
now-
more thing. Hold on, I want to finish. One more thing. Which is why, by the end of that year in November, all three airlines made a public statement after they had to go to the conferences with the OFCCP. And for anybody that doesn't know, the 16,000 people listening, the OFCCP is a federal agency that has to make sure these companies that are getting federal money abide by federal law. And federal law, you cannot discriminate on somebody in the hiring process due to the color of their skin. So when there's thousands of court cases out there where somebody sued for reverse discrimination because a less qualified candidate got the job, or in Scholastic got chosen over a more qualified person.
Okay. So the first thing I'm going to ask you is, while I'm responding to your last claim, to just go get me like sources for what the airline company said before and after like the AFL started investigating them. Because I just want to read them. But anyways, here's my response. So you've actually just completely shifted and conceded the argument, because the first statement that you made is that these airline companies were hiring less qualified black pilots merely because of the color of their skin. But now you've shifted the argument away from that to rather arguing that these companies wanted to promote racial diversity within their companies and within their employee base because of the systemic and historical disadvantage that has been served to members of BIPOC communities by being significantly underrepresented within many different career fields. And the big issue here, right, is I bet that companies would do this, and I actually agree with them. I think that we should focus on attempting to end systemic and historical disadvantages of underrepresentation of BIPOC individuals within different industries. But what you are confusing here is just because a company wants to push to hire more BIPOC individuals to end this historic and systemic disadvantage means that therefore they are less qualified. That's not what it means at all. All right, specifically for aviation companies, as well as this is true of any other industry, we're basically wanting to ensure that there's no anti-BIPOC prejudice that is instilled within the hiring practices for these companies that we know has been for like the last 150 years since black individuals had the legal right to do anything but be owned as property. All right. And then second of all, once again, the people who do the training for the pilots in the aviation industry are not the aviation companies. All right. All right. Like United, like Southwest, like all these other companies. They don't train the pilots from ground zero. There are independent companies that have to abide by the certification guidelines of what is the Aviation Bureau called? What is it called, guys? I'm just blanking on the name right now. Hey, can someone let me know? I'm waiting for somebody to let me know. Like, what is like the 3-letter FCC? Is it the? It's not the FCC. They do FAA. There we go. The FAA. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
So, multiple independent organizations train pilots. United, Southwest, and American don't train pilots. They hire pilots. And the independent organizations that train pilots have to act in accordance with FAA guidelines surrounding the criteria that ought be met, regardless if it's like in a classroom, learning curriculum, and passing the tests, or literally like behind, the wheel of a plane. And in order to get hired by a company like United, like Southwest, or otherwise, you first have to get that FAA approved, A, private pilot's license, and B, commercial pilot's license. So then when United, Southwest, and American turn around and they say that they want to focus on the advancement of racial equality by ending the racial disadvantage that members of BIPOC communities have been served by being less likely to get hired by a company because of their race, so they now want to focus on hiring more BIPOC individuals. That's focusing on hiring more BIPOC individuals of the same quality, okay? And of the same merit as everybody that they already have working for them, since this is picking individuals out of a pool that all possess their private pilot's license, and picking them out of a pool that all possess their commercial pilot's license.
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought up the FAA. Everybody listening should look up FAA versus Brigada, right? That's another example of DEI. In theory, DEI is a good thing, but in practice, it's where it's turning into reverse discrimination against Asian Americans and white Americans, okay? Because
we could talk about reverse discrimination quote unquote against white Americans.
Hold on, let me respond.
I just want to clarify that what we're talking about specifically is if they're hiring underqualified black pilots.
Yep, so here's the problem. What's happening right now is a black gentleman might hit that bare requirement to be a pilot. If a white gentleman has 67 million times more experience, they're going to take the less experienced black gentleman over the white gentleman due to DEI, and that's the point. You want the best qualified person, especially in a high-stakes field like being a pilot. Now, my point of the FAA, because you brought it up, if you look up Brigada versus
any evidence of them doing that?
Well, yes, the AFL case I just told you about. Look it up.
But the AFL case doesn't prove that.
Hold on. So Dean, you just said stuff for 7 minutes and I let you speak. Can you show a certain level of decorum, or are you not like Charlie Kirk, who allowed for civil discourse and polite conversation of opposing minds?
I don't think that Charlie Kirk was being too kind when he said he'd force his 10-year-old daughter if she was raped.
So now you want to pivot there and not let me respond to the 7 other things. Sure, Charlie was pro-life. What was his belief and what was his reasoning for that, young man? What was his reasoning?
Well, we could talk about that once we're done talking about.
No, now we're on it. You wanted to pivot. I was going to respond to the 7 minutes.
Bro, you're the one that brought Charlie Kirk up.
No, you brought Charlie Kirk up.
What?
You brought Charlie up.
What? 1 second.
Let me go back and play the playback.
You said 7 minutes of things, and now you said another thing. So let's talk about it.
What?
Be a man for
Come
a moment.
on. No. You were in the middle of like giving your counter argument insofar as why it's wrong. Okay. insofar as what I said
From
was
the
wrong
top.
about everybody
From
who
the
gets
top.
hired from like major aviation companies is qualified, and they're not going to be picking less qualified people because they're black. Instead, if they want to advance racial, if they want to advance racial equality, if they have two candidates that are just as qualified as one another, and one is white and one is black, and there's an underrepresentation of black people, they will pick the black person. That's all that I was trying to say. That's the argument that I was trying to
And I'm
purport.
trying to
Then
respond.
in response to that, you're like, do you want to have like good conversation or
respond. This
and
isn't
be
a
like
combo,
Charlie
as you-
Kirk, this gallant, strong, super polite, respectful debater? And then I was like, oh, I don't think he's super polite nor respectful. I mean, like he literally would argue that if his 10-year-old daughter was raped and impregnated, that she should maintain the pregnancy. So then you're like, oh, so you want to pivot to Charlie Kirk. And then I was like, bro, you're the one that brought up Charlie Kirk when you said that he's such a polite and awesome, respectful debater that I should try to emulate. And they're like, no, you brought up Charlie Kirk. So you brought up Kirk. I simply responded to your comment on Kirk. And don't use this as an opportunity to attempt to pivot away from the very crystal clear argument I gave you to show you that when these major aviation companies are looking to advance racial equality through DEI, their goal here is to ensure that BIPOC individuals are not underrepresented within the base of the people that they hire. So when they have a white person and a black person that are identically qualified as one another, okay, they will pick the black person if black people are currently being underrepresented within their pilot base. Not to mention that all pilots have to be incredibly qualified because of these stringent training processes that are involved in getting a commercial pilot's license.
When do you think you're going to have your first debate in Pop Your Cherry? When do you think you're going to have your first debate, Dean? Because a debate is not where you spam mute people. Charlie had debates because there was no muting people. It was conversation and polite, by the way. Well, I'm trying to answer. So you ranted for 7 minutes. I'll take it back there in 1 second. You answer my question. What was Charlie's point about the hypothetical question of if his 10-year-old daughter was raped, would he keep the baby or let her get an AB? What was his point? Because you wanted to bring it up. You must know. What was his thought process, young man?
That he is sometimes okay with child torture?
That's not what the thought process was. More lies from Dean. Here's what it was. He believed that grape was evil, and anybody that did something like that should be buried and publicly executed.
Unless it's Trump.
But he believed so you let me know when you want me to talk because you keep
go ahead.
muting. You don't let guests talk. Okay. So he believed that from something terrible, why would you do another terrible thing like unalive an unborn baby? He believed we should follow in the footsteps of America and the West, which is in the face of evil and things that are wrong, you do good. That's what Charlie Kirk believed. That was his stance on that.
Well, that's also
now, to
like
bring back to your
that's
7-minute
not true
rant,
at all. Like you understand.
well,
that,
it's
like,
fact checkable. You can look it up. It's on the internet.
1 second, I'll just clarify. That's just simply not true at all. For like victims of rape, you could be pro-life and think that they should be able to access abortion due to the fact that they'd have no obligation to maintain that pregnancy, as they didn't consent to the action that led to the state of dependency of the fetus being reliant on them and their bodily resources. They were forced into sex. They were forced into pregnancy. They were forced into a state where they had another life, literally sucking their life force away, taking their bodily resources to survive on their own. They should be well within their right to cut off access from those bodily resources to the fetus, even if it results in the fetus's death. The same way if you were living in a cabin alone in the middle of the woods, if somebody was going to die if they didn't barge into your house in the middle of the night and steal your food for like the next 9 months, you should maintain the legal right to lock your front door, preventing them from stealing your food for the next 9 months, even if it were to lead to their death. Like all that we're saying here, right, is that there'd be no obligation to maintain that fetus and its life if it means that you have to be forced into providing your bodily resources to it, since you are forced into the state that required you to give your bodily resources to it. And that is actually a stance that is consistent with the pro-life worldview. You could be pro-life and think that.
The point is, you brought up Charlie saying that. His thought process is what I said. Everything that you just rambled is not what his thought process was. In fact, as he's in heaven right now, and I actually don't even necessarily agree with him.
Well, I mean, I actually think that these quote-unquote good intentions of Charlie
Kirk
Kirk's is what paved the path to hell.
Speak, you're allowed.
Yeah, I think that these quote-unquote good intentions of Charlie Kirk, saying, oh, it's a good thing to not fight violence with violence, therefore I think that children should have their bodies mutilated and tortured, and my daughter should be forced to maintain pregnancy if she was raped by a 70-year-old man like Trump. Those good intentions right there are exactly what paved his pathway to hell.
Well, actually, 10-year-olds can't get pregnant first off in this hypothetical. They would have to hit puberty early. Typically, it's
What is precocious puberty?
But either way, hold on.
No.
Don't
What is
forget,
precocious
you said
puberty?
lies for 7 minutes about DEI. That still need
What
to
is
be,
precocious
I still
puberty?
Need to teach you, Dean. I want to teach you. Hold
Yeah,
on,
after
let
you
me
answer
teach
this
you.
question, what is precocious puberty?
Well, let me answer your other questions you asked.
No, you
first.
just made a claim about puberty. What is precocious puberty?
You tell me.
Early onset puberty that could start in girls as soon as the age
That's
of 6
what I
in many
just
circumstances.
said. I just said that.
No, you just said that puberty can't start at 10.
No, I said unless they hit puberty early. Can a 10-year-old hit puberty? Yes, but it doesn't typically happen then, Dean Withers.
Okay, but obviously, if there's a pregnant 10-year-old, then it did fucking happen. TPA.
In a hypothetical question that some girl that after the hypothetical question was answered said, I hope your daughter gets away from you.
Yeah, and I hope that her daughter got away from her too, which...
Oh, so you're happy he's in heaven and was unalive. Look at that.
Whoa, I never said that.
Fun of Charlie.
No,
That's
I never
what
said
you
that at all. I
did.
just said that I hope that her daughter gets away from him too, right? Like I think if you're the daughter of a man that would prevent you from accessing abortion if you were raped, right? I hope you get away from them too. Yes. True statement.
So you doubled down on it. That's messed up. Now,
Bro,
do you want me to respond
bro,
to
what?
the things you said about DEI and
Well,
teach you?
dude, come on, you're being so disingenuous. Me saying that I hope daughters of men who would force them to maintain pregnancy if they were raped equals I think that Charlie Kirk deserved to die, then you're just so fucking disingenuous and insidious. Okay? I would say this to like anybody and everybody. Like I know with certain conviction in my heart that there are many women and girls watching this live stream right now that have parents that are evangelical Christians that would not allow them to access abortion if they are raped. Is that me calling for like the mass execution of the parents of like hundreds of women and girls watching the stream right now? No. You have like a girlfriend or a boyfriend that's like honestly kind of mean to you. So therefore, I hope that you get away from them. Is that me calling for the execution of their girlfriend or boyfriend? No.
Why are you so afraid of combos? Hold on. First off, I want to take a moment and say, rest in peace to Charlie Kirk again, because after everything you just said, that's messed up. Me saying that you supported what happened to him was based on the, hey, do the playback. Go 2 minutes back. Replay it. You love doing that. Replay the last 2 minutes. Maybe you forgot in your tizzy right now.
Just repeat what you think I said. I don't feel like it.
You said, everybody saw what you said. 2 minutes ago, you said, I would hope that, I hope, as you looked to the side and said it with like a sly little tone, I hope she would get away from him too. You said, away from him too. You said, away from him too. I'm doing it for you with the playback. And that's messed up. And that's not the only clip I've seen of you talking ill of the deceased. It's messed up. But I want to
It's
teach you
okay to
about
talk
DEI,
bad
'cause
about dead people.
I don't do that. If you want to do that, good luck with that.
I just don't think that like death makes a bad person a good person.
But that's what we're talking about. Charlie was not a bad person. He was a great person.
Okay, but I just gave you a reason why he was a bad person. He forced his like 10-year-old daughter to like maintain pregnancy and like experience like bodily mutilation and torture if she was impregnated.
All right, well, let's see if you were listening. Class is in session, young man. What was Charlie's thought process when he said that? What did he mean by it?
Two wrongs don't make a right. I think that rape is super duper wrong, but I also think that abortion is super duper wrong. Yeah, no, that's a bad argument. Okay. Abortion in the circumstances, even from the pro-life worldview of rape, is not wrong. Do you agree?
Say that again. You cut out.
Do you agree that it is not wrong for victims of rape to access abortion?
Me and yes, that's a great question, Dean. I like that question. Me personally, I think if my daughter at 10 was raped, I would allow her to get the AB. I disagree with Charlie Kirk on this, but look at this. Me and you agree, and one of us thinks he's a bad person for it, and the other one's not mocking and making fun of the deceased.
Right, exactly, because you don't... So basically what you're telling me is that you don't think that Charlie Kirk is a bad person, even though from both of our perspectives, he would basically force his 10-year-old daughter to undergo torture for 10 months.
No, because from his perspective, he wants to protect...
But not from ours.
Let me know when to go.
Well, from Hitler's perspective, he was justified in killing Jewish people to save the Aryan race and to expand the Great German Empire. Come on.
Did you just compare the American hero Charlie Kirk to the guy that unalived 60 million people? You have officially lost all credibility to be speaking. You're not. Hold on. You're not allowed to.
Yeah. No. So what that is called is comparison of the logic, not a comparison of the people.
To talk about.
That's not a comparison of the people. That's a comparison of the logic. Okay, and I want to make that point clear. I was taking the logic you were using to justify your perception of Charlie Kirk as a good person, okay, and applying it to another scenario that we could agree would be incredibly absurd, All right, using your logic that as long as people possess good intentions when they say they would do bad things, you will still think they're a good person, even if they support said bad thing. That would apply to Hitler, with you saying that you think that Hitler could have been a good person because from his own perspective, he had good intentions in doing those bad things.
Yeah, still doesn't make sense. Let's put it this way, Dean.
I don't think that much
Hitler
makes sense to you.
and Yazis and fascists silence their opponents. You have spam muted me the entire time I'm up here as I'm being nice to you, so you're Hitler.
Oh, yeah, no,
He's a little taller.
Me Hitler.
He was a little taller, but you're Hitler.
You're calling me Hitler. Yeah, that's cute, buddy.
You're spam muting just like him. I'm just comparing the behavior. And you think it's okay, right? You think it's justified. I'm just using your own logic, sir.
Well, I mean, if you were using my own logic, then you'd understand that I wasn't comparing the people. I was comparing the logic, okay? This guy's like actually crazy. I will try to explain this to you one last time. No, I was not comparing Charlie Kirk to Hitler. My argument was clear. I took your logic that you used to justify your perception that Charlie Kirk was a good person, even though we agreed that his belief would produce incredibly horrendous outcomes of torture for his 10-year-old daughter, and then I applied that logic to Hitler. Okay? This is not a comparison between Charlie Kirk and Hitler. This is how your logic could apply to Hitler so it could get you to understand why your logic is insane. Your logic was, as long as people possess self-perceived good intentions in doing bad things, then they're still good people, even if they did that bad thing. I'm taking that logic. I'm taking that root of logic. As long as people possess self-perceived good intentions when doing bad things, they're still good people. And I'm just simply applying it to Hitler, a crazy person, so we could agree that your logic is faulty. So do you understand now how this wasn't a comparison between Charlie Kirk and Adolf Hitler, but this was rather me taking the logic that you're using to justify why you think that Charlie Kirk was a good person and applying it in another scenario to show you how bad your logic is?
Well, your logic on what you just said there actually does not make sense or correlate, because you're assuming that I believe that Charlie saying that unborn baby and not letting it get AB'd is a bad thing. Just because I disagree with him, I don't think it's a bad thing. The reason I disagree
to deny
with him,
10-year-old victims of rape access to abortion?
Well, his theory and thought process is
no,
very
from your
noble.
perspective, is that a bad thing?
Well, let me finish my sentence. Can I finish talking?
Well, I suppose you have my permission.
You could say whatever silly little things you want right now, but I think the 16,000 people that just watched this conversation and they know that you're going to kick me soon because you lost and can't handle everything that was just talked about.
True. If you say I lost, therefore I lost. Good boy.
Well,
good
you're pivoted on 6 different routes. Do you even know
if
why
you say I
people
pivoted, therefore I pivoted? Yeah.
Wait, do you know where that comes from? Do you know where good boy comes from? Do you understand what that's saying?
Good boy.
Do you even know? Do you even know
where
where that comes from?
Where does good
You don't
boy
even
come
know
from?
where that comes from. Well, I'll tell you this. It's not PG. I can't say it on your TikTok. So you don't even know why you're saying that. You don't know where it comes from. And that's funny for me to know that
the reason I'm calling
you
you good boy is because
you don't even know why you're
listening
saying
to me.
that. But to answer your question, it's
No.
funny.
Wait. Do you know? Wait, one moment. I have a question. Let me know when you're ready. It looks like you do.
Go ahead.
Where does the word woman come from?
Don't know.
So therefore, whenever you call somebody a woman, you don't know why you're saying that?
Well, at least I know there's men and women. You think there's more than that.
Well, apparently not.
What are we talking
because
about?
you don't know where the word woman or the word man comes from.
And you don't know that there's only men and women. So what are we talking about?
Well, I mean, you don't know what a woman is. You don't know what a man is. You don't know what you mean when you use those words
I know
because
women.
you don't know
I
where
know
those words
women.
comes from.
Women know me.
Wait, no, you can't because you don't know where the word woman comes from. The same way I didn't know where the phrase good boy comes from. Exactly. And then you said because I don't know, okay, where the word or the phrase good boy comes from, that therefore I don't know what I mean when I use the phrase good boy. So therefore, because you don't know where the word woman comes from, you don't know what you mean when you use the word woman. You have no fucking clue what a woman is.
Very, very silly points.
Debunk it. Debunk it. Don't just call it silly. Debunk it.
it was such a silly point.
He can't debunk it because he sees from his perspective that it's true.
I would love to debunk it. I don't even know what you want me to debunk. Because...
Yeah, sure. This is what I want you to debunk. So you accuse me of not knowing what I mean, okay, when I use a phrase "good boy," because I don't know where that phrase came from. Therefore, because you don't know where the word woman came from, you don't know what you mean when you use the word woman. Therefore, you don't know what a woman is, just like I don't know what a good boy is.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I pulled the Dean Withers. I lied. I know where a woman comes from.
Where does it come from? Like, you just
do you know where a woman comes from? Do you know where a woman comes from?
I actually do, yeah. That's
where does
why
woman
I asked
come
you.
From?
That's why.
Where does it come from? Well, prove it. Prove it.
So you're trying to burden shift the question I asked you to me? Embarrassing.
Well, actually, you asked a lot of questions that I've been trying to respond to, and now you're on this question, but didn't let me answer the 20 other questions you asked.
So you lied when you said that where the word woman didn't? Why did you lie about that?
I lied about that because you're acting like a middle schooler. You're being silly. You're very, very childish. So I stooped down to your level.
If I was silly for asking you if you know where the word woman comes from, then you were silly, childish, and middle schoolish when you asked me if I know where the phrase "good boy" comes from.
No, because the answer to that question, you got to be well out of a childish mind state and being young to know the actual answer to that question. That's adult talk of why I asked you that.
Wait, you think that discussing like the complex roots of the word like woman is childish? We don't learn that in middle school.
All right, I'll tell you what. I'll answer your question if you answer one for me. How many genders are there?
Deflection.
Well, you deflected from the DEI combo. You deflected.
No, I tried to reel you back to that, but I mean, then you said, no, we need to talk about Charlie Kirk's position on abortion. I would actually love to go back to the DEI combo.
Let's do it. So, as I was trying to say earlier,
so then therefore back to the DEI convo. Let me just make sure that I clarify my view here. You were arguing that American, Southwest United, and all these other companies were hiring less qualified black pilots. Then I clarified that you're wrong. No. DEI is the advancement of racial equality in industries that have historically underrepresented BIPOC people. And when companies like United, American, and Southwest speak out and they say that they're going to focus on like more racial advancement and more hiring of BIPOC people, all that they're saying here is that if they have an underrepresentation of BIPOC people working for them as pilots, and then they have two candidates to be hired on as a new pilot, one of them is black, one of them is white, and they possess the same qualifications, that they will go with the black pilot insofar as they are underrepresenting BIPOC individuals in their industry.
So, honest question for you before I answer that. It's a good question. I think you'll like it. If DEI and affirmative action and all those practices were needed due to disparity in the workplace, my question to you is, before I answer you, how long would you want them to be implemented for? Because we had them for 30 plus years, maybe even more, 50 plus years. So how long would you want it before you felt like it was even playing field? Honest question, then I'll answer you.
Honest question. That's the first honest question that you've asked the whole time you've been up here, until they're representative of the populace as a whole.
So what's that mean, though? What percentage? How long?
Yeah, like for instance, I think that 14.5% of the population in America is black. So I would say that they should fairly implement these policies to pick a black pilot over a white pilot insofar as those two pilots are just as qualified as one another until 14.5% of their pilots are black.
Okay, I appreciate the answer, and I will answer your other questions. This is another good one based off what you just said, and I think you'll like this one as well. So based on what you just said, you think that it's a black gentleman that's being a pilot and a white gentleman that's a pilot, and you want them to take the black gentleman.
According to somebody in the chat, it may be 23%. And also, honestly, I may be missing some complexities here. I think it would probably be a lot more complex than just the representation of the populace. I don't know. Honestly, how about this? I'm gonna actually take this back. One moment. I actually just completely take my last answer back, and here's why. I don't think I'm qualified enough to answer that question. I'm just being honest. I try to be honest here. When I don't know enough about something, I try to be honest. And what I just did is I answered a question without knowing enough about it. I'm not qualified enough to tell you the extent of which DEI policies should
DEI. Agreed. Agreed. You're not qualified on talking about DEI.
No, that's not what I said.
Pretty much.
I think that I possess sufficient qualifications to speak on the overall subject of DEI and why racial equality in the workplace with adequate representation of BIPOC individuals is a good thing because of the historicity and systemic nature of oppression of BIPOC individuals and under hiring of BIPOC individuals and discrimination of BIPOC individuals, and why DEI is not anti-white, why DEI does not lead to black individuals being unfairly and hired with no qualifications. But I don't think that I'm qualified enough to tell you to what the extent of these DI policies should be. You have a small brain where you only think in one dimension. So you think when I say that I'm not qualified to speak on this one specific subtopic, that therefore that means that I'm not qualified to speak on the topic as a whole. And that is indicative of one-dimensional, low IQ brain that cannot understand nuance. But then you actually use that willful ignorance to your advantage because you intentionally discard and ignore the nuance of the answer that I gave to your question. So then you could paint this overarching narrative that therefore Dean's not qualified to talk about anything. And you actually do this in many more contexts than just me. You use your willful ignorance to ignore Donald Trump's negative outcomes on the economy, for instance, or mass deportation, right? I'll start bringing up information surrounding the importance of immigrants in the workplace, the surplus in which they generate, the taxes in which they pay, how much of them account for such a large portion of our labor force. Then in response, you weaponize that willful ignorance. And this is actually something that I've heard before. Well, more immigrants means more demand, therefore prices go up. And you ignore the nuance because of that willful ignorance insofar as how immigrants would contribute on the supply side of the economy as well as the demand side of the economy. And it is the intersect of the supply and demand curve in which would determine equilibrium price, which means no, immigration into this country doesn't necessarily make prices go up, right? And this is just another example of that. Stop ignoring nuance, have a conversation with me that exists in more than one dimension. It's embarrassing.
What's embarrassing is spam muting, saying 50 things. I want to respond to all 50 because I can, and then you spam mute and say 50 more. That's embarrassing.
I actually just had one thing. The fact that you think I said 50 things, when in all reality I said one thing is also embarrassing.
I believe you that you can, hold on. I believe you that you think you said one thing, but you actually didn't. You even brought up immigrants there. I think the problem with illegal aliens for most people, normal people, is, well, you pivoted from a lot here. But
was an example, not a pivot. Thanks.
Well, that's what you said. Hold on. I think the
you're still ignoring nuance. It wasn't a pivot because it was conceptually relevant to the topic of me demonstrating your one-dimension.
Right? 2-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, Jocelyn McGarry.
Yeah, the main problem with white men is that they shoot up schools, right?
Can someone else speak for a second? See, this is what I mean. I can't wait for you to pop your cherry and have your first debate. Learn to allow people to talk, or else I want you to keep being this way. Because when you keep being this way, you're not changing minds.
Yeah.
You could.
Yeah.
You're going to keep not changing minds. So keep being, you lost last election, didn't you?
The three, guess what? And guess what? The three guests before you said otherwise, brother. Also, not to mention that you're once again doing that ignore the nuance and act in one dimension. You're saying that we lost the last election, therefore I didn't change any minds prior to the election. How do you not know that I actually had a positive net impact on the amount of people that voted for Kamala Harris in the election, but there was just a larger negative impact on the amount of people that voted for Kamala Harris in the election because of the propaganda disseminated by Trump prior to it? How do you not know that if I weren't to do these lives before the 2024 election, that there wouldn't have been more people that voted for Trump, and I actually was able to change minds, and I actually was able to increase the total amount of people that voted for Kamala Harris, but it wasn't enough in contrast to the multi-billion dollar funded RNC propaganda campaign trying to convince you that trans people are the demon, undocumented immigrants are the devil, and gay people, are coming for your children. You know what I mean? Just another example of you ignore nuance because, you're a very unintelligent, subpar human being that thinks you got something going for you, when in all reality, the only person that would affirm that would be your mother because of how annoyed she is with your bullshit and likely wants you to move out of her basement. And then the 4-year-olds in the chat that somehow got their parents' phone and are probably making it all sticky with their fucking drool. Come on.
Okay, so now you brought up trans, illegal immigrants, and gay people. So
I want to respond to your claim about undocumented immigrants, rape and murder. Continue to say that, please.
So not all illegal aliens rape and murder, but when you have a percentage of them that do, it would be better to just have a border so those don't happen. When you have Kamala Harris in the leadership role of the border, and she allows Trende Agua, MS-13, Mazar Salakim, who is a terrorist leader that was in jail for 10 plus years, and the day he got out, he came across the border and threatened
Trump's actually
you?
letting the terrorist leaders out of jail. Let somebody out of jail that trafficked 400 tons of the seed drug into our country, but you ignore
Are
that.
you talking about the former president of Honduras, you disingenuous little boy? Is that what you're
that was
referring
falsely
to?
prosecuted by the
Is that,
Democrats.
is that,
right?
wait, is that, hold on, tell the people right now, the 13,000 people listening, is that what you're referring to? I know
Yeah, the
it's
person
not.
that trafficked 400
Oh,
tons of the
he's
seed drug
referring
into
to
the
the
country.
president of Honduras, who, when he was the president of Honduras, actually positively lowered drug crimes and violent crimes, and he was a victim of the radical left, okay, and their ideologies going after him, executing lawfare, and
So
that's
true.
why Trump helped him.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
look at you leaving out information yet again.
Yeah.
Now,
What
about the
members
illegal
of the
aliens.
radical
Well,
left?
let me ask you a question.
What members
a
of the
direct
radical
question.
left?
Let me ask you Joe Biden. Let me ask you
Wait,
a
Joe
direct
Biden was
question.
was the judge and the jury?
Let me ask you a question.
Joe Biden prosecuted him? No, Joe Biden's the president. He's not a judge. He's not a jury. That's not true.
Let me ask you a question. Do you support having a border? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, I'd support having a border that excluded Yale.
Okay, well, you keep name calling as you lose this intellectual little dance we're having right
So
now.
true, right? No, obviously. No, yeah, I want a
Well,
border.
I'm hitting you facts. By the way, okay, good. All right, good. We're in agreement. I changed your mind. Good. Dean wants a border.
Wait,
Good.
how do you know I
So
wait?
that's
In order
the
for me to
point.
change my question, in order for you to change my mind, that means that previously I didn't think that we should have a border. I will give you $1,000 if you could play a clip of me saying, like genuinely, that I don't think we should have a border. Like in this conversation. When did I say that?
I'm going to tell you, keep your 1,000 and take your mom and dad out for food and have a good time with them.
Right.
That's
I'm
what
gonna,
I'm
I'm,
gonna
I've,
say.
because
Keep your
because
1,000.
you know,
Show your parents some
you
love
want to
and
see at least
appreciation.
somebody having a good relationship with their parents, because it's obviously not you. Now, can you please point me towards where in this conversation
Well,
I said
I'm gonna be
that we
honest.
shouldn't have a border in order to justify your claim that you changed my mind?
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. So you supported a border your whole career. You never at one point did not support having a border, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then we're on the same team. Good. Now.
No, we're not on the same team. The differences between
How
our
about
teams
this
are as
one?
follows. I think we should have a border, but I don't think that we should be
ICE.
deporting unaccompanied minors to be tortured in El Salvador. I think that we should have a border, but I don't think that we should be deporting hardworking mothers and fathers who have spent their lives making this country better to provide for their family. I think we should
Thank
have
you
a
for the
border,
galaxy.
but I think that border should be run reasonably and responsibly with as many open ports of entry as possible, so we could disincentivize undocumented entry by making the legal means as attainable as possible. Your side thinks that we should have a border that is not accessible to any legal immigrants. That's maybe why Donald Trump has never suggested any policy to expedite the amount of time that it takes to enter into this country with the use of legal means. You think we should have a border, and because of that reason, you think that we should be illegally deporting undocumented immigrants to seek out in El Salvador and have them tortured. You think we should have a border, therefore you think citizens are literal domestic terrorists if they protect women from falling to the ground and then are executed and murdered in broad daylight by agents of the states that are then defended by the Trump administration. You think we should have a border, therefore you think that somehow the Trump administration is justified in authorizing ICE to break federal law, ignore the Constitution, and permit and allow ICE agents to ignore the Fifth Amendment and arresting people under typical circumstances without judicial warrants, or going into people's houses without judicial warrants, being an unnecessary and unwarranted search and seizure, once again in violation of the Fifth Amendment. See how we're not on the same side? I'm on the side of common sense. I'm on the side of decency. I'm on the pro-American side of wanting to build our economy and be inviting to as many good people as possible. And I'm on the side of upholding law, revising it when it's bad, and not ignoring it when it's a fucking constitution.
Do you understand that ICE is good and we need them to deport the illegal aliens that do terrible stuff? When you bring up American citizens, okay, hold on. You want to talk again? Unlike you, I'm a respectful individual. You go ahead. What do you want to say on top of the 50 other things? Go ahead. What else?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. Also, real quick, thank you for the gifts, people. This guy's making my hairline recede, so thank you for the gifts.
Good to know I stress you out.
That-
Good to know I stress you out.
It's not-
Good.
It's not that you're stressing me out. I just feel like I'm losing brain cells, so I appreciate any penny that's
Losing
sent when I'm
brain
talking to
cells
you.
doesn't make your hairline recede. If anything, having less brain cells would mean that your hairline recedes at a slower rate, because you'd be
both
more
are
likely to have less DHT in your scalp.
Both are happening. Hairline's receding from you and all the lies, right? All the muting, all the ranting, okay? And losing brain cells because you are who you hang out with. So as I'm hanging out with you right now, I'm going down to your low intellectual level. Thank you for the gifts. Now,
Yeah, I think it's
hold on,
more
I wanna
likely,
talk about-
right? Like the sub 35 IQ MAGA idiots that you just waste your day in Discord calls with while you're all chud maxing in your mother's basements at the ripe old age of like 48. So, you are who you hang out with. Get outside more, touch grass. But continue. Mike and the floor are yours, dude.
First off, you keep saying mom's basement. It's hilarious that you say that because
Dad's
Habib
basement?
Nurmagomedov. Listen, Habib Nurmagomedov
Grandma's
is a
basement?
billionaire and he lives with his parents. Okay, you need to understand something. One day, and I hope this never happens soon. Okay, your parents will no longer be here, and I seen you speak ill of them because they disagree with you on this live, and that's messed up. Okay, you should love your parents and respect your parents, and they're not terrible people for supporting Trump. That's why I'm trying to change your mind, but you don't want to have a conversation because you're not strong enough for that. Now,
1 second. I'm sorry.
again, seriously?
Yeah, 1 second.
Thank you for the gifts, people. This guy is wild. Back to the DEI. If you use any AI and you search, does DEI court cases where a less qualified candidate got the job, look that up using any AI, you'll find
Bro, stop fucking talking.
thousands of court
Stop
cases.
fucking talking or get kicked.
Coward. Look it up, people.
Another. I'm just gonna repeat that because now I got my mic plugged back in. So I got you on live, and right now I got this guy up here saying that we don't have a good relationship with one another.
How do you feel about your son
Is that true?
having death threats to women? Your son's
We
fans
have a very good
attack.
relationship, and in fact, I get in trouble because
But your
he's my
son
favorite.
sends death threats.
You're my favorite.
Yeah. Well,
Celebrates
yeah.
the death
There's a bunch of crazy people on the internet, you know, that really just want to paint me as a villain and say that I just have such a terrible relationship with my parents. But
bless you,
anyways,
man.
I'll have to come over soon. I love you.
Yeah, MAGA mom that has to hold back to fight MAGA over you.
Yeah. I'm changing your mind. All right. I love you, Mom. Bye.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, no, my mom is absolutely MAGA, and I absolutely despise the fact that she's MAGA, and I disagree with her wholeheartedly, and I have been working on changing her mind for the last couple years. But ultimately, because she is my mom, I love her and she loves me, and that last claim that you just made, saying that we have a terrible relationship, is incredibly false.
Said that. I didn't say that. See,
Yeah, you
again,
did.
more
When else did
lies.
you say
I
that?
never said you had a
You said that I
terrible-
despise my parents and that I talk down on them. No, I love my
Did not
parents.
say you have-
And I'm so fucking grateful that I'm able to maintain a
need
good
some more.
relationship with them, even though they politically disagree with me.
You'll have
And
a
in fact,
debate.
that tells me that you have
I
lost
believe in-
this debate because now you've started to crash out and make it personal, bringing my parents into it, saying that I despise them, saying that I hate them. You know,
parents
it's just
into it.
like a bad look. You know, like to
You brought-
clarify, I do despise the fact that my mom is MAGA. I do despise the fact that my mom supports Trump. But I actually appreciate the fact that she's been getting increasingly less MAGA by like tuning into what I do and watching my posts. And I appreciate the fact that I'm still able to maintain a healthy relationship where I love her and she loves me, even in lieu of that fact, which is hard. Okay, I'll be honest, it's hard. It's not easy. Okay, it is something that I have to actively work towards. It is not easy maintaining a happy and healthy relationship with my mom, even though she's MAGA. But it's because it's not easy, right, that I'm proud of the fact that we do.
Do you think your rant right there just helped you or my point? And I never said you have a terrible relationship, but honestly, do you think everything you just said after that phone call helped you or me, honestly?
Yeah, me.
Okay, well, honestly, I mean it from the bottom of my heart, and you brought up my parents first multiple times and said other stuff.
I never mentioned
have-
them personally, just saying.
I have nothing but, well, you still brought parents up, right? I no shots at your parents. Respect to them. God bless them. And I hope you guys do stay in a family unit. That's why I said that. All right.
1 second. I'm going to thank a
Now-
couple people here. Thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. FamCam ASMR. Thank you so much for the love, FamCam. Thank you so much, FamCam. I want to see 500 big ol' FamCam W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $50. FamCam with a 50 says, here's a list of true American heroes. John Brown, Frederick Douglass, MLK, Rosa Parks, Malcolm X, Benito Antonio Martinez. Bro, dude, FamCam, I appreciate you so much for the $50. And those are true American patriots. Okay, not fucking Charlie Kirk, not Donald Trump. Okay, not the rapists or the rapist protectors. Not at all. You know, it's just so sad to see so many Americans just so deluded and brainwashed into the lies. I really appreciate you for the $50 FamCam. Same thing to you, Hello Panda. Thank you for the $10. Who says, hold up, if your parents abuse you, you don't have to love or respect them. Callers insane. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, you don't need to love and respect your parents. There are many scenarios out there where like family's not found in blood, but family's found in friendship. And I also want to make that incredibly clear. And when I was bringing up the fact that I do love and respect my parents in many senses and not have a lot of respect for the fact that they're MAGA and that I have a good, healthy relationship with them, okay, because that's something that I work very hard on. And that's something they also work very hard on. And sure, it's been hard to navigate, especially over the course of the last couple of years, you know, but I'm happy that, you know, I still have some of my family in my corner because I have burnt bridges because I'm not willing to compromise on my beliefs. And because of that, I didn't speak to my brother for a fucking year because he didn't like the fact that I was unwilling to compromise on my beliefs. But, you know, me and my parents are able to find a way to make it work. And I'm very grateful for that. You know, contrary to what, you know, this piece of shit suggested. I'd also like to quickly thank Cully for the $10 who says, hey, Dean, love to help you on a live and share what you did to help change my mind. You know what, Cully? Hop in that queue, bro, and let me know what your TikTok is. Same thing to Maria. Thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Maria. Maria with the $50 says, thank you for having such patience with POSs like this guy. He is a know-it-all chauvinistic pig. I mean, honestly, he's pretty bad. I'm just so much better than him, so it doesn't really, you know, like get to me too much. I'm just happy that I could like prove this asshole wrong. Thank you for the $50, Maria. Show some love to Maria. Same thing to you, Laurel. Thank you for the $20. Who says, here's my dues to the cult of Dean. Thank you so much for that love, Laurel. Show some love to Laurel. Then Caitlin, thank you for the 5. Eliam, thank you for the 5. Matt, thank you for the 5. Then Justin, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, who didn't attach a message to the donation, just sent it this way. Show some love to Justin down below for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Morgan. Thank you for the 5. Then Nessa, thank you so much for the $20, who says, I've wanted to support for months. Oh, hey, I just read that to myself, Nessa. Huge shout out to you and your family. Thank you so much for that love. Show some love to Nessa, seriously. And then Austin! Thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. That is crazy. Austin with 100 says, thank you, Dean. You're awesome and keep the grift. The spells and everything else going. Yes, I'm grifting you all with spells and witchcraft. Thank you for the $100, Austin. That is fucking nuts. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Charlotte and Mike. Thank you for the 5. Then Addison, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you, you guys. We're all caught up over there on PayPal. Would you thank the donors real quick while I'm loading up the Venmo? You could speak now.
What's up?
Would you thank the donors over on PayPal real quick while I'm loading up the Venmo?
I got you. Everybody that sent me donations, thank you. It was greatly appreciated. I can't remember some names, so I'll just shout some out there. Like Ben, thank you. Jeremy, thank you. Charlie, thank you. Sammy, thank you. That sent me donations. Appreciate it. Whoever sent that Galaxy.
Wow, you honestly don't really sound too grateful. Are you grifting?
I'm not grifting. No. Are you grifting?
Yes. I'm grifting.
Appreciate your honesty.
I'm grifting so hard. I'm grifting so hard.
Thank you for the Galaxy.
I'm the best grifter ever. Can I tell you something else? I'm paid by the DNC.
Well, on that note,
I'm paid
well, here's the thing
by
about
the
that.
DNC.
Well, here's the thing about that. I personally don't think that you're like, you know, working in cahoots with the DNC. What I think is...
Bean! Thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Says, the caller wasn't mad. They were confused. They came for drama, got facts, and still tried to make it about them. That's not confrontation. That's insecurity with an open line. Yeah, this guy's so fucking insecure. Thank you for the $25, Ben. Katie, thank you so much for the 10. Show some love to Katie. And then Patsy, thank you so much for the $50. Who says he just pissed me off by personally bringing your parents into this. He's a piece of shit. Oh, yeah, he's a piece of shit. Thank you so much for the $50, Patsy. Show some love to Patsy down below. Same thing to Sarah. Thank you so much for the $50 as well. Who says, I'm losing brain cells just listening to him speak. Don't worry, I got you, Sarah. I'll cut him off for now. Thank you for the $50. Aaron, thank you for the $10. She says, bless you for trying with this guy. He was trying so hard for a gotcha moment, just straw manning and false dilemmas all day. Bro, he can't get a gotcha moment on me. He's too dumb. Oh my God. Chris! Thank you so much for the $500 donation on Venmo. Oh my God. Oh my God. Whoa. Holy fuck. I want to see 5,000 Chris W's on TikTok. 5,000 Chris W's on YouTube. Dude. Oh my God. There's not a bone in my body that deserves that love, Chris. I do not know what inspired you to show so much love. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much. Holy shit. And let me read y'all Chris's message. It's very serious. Very impactful. This nerd is a dweeb and he's talking like a smelly butt.
Very intellectual. You guys are very, very smart.
You are so terrible that you had somebody spend $500 just to call you a smelly butt dweeb. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Chris. Show some love to Chris. That is insane. Octavia, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Octavia. Nathaniel, thank you for the 5. Kendall, thank you for the 5. Joshua, thank you so much for the 10. And then Nick, thank you so much for the $20, who says pilots must have at least 1,500 hours of flight to even be considered in commercial. They need private license instruments, single engine and single engine commercial, multi-engine commercial. In between each of those, they need to certify with an FAA certified pilot. I know. Yeah, there's not going to be a single fucking pilot that works for a major aviation company that's commercial, that's underqualified. It's insane, Nick. Thank you so much for the $20. Then Kamani, thank you so much for the $10 as well over on Venmo. Madison, thank you for the $10. Then Joseph, thank you so much for the $50. Who says the second night, keep fighting and shredding the MAGA bozos. I'm doing my best. Thank you so much. And then Joseph with another $10 as well. Thank you guys so much for all the love, bro. Show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat. Y'all are fucking crazy, dude. Y'all are actually insane. Are you worn out getting absolutely intellectually mobbed by man, towering over you yet?
Well, you don't let me talk, so I don't know how you're winning when it's a one-sided combo. That's why it's not even a debate. You keep muting, shouting, name-calling, saying fake things that I didn't say, lying. So I don't feel bad. I feel all right.
As long as you say that I didn't defeat your argument, therefore I didn't defeat your argument.
Trying to respond for however long I've been up here to everything you're saying, and you're not letting me.
Yeah, I definitely am. Like right now.
On the topic.
Like literally like right now.
Okay. Well, you're talking while I'm talking.
What a bad time to make that point.
Embarrassing. You're talking while I'm talking, so let me talk. So
I actually said, and you're not letting me. You stopped talking, then I started talking. You're wrong again.
Okay, so my turn now. Yeah. On the topic of parents, do you feel bad for Charlie Kirk's parents?
Are they still alive? Like if they're still alive. Dude, I bet that losing a child is hard, man. I mean, what I'll say is I bet that it's really fucking hard to lose a child.
So do you feel bad for them?
Do I feel bad for them losing a child?
That's what I asked you.
Yeah, I'd say I feel bad for them losing a child.
Yeah, it's not a hard question to answer. I'm just seeing if you have any humanity still. That's a good answer. Good job. Now, which one do you want me to respond to?
This conversation is about Trump, by the way.
Okay. I support Trump because he secured the border. I support Trump because he didn't want to infringe on two-way. I support Trump because he doesn't support men and women's sports. I support Trump because he released the files. I support Trump because he didn't mandate things that the other side mandated. There's a lot of other reasons, but you could pick which one you want to go there, my sweetheart.
Yeah, you said that you support Trump because he released the files. I mean, we just had a Jamie Raskin point out that they have illegally redacted his name over 950,000 times in the files. Not to mention that he didn't release the files with ease. He was forced to by Congress after he even broke the law in an attempt to stop them by having Mike Johnson delay the swearing-in ceremony of Adelita Grahova for over like a month.
Adelita couldn't get sworn in because the government was shut down because the Democrats voted no on the no gap bill. That's a lie.
Even before and after the shutdown.
The moment the shutdown ended, they swore her in. So why are you lying?
It was before the shutdown. I'm telling you, not to mention, not A, it was before the shutdown, and B, Mike Johnson could have sworn her in during the shutdown because Congress is still deemed as an essential property that is in operation during the shutdown. Government shutdowns do not stop swearing in ceremonies of congressmen and women.
No, he couldn't. He was following the precedent of Nancy Pelosi, the precedent that she sent. And also, you just blatantly lied about something else very important. You said that Trump... Hold on. Let me respond, please. Sir, I'm trying to have a good combo with you. Reset. Be a human being. Thank you. Donald Trump is the reason the files got released because on September 10th, when they took out Charlie, the American hero. 3 hours prior to that, the House...
This guy's so upset. Dude,
Listen,
when are you going to take it
hold
out of
on.
your mouth, dude?
First off, if it's in my mouth, that's not even being yay. That's just being appreciative because he's an American hero. Now listen, 3 hours prior...
Wait, would you suck
prior,
Trump's cock because he's an American hero?
I was talking about Charlie, and since you asked about Trump, I don't think it would be gay if I did. I think that'd be appreciative because he saved this nation.
So
and the
would you
world.
do it?
Would I do what?
Would you suck his dick?
Based on the theory I just said, I absolutely would because that's and that's all right to be gay too.
No, I'm just saying, like,
You're
do
homophobic
it.
if you- what,
no,
you're homophobic?
this isn't even
You're
homophobic. Like, it's like you'd suck his dick as a straight man, not because, like, because you think that he saved the country. You're saying that you'd suck his dick as a straight guy
I'm not straight. When did
because
I
he
say I was
saved the
straight?
country.
When did I say I was straight? I'm not straight.
Oh, I mean, if you're
Why'd
not,
you make that face? Are you
you're not
homophobic?
straight?
No, I'm not. So why are you
Holy
making...
fuck, my guy. Let's talk about that. I'm not homophobic at all, but you just gave me like about a billion other reasons why you shouldn't support Trump as president.
Okay, well, hold that thought. I want to answer something else you just said that's important.
Wow.
Then we can talk about why you're homophobic.
That's
Hold
only
on.
relevant insofar as like why you shouldn't support
Hold on,
Trump because
hold
of his
on, hold on,
condemnation
hold
of
on,
the LGBTQ plus community.
Hold on. He loves the gays. Haven't you ever heard him? We love the gays. Have you ever heard that? I'm gays for Trump. Now listen, you said that he did not release the files. Just let me get a sentence out. I've been up here for however long. You're not even letting me talk. So when Charlie was assassinated, 3 hours prior to that, they voted on releasing the Epstein files. Every House Republican voted no except for like 2. So it didn't work. Then they tried a unanimous consent. That failed. So a reporter asked Donald Trump, what's up with the files not being released? Why aren't they getting released? What do you think about the House Republicans voting no? And he said, that's unacceptable. We have nothing to hide. Every House Republican needs to vote yes on releasing the files. And then they followed suit and listened to him on the next vote. And it passed the House, it passed the Senate, and then he signed it into law because he said to do it.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, what a terribly washed version of history. But anyways, to clarify what actually happened, so the Democrats started a coalition in Congress to force the release of the Epstein files by getting a petition to the floor of the House. They had 3 Republicans
Start over, you cut out,
join.
you cut out, you cut out. I want to hear you. Start over, you cut out, sorry.
The Democrats started a coalition to force the release of the Epstein files by getting a petition to force the release on the floor of the House. At that point, they didn't possess a majority, so then they tried to get a majority, by convincing Republicans to sway their way. They were able to get 2 Republicans to sway their way. They still needed 1 other person in order to get that majority. That's when Adelita Grajova won her special election in the 7th District of Arizona, and then that's when Mike Johnson, then refused to swear her in, and then the AG of the state of Arizona actually started pursuing charges against Mike Johnson for obstruction before ultimately Mike Johnson caved. But once Adelita Grajova was sworn in, they possessed a majority in the House of Representatives to force the vote on the petition to force the release of the Epstein files. Then the Trump administration turned around, actually said it was an act of hostility to vote for the release of the Epstein files in Congress. Like, I'm actually being like dead ass. That's what Caroline Leavitt said. The White House said it is an act of hostility to vote for the release of the Epstein files in Congress. Keep that in mind. That's really fucking important. And then the Trump administration started an attempt to change and sway the minds of the Republicans, meeting with Lauren Boebert, trying to convince her to take her name off the discharge petition list, meeting with Nancy Mace, trying to convince her to take her name off the discharge petition list, meeting with Georgia white woman, really annoying. MTG, try to get her to take her name off the discharge petition list. They failed. They then started punishing them. Like they punished Lauren Boebert because Trump vetoed her clean water bill for 55,000 Coloradian residents, including people in my district here at home in Colorado, all because she refused to take her name off the discharge petition list. And then finally, when they possessed that majority to force the release of the Epstein files with that majority in the House, Donald Trump turned around and he said, well, I don't want 2 political mass chaotic events on my hands. I don't want them to figure out that I'm in the Epstein files with 7 allegations, and that I didn't want Congress to release the files. So then he was like, hey, why don't you guys just go ahead and vote for them, after he called it an act of hostility, after he delayed the swearing ceremony of Adelita Grajova, and after he talked to the Republicans that put their names on the discharge petition list in an attempt to get them to take it out.
Okay, so please let me respond to everything you just said to have a good conversation and let the 14,000 people hear all the facts, all right? I heard you. Here's the reality, though. I literally saw some gentleman named Red, White, and True come up here and play a clip of Bobert to you of her saying she was not pressured in exactly what you just said. So Bobert was not pressured. I saw the clip from that Red, White, and True guy when he talked to you. Okay, for one. Two, Mace did the same thing. There's a video out there of Mace being asked, was she pressured? And on camera, she said no. In fact, Bobert, when asked about it, said, I was not pressured, and he's actually a hero, and I wish you would treat him as such. Why did
because
Trump...
she's a fucking Republican. Dude,
listen,
wait, I mean, I could show you the pressure. Why did Trump... Wait, one second. I will literally show you the consequences for her act. One second. I need a response to this question. Literally, the consequences for her not taking her name off that discharge petition list were Donald Trump vetoing her clean water bill. Okay?
That's what I'm about to say. I'm about to answer that.
Why did Donald Trump veto her clean water bill?
And why did he veto it? He didn't do it because of that. He vetoed it because when that bill was initially brought about, it was supposed to be paid by local tax dollars, not federal. That bill was going to use federal tax dollars for a state-run water program. Why do you twist lies? I know you know that. Look it up, anybody. So you just lied about Bobert Mace. You lied about Adelita.
One second.
MTG,
the Republicans in Congress supported this. The GOP supported Lauren Boebert's water bill, regardless of where it was getting money from. And by the way, of course, it would be using federal funding. Well, I'm not sure. I'd assume that it was using federal funding because it was a piece of federal legislation. No fucking shit. Okay?
It was a water bill for a state,
but guess
and that
what?
was his reason for vetoing it. And another reason. There's
but
more.
The rest of the GOP disagreed. The rest of the GOP disagreed.
More.
You understand that they actually overturned Donald Trump's veto on that water bill, and that was driven by Republicans. In fact, overturning Donald Trump's veto on Lauren Boebert's water bill was literally overturned by my local Republican representative in my district that is like a total alt-right piece of shit. Lauren Boebert's water bill was supported unilaterally and totally by the GOP. In fact, it was Republicans that advocated to overturn his veto. So obviously, no other Republican had an issue with it. Obviously, the GOP didn't have an issue with it. And obviously, Trump didn't have an issue with it before she voted for the release of the Epstein files, or else it never would have even gotten to the floor with him saying, no, you can't do that.
Everything I just said still stands, and another reason that he chose to veto that water bill is because it put the grace period of paying the money back from 25 years to 75 years, and there was another little reason, but those two stand. So you lied about Bobert, you lied about Mace.
I didn't lie about Bobert. In fact, I want your source on both of those things right now. I want to look at your evidence. Just to explore it, I want to look at your evidence.
For which part? Them on camera saying what you said is false?
No.
Okay.
For your claims
Bring
insofar
up the
as
Red,
why
White,
you
and True
overturned the
guy.
clean
I
water
just saw
bill.
him in the comments. He's one of
I
my
said that I want your
sources.
sources insofar as why Donald Trump overturned and vetoed Lauren Boebert's clean water bill.
Well, why don't you Google it real quick and say, why did Trump veto the bill? That's all it takes.
I think that you'll have to point me towards the specific references.
I don't have my source rate on me. I'm not at home.
Great. Well,
okay, well, put it this way, though.
Buddy.
Hold on. 13,000 people listening can Google that themselves. It's simple. It's easy. Now, MTG, it was not because
we're not done with Bobert.
Oh, well, that's embarrassing for you.
Because you never responded to my counter argument. I told you that the totality of the GOP supported her water bill, but then suddenly after, then suddenly after she voted for the release of the Epstein files, Donald Trump vetoes it.
Well, the reality is, you might disagree with this, but me and millions of people agree. Republicans and Democrats are the same team, right? They're called rhinos, deep state, Illuminati, whatever you want to say, Dean. Okay.
So, automatically. So is Lauren Boebert a rhino?
It's just, I don't think so, based on all of her actions so far, because what you're saying is a fake narrative, right? I just disproved you. It's on camera.
You didn't disprove anything. You made a claim that I refuted by bringing up the fact that the totality of the GOP supported Lauren Boebert's clean water bill. The totality of it. You can't just say every member of the GOP, every Republican supported Lauren Boebert's clean water bill because they're rhinos and advocated to overturn Donald Trump's veto of it, because then all of a sudden, all Republicans ever are rhinos.
Everything I said is fact checkable. Just look it up right now. You got your supercomputer. And while you're doing that, MTG, the reason he had a falling out with MTG was her stances on tariffs and other foreign policy, which I actually might even agree with MTG on some of that. But that's where the falling out came from. And I'm ahead of you, by the way. It's the same for Massey as well. When you want to bring Massey up, it's not because of Epstein stuff. It's from their viewpoint on his tariffs and trying to veto the big, beautiful bill. That's where the problem lies with him and them.
Wait, do you support Massey?
I at first was kind of indifferent because I did see you talking about him a few times. I watched him the other day, and I don't after what I watched in that hearing with Pam Bondi because he acts just like you. You're 21, so or 20 or 19
of course.
or 18.
Bro, it is so fucking hilarious that you consider yourself to be an American patriot because you don't actually support any type of patriotism that we see from anybody, even Republicans. Okay? By far, Thomas Massey is the Republican that I have the very most respect for because Thomas Massey, unlike his counterparts that you love and said that you literally like suck their cocks of, okay? Like literally, that's what you said, okay? Was the fact that he wanted to fight for the survivors. He wanted to fight for the victims. He wanted to fight for transparency. He wanted to fight against the tyranny that we see just draining out of the Trump Department of Justice, okay? He called the DOJ out. He called them out for concealing the identity of one of Donald Trump's, Jeffrey Epstein, sorry, Freudian slip, co-conspirators. He called them out for making a shit ton of very illegal redactions that were not protecting the identities of survivors, but rather protecting politicians and powerful, rich billionaire CEOs because of their reputational harm and embarrassment. And you're telling me that you don't support him. How can you sit here and tell me that you do not support Thomas Massey when Thomas Massey is the man that got Donald Trump's deranged and corrupt DOJ, okay, to unredact one of their illegal redactions of a once again Epstein co-conspirator?
Because those are lies, and based on his behavior,
that's not a lie.
He was like you the other day. But listen,
1 second.
I got the Bober clip.
No. You just called that a lie. No, I'm sorry. You just called that a lie. We have to talk about that because that is not a lie. It is absolutely true, okay, that when Thomas Massey walked into the DOJ, they had redacted the name of one of Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators, the ex-CEO of Victoria's Secret. I'm sure that there's people watching the stream right now that know his name.
You'll like my
and
answer.
in the moment he called them out, then the DOJ responded by saying that we unredacted it there, right? The DOJ literally admitted to it, and you're up here calling it a lie?
No, well, first off, to clarify real quick, you and I both do not like PDFs, okay? I hate PDFs. I hate evil people that do bad stuff.
You support somebody who sexually exploited girls as president.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Okay,
he admitted to it.
Sir, you're all over the place and you're being erratic. I want to respond to your points. We keep going through 20 different things. You don't let me respond. You mute, you rant.
Yeah.
Right?
Who's
now you brought up
Lex
another
Luthor?
one. So I would love to respond to what you just said about saying he did stuff to, well, you're talking about the pageants, I guess, or whatever. You're saying so many things. Let me actually respond to one.
Yeah, for sure. Go
now,
ahead.
take a step back. You said Boebert was pressured. I found the clip. Hold on, listen.
An administration who's going to continue to be transparent and honest, and we'll see what comes of it. But there was no pressure, and everybody was great and worked just well with me.
Oh, yeah. Believe Lauren Boebert's word of mouth to save face so she doesn't continue to get her policy acts apart from the independent, apart from the independent verified fact-check claims from White House insiders that have been publicized by all major reputable institutions of journalism that have gone unaddressed, unnoted, and unsued by the Trump administration. Literally, every single major institution of journalism in this country reported that that members of the White House sat down with Lauren Boebert and attempted to get her to take her name off of the discharge petition list. And obviously she would say that she wasn't pressured by the Trump White House because what happens to people in Congress that speak out against Trump? They get fucked. They get burned. They get outcast. They get thrown out of the race. Literally, MTG had to pull herself out of the next of this midterm cycle and retire because of how fucked and burned she got by the Trump administration after she spoke out against them. Like, no shit, Lauren Boebert is going to say that she wasn't pressured by the Trump administration. That's so clear.
Okay, so Dean Withers doesn't believe women. Got it. You believe articles. I believe the women.
Wow. Oh, do you believe women?
Dean, can I respond?
No. Do you believe women?
I do believe women.
So you believe E. Jean Carroll?
Hold on.
You believe E. Jean Carroll?
With that one, the evidence in that case was weak.
This guy doesn't believe women.
Well, let me talk. Two things. One, I also have the clip of Nancy Mace saying it. Hold on.
The president, did he ask you to take your name off the discharge?
No, he has not. So we played phone tag the last 24 hours, and I talked to him last Friday. He helped me get brain surgery for a young woman in Virginia. I mean, he's a remarkable human being, and I wish you guys would treat him for the hero that he is.
Now, for E. Jean Carroll, okay.
One moment.
here's
I want to
the
respond to
thing.
that first. Yet another example. Once again, MTG spoke out against Trump. She had to resign from running again in the midterms for the safety of her and her family. When people speak out against Trump, they get fucking burned. Same example, same thing as Boebert. If it was not true that the White House tried to pressure Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace into taking their names off of the discharge petition list, then we would have never seen every single major institution of journalism and news in this country report that White House insiders pressured Nancy Mace and Lauren Boebert into taking their names off the discharge petition list. And if that reporting was false in violation of the law, well, then we would see Donald Trump suing their asses. We would see Donald Trump blasting their asses. We would see Caroline Leavitt maybe mentioning it once, but they didn't mention that reporting once. They didn't launch any lawsuits. They didn't even call it false, okay? Because they knew that ultimately they would destroy the fucking lives of the people they did this to if they spoke up. And that's not a conspiracy theory. That's exactly what happened to MTG. That's exactly what happened to Thomas Massey. That's exactly what happened to the 7 Democrats in Congress that urged members of our military to abide by their oath. Donald Trump literally said that he wants them killed, that he wants them hung, that he wants them publicly executed. So obviously Nancy Mace and Lauren Boebert aren't going to tell the truth and say that he pressured them into doing this, or else maybe their head would be on the chopping block. Maybe their families' lives would be at jeopardy. Maybe Donald Trump would be calling for their execution. That is like clearly the best decision for them to make in that scenario, considering the fact that they're already a part of a party that's built on lies. They're already a part of a party that denies common sense, reality, and fact. And they already know that you'll eat it up with no evidence whatsoever because you believe any narrative with no evidence when it's convenient to you, and you dispute fact with an insurmountable amount of evidence when it's not convenient to you. Like, for instance, you'll sit here and believe Nancy Mace, you'll sit here and believe Lauren Boebert, but you won't believe E. Jean Carroll, but you won't believe Mariah Delgado, the 17-year-old girl at Miss Teen USA that said Donald Trump walked in on her while she was naked. You won't believe the other 3 unnamed teens that said Donald Trump walked in on them while they were naked and underage. You won't believe Miss Vermont from Miss USA in 1997 who said Donald Trump walked in on her naked. You won't believe Miss Massachusetts or Miss Arizona from 2000 and 2001 when they said Donald Trump walked in on them naked. You won't believe these 6 people that reported to the FBI that Donald Trump raped them as children. And you won't believe the one woman who reported to the FBI in a sit-down interview under penalty of perjury that Donald Trump raped her as a child too. And you won't even believe Trump when Donald Trump says that he sexually exploited women and girls backstage at beauty pageants by walking in on them while they're naked. Do we see just how inconsistent your narrative truly is?
Please, and let me respond. So what you do is, right, you said 7 things. I'm about to respond to them. As I say one thing, I'm going to say something that you disagree with, but you're going to jump in and then not let me talk and say 7 more things as you've done this entire conversation. I have an answer for everything you just said because everything you just said is actually not true. So first thing, to recap, Mace and Boebert, I believe them because I do believe women. We just heard them say that on camera. It's weird you don't take their word for it. You brought up MTG. I already told you earlier in the convo of why they had a falling out. It had nothing to do with the Epstein files. I hope you were listening.
That's what she
now
said.
You brought up the pageants. Hold on. Now you brought up the pageants.
Wait.
Hold
Why
on.
won't
See,
you
look,
believe MTG when she says that it's about the Epstein files? But you will believe Nancy Mace and Lauren Boebert when they say that Donald Trump didn't pressure them.
Listen, you said things that I wanted to interject, but I couldn't because you like to be grapey and mute and be controlling and weird.
Did you say I'm rapey?
Yes. That's why people grape. They like the power of it. You mute and
you just said that I'm rapey? Well, man, way to bow out of the debate, dude. Yeah, honestly, whenever you're losing a debate, just call like the rape victim that you're debating a rapist. No, man, super duper gallant. And I mean, just truly like indicative of, like high levels of emotion. Very high levels of emotion, very high levels of immaturity. And for everybody, that's just great. Call the rape victim you're debating a rapist as soon as you lose a debate as a way to bow out. Yeah, that just makes a lot of sense. A couple people I want to thank here real quick. Thank you so much, Michael, for the $20, who says, sending you money just for putting up with this guy. I've lost so many brain cells just listening to him. No, man, he's easy work. I mean, it wasn't too crazy. I mean, he's really dumb, so it's easy work. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Michael. Paige, thank you for the $10, who says, you completely changed my views and beliefs in the best way possible. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for the $10, Paige. Ben, thank you for the $5. Lillian, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for that, love, Lillian. Angel with the 5. And then Sarah, thank you for the $20, who says, why is he so sassy? Well, I mean, I think we understand now. He's just very mad that I'm smarter than him. Thank you for the $20, Sarah. Mason, thank you Tavi, sorry. Thank you so much for the $10. Hannah, thank you so much for the $20. She says DNC money. Thank you so much for that love, Hannah. Show some love to Hannah down below. And then Ian, that is EAN. Thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo, who says, tell my girlfriend hi for me. Her name is Jasmine, and we watch her YouTube clips every night. Keep up the good work. Well, Ian, huge shout out to you and Jasmine. Show some love to Ian and Jasmine down below in that comment section. I really appreciate y'all so very much for the love. Thank you so much, Ian and Jasmine. By the way, there's like 4 people in that comment section spamming that the guest won. Just know that, like, obvious. Oh, this is actually one of them. Hi, how old are you? How old are you?
28.
No, they're like 14. Okay, listen, children, I don't expect you to understand this, but like when somebody bows out of a debate or like calls the person they're debating a rapist, okay, that means they lost. Yeah. Like when they get really frustrated because their points are getting debunked, so then they call the person they're debating a rapist. That means they lost. All right? This isn't just for people on the right. This is for people on the left too. You know? Like if you ever see me debating somebody and then I just hop to, with no context, no reason, no supporting evidence whatsoever, just randomly call them a rapist, that means I lost the debate. You know? If you ever see anybody just randomly call the person they're debating a rapist with no reason whatsoever, they lost. Can we all agree on that? Can every single person watching this live stream agree? Regardless if it's somebody on the left, regardless if it's somebody on the right, regardless if it's somebody in the middle, if you were just randomly calling the person you're debating a rapist, you lost the debate. Doesn't matter if I do it, I lost the debate. Doesn't matter if Parker does it, Parker lost the debate. Doesn't matter if, he does it, he lost the debate. If you just ever randomly call someone a rapist with no context whatsoever, you lost the debate. All right, so I'm happy we could clear that up. I'm happy to see that we're all like maybe the first bipartisan agreement ever on my live, right? I'd also like to thank, let's see here, Ben, thank you for the $25, who says that caller wasn't mad, they were confused. They came for drama, got facts, and still try to make it about them. Bro, they got cooked hard. I appreciate you for the $25, Ben. Thank you so much. And then Katie, thank you so much for the $10 as well over in Venmo. All right, a couple other people I do want to thank here. Mariana, thank you for the 50 cents. Miriam with the $2. Then also like to thank Deanna. Thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. It says, got to pay my new cult dues. Don't know how you keep your sanity. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you so much for the love, Deanna. I really appreciate you. Please show some love to Deanna down below in the comment section. And then Lane, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Then Coley, thank you for the $10. You're awesome. All right, folks. I'm pretty sure that's actually going to be it for the day. Is Jaden on? One second. There might be something important. He is. All right, folks. That's going to be it from me for the day. But I'm actually going to send y'all over to this other guy's stream who's currently doing a fundraiser for Adam. So go check it out. On TikTok is at Mr. Jaden LeBron, MRGJAYDEN LIBRAN. And I really appreciate everyone so much for tuning in today. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure to hit that follow button on your way out. If you're watching over on YouTube, hit that subscription button, drop a like. I'm not gonna lie, kind of went through war today. I am so fucking tired. Oh my God, I'm literally so fucking tired, dude. My brain is fried and I still have to go to the gym. So I'm gonna hop the fuck off. Peace and love, folks. I love you all. Good night and goodbye.